six to do this on that.
Yeah,
Story.
Okay. I think we're ready to start the meeting.
Yeah. We got another month and a half to show.
Okay. It is 9:04 a.m. On June 27th, and I'd like to welcome everybody to the June meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. And good morning. As I call this meeting to order, it's my honor to invite City Councilor Anthony Bodman to provide some opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chairs, Commissioners, and staff, and Director Bateman. It's an honor to have LCDC in the most beautiful region of Oregon, Central Oregon today. I know Vice Chair Lilac will agree. Welcome. And thank you for working with us. Thank you for collaborating with particularly the City of Bend and our entire region as we manage urban growth, steward the land in and around Bend, and plan for the next generation and generations to come. Obviously, one of our existential challenges here in Central Oregon remains housing. Homes. I don't like to use the word housing because what we're talking about are homes for people, for Central Oregonians. And it's fitting here that where we are so committed to conserving our forest land, so committed to conserving our farmland and living in harmony with the natural wild around us, that we are also so committed to making sure that we are environmentally responsible, climate responsible, sustainable, and ensuring that Central Oregonians have places to live inside urban growth boundaries. I know that we are the right region to help fix this problem. My family, I have 3 daughters, and my wife and I, we play this traditional game on Friday nights where we do roses and thorns. We talk about what's your best part of your day? What was the biggest challenge? Often, I will be honest, the thorn is one of my daughters saw a tree that came down or saw development even inside the urban growth boundary. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about what that means in terms of people needing homes. But last year I was struck, my youngest daughter, Natalie, was 9, and her thorn was that one of her classmates had lost their tent. They were living in the Deschutes National Forest. Her parents are a working family and they're experiencing homelessness. And she was visibly moved by it. But her rose was that they had gotten connected with housing. And I bring that not to offer some commentary on housing and the boundary here, but really to illustrate that while almost everything you deal with is complex, not everything is. Some of it is very simple. And I think that the purity and the policy views of a 9-year-old are something that remind me every single day that my job is to conserve the land for my daughter and her classmate experiencing homelessness, conserve the future of Central Oregon for them, and also make sure that they have an option to live inside of the UGB and work inside of the UGB for generations to come. So to that end, I just want to express again that we appreciate LCDC's focus on housing production and climate sustainability in previous and upcoming rulemaking. As you know, Bend was one of the first cities to begin implementing the climate-friendly equitable community rules. We just received an award, which we are very proud of, for community engagement from DLCD. Thank you. And that's a testament to our incredible staff, Brian Rankin, our housing staff, Lynn McConnell, and the entire city apparatus. We believe that our climate-friendly area study is going to meet and exceed what is expected of cities. I'm really proud of that. It's something that we got ahead of early. It's part of our commitment to our folks in Bend and in Central Oregon to be a climate-friendly community where people can afford to live. Bend is also leading the state, one of the leading cities in the state on housing production last year. We built 1,800 homes. And that's extraordinary here, where our cost of land is disproportionately high. Labor, materials, and if you've ever tried to dig in a volcano, you know how expensive it is. That is a testament not just to, of course, to city staff, but to the private development community, the nonprofit development community, our local government partners who we work with really closely, who keep our eye on the ball. Let's be climate friendly and let's also build housing for Central Oregonians. Bend has also been a leader on a capital A affordable housing, and we do this through strategies and incentives, a wide array that if you come to any city council meeting, you'll see that we're doing some work on affordable housing. 10% of the homes that we built last year were capital A affordable. That's extraordinary because in the last decade, we've had years where it's been less than 4%. And Bend, I think, has shown that when given broad discretion, as Bend has been given through, for instance, House Bill 3318, we are responsible. We will create complete communities with mixed use, with middle and affordable developments, like I hope you will see on your tour today at the Stevens Road Tract. This is an extraordinary opportunity for Central Oregonians and really to meet the spirit of the climate friendly and equitable community rules. If you get a chance to look at the concept plan for Stevens Road, you'll see that the capital A affordable, the middle housing faces the regional park. It is equitably planned from the ground up. It has a regional trail system. It has potentially 2,400 homes, 700 of which will be affordable, and really promises to help us meet our obligation to our people here. When there is need and when it passes our highest, and I know your highest environmental and climate and complete community standards, Bend will consider similar tools to provide more housing. Central Oregon continues to be a laboratory for creating both sound land use and sound climate policy and harmony between both. Please let us be a resource to you as we do the work here we need for our people. Turning very briefly to groundwater, and I'm eager to come back for your work today on the groundwater work. We ask that LCDC meet with the Water Resources Department to ensure that our requirements on housing and economic growth are aligned with the new groundwater conservation strategies. We want alignment and we want to comply with both objectives rather than juggle two disconnected directives from different arms of the state family. I know we can conserve groundwater, and I know that we can build the housing we need in Central Oregon for Central Oregonians. So thank you for making the trip to Bend, especially your long trip, Vice Chair Lelak. I know today our tour will reinforce our reputation in the state as a community that innovates, we collaborate, and we do great things for our people by working together. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, City Councilor Broadman. I wanted to say we always appreciate being in person and learning about land use issues on the ground. And I know we're going to learn a lot here, and it does actually influence the way we think and make policy. And Director Reitman, I didn't know if you had anything to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilor. I just wanted to note we have an incredible agenda put together in partnership with our local colleagues, and we're very excited to be here over the next couple of days. We know that you are hosting us in the midst of wildfire, and we are just so grateful for the investment of time and energy that you're putting into us and this event, along with your daily activities. And I just wanted to note, I think we'll go around and do some introductions, but we have some incredible people in the room with us today, not only brand new staff, but also former staff and former commissioner and partners that have joined us as well. So I think that we're about to have a very rich discussion over the next 2 days. And I just wanted to thank you for giving us the space and the time to do so.
Thank you. And so with that, we're going to continue the meeting. Casaria is helping us run the meeting, and she's online. And so Casaria.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Good morning. Commissioners, hosts, guests, community members, and staff, thank you for joining us in Bend. This meeting is hosted by Vice Chair Lelak in Deschutes County for the Land Conservation and Development Commission's June 2024 meeting. My name is Casaria Taylor, and I would like to offer a few best practices for participation in this meeting. Let me share my screen. Recordings of the Commission's meetings are available on YouTube. And for individuals here in the room who wish to testify, please complete a green comment registration card available on the materials table. Hand it to Brandy Elmer at the sign-in table. We'll get you in line to provide public comment on the item that you sign up for. For those individuals joining us virtually, please use the public comment sign-up form on our website. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves with first and last name so we can identify you and bring you forward at your opportunity to speak. And Zoom participants will be in listen-only mode until called on to testify. There will be a short interruption for Zoom participants as they are promoted to panelist when called on. Panelists should unmute and you may turn on your camera when it's your turn to speak. Again, we thank you all for being here with us today. Chair Halova, the meeting is yours.
Thank you, Casaria. Casaria, could you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Warren,
Here.
Commissioner Boyer,
Present.
Commissioner Lazo,
Present in person.
Commissioner Thompson,
I'm present.
Commissioner Porter,
Here.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Here.
Chair Halova.
Here. And with that, we're pleased to be in Bend for the next 2 days, hosted by Vice Chair Lilac, who's of in Deschutes County. And I wanted to say Vice Chair Lilac is next to me. Vice Chair Lilac has volunteered to read us the land acknowledgement. I think we're just waiting for it to come up on the screen.
And as we wait for it to come up on the screen, I really want to thank our team here in Deschutes County for helping orchestrate the logistics with the DLCD team. There's a lot that goes into preparing for these meetings and everybody's put in a lot of great work. So upstairs, Brenda Fritzvold and Angie Powers. And I will be pleased to read the land acknowledgement as soon as it's available. I don't have it on the annotated agenda. Otherwise, I would.
Okay, so we need 1 moment to pull it up.
Vice Chair Lilac, apologies. It is not available as part of the PowerPoint presentation.
Sorry, Kirsten Green here. Just consider, I'll send you a note where to find it on the server. I'm sorry, I'm not logged into the meeting.
Yeah. And I wanted to say Casaria is filling in, actually. We had another member wasn't able to be here today, so would excuse any interruptions. She's doing a great job.
I've been pleased to read it many times, but I don't have it.
We're gonna get it on a computer.
We can find it on my computer too. Is it online? I can.
She's okay. And I was like, if we're not able to do it right this second, we can also do it after the next section. Yeah. Okay, maybe we'll do it after. Yeah, we can come back to it. So in the meantime, we'll do our next item, and then we will come back to land acknowledgement, because the land acknowledgement is actually really important to us. So next, I wanted to say, commissioners, please complete your agenda scorecard, which you'll find in your packet. That looks like this. And basically, we give feedback to staff on each section, which helps them improve every time. So I think that's really important. And so with that, I think we are going to approve the agenda. And I wanted to see if there was anything else you wanted to add, Director Bateman, to the proposed agenda. Okay, with that, it's good. We wanted to note for the people in the room that there's a QR code that's available in the room. Somebody's going to have to point to where that QR code is. Yes, there it is. For quick access to the meeting notes and materials. Okay, now we're going to introduce the commissioners. who will share their name and the region of representation. And then we'll ask the DLCD staff and guests to introduce themselves that are in the audience. Remember that tomorrow we're going to have more time to talk about our specific regions and land use issues going on in our regions, and that today we're just doing an introduction of who you are and what region you represent. So maybe we'll start with Commissioner Thompson.
Good morning. I'm Leanne Thompson. I'm a Clatsop County Commissioner, and it's my honor to represent the whole coast of Oregon.
Good morning. I'm Commissioner Alan Lazo, and I represent the Portland metropolitan area.
Good morning, Stuart Warren. I represent the Southern Willamette Valley.
Good morning, Barbara Boyer, representing Northern Willamette Valley.
Hi, Ellen Porter. I'm a city council person from Roseburg, and I represent Southern Oregon.
Good morning. I'm Nick Lelak and I represent Eastern Oregon.
And I'm Eli Halova, and I represent the Portland metro area. Thank you. So now we're going to turn to the next agenda item, which is agenda item. Oh, the staff. Sorry about that. It's like I said it as if it happened. Staff in the room, please introduce yourself. Should we start? Okay, we'll start with you.
Sorry, Steve Shifty, legal counsel.
Kirsten Green, Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison. Good morning.
Maybe we'll start there and go that direction.
Josh Arnage, Assistant Director, Chief Operating Officer. Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager.
Manji Brewer, I'm the Central Oregon Regional Representative in the Community Services Division. And I'm an Economic Development Specialist. Here, Manner.
Gordon Howard, Community Services.
And Griffin, Noah Bella.
Tyler Potter, HR Manager.
Ethan Stutmeyer, the Housing Division.
Nice, thank you. And as we get more staff, I'll probably be like, I didn't know. You were over the department, which is super exciting. Yes.
Don Osborne, Network Administrator.
Thank you.
And I'm Brenda Bateman, Director of the department.
And so with that, we're going to go to the next agenda item. Commissioner. Oh, we have the land acknowledgement. Good. Nice. So we will, Vice Chair Lelak will read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you very much. Indigenous tribes and bands have been with the lands that we inhabit today throughout Oregon and the Northwest since time immemorial and continue to be a vibrant part of Oregon today. We would like to express our respect to the first peoples of this land, the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon: Burns Paiute Tribe, Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation, Coquel Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes. It is important that we recognize and honor the ongoing legal and spiritual relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. The interconnectedness of the people, the land, and the natural environment cannot be overstated. The health of one is necessary for the health of all. We recognize the pre-existing and continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to share their traditional ecological knowledge and perspectives on how we might care for one another and the land so it can take care of us. We commit to engaging in a respectful and successful partnership as stewards of these lands. And as we are obliged by state law and policy, we will uphold government-to-government relations to advance strong governance outcomes supportive of tribal self-determination and sovereignty.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Now we will turn over to the next agenda item 3, Director Report with the Department of Land Conservation and Development Director Brenda Bateman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I wanted to take just a few minutes this morning. We have about half an hour for this item.
Oh, 1 second. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. We'd like to approve the agenda. We had no edits to the agenda. All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you.
No. Introductions again. Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department. Wanted to spend just a few minutes this morning bringing you updates and some late breaking news with regard to the department. You've got a report in front of you that's quite detailed and includes information from all of our divisions. And so I'll leave most of that detail to you to read, but there are some highlights there that I wanted to bring to you, and also some things that are not in this report that are rather late breaking. One of the things I wanted to start with is what I've been up to recently and where I've been out and about. When I first started in my post now 2 years ago, I made a commitment to you and to our partners to be talking to as many folks externally to the department as I could, to make sure I understood what challenges people were facing and what kinds of successes our local partners were really proud of, and getting to know their day-to-day operations a little bit more. We'll see some of this tomorrow in commission business. I believe that's where you actually approve some of my expenses. And it's really interesting because that piece is meant to, make sure that the director is not overstepping or overspending when it comes to outreach. But this commission has said, get out there. We want you talking to folks. You need to be very aware of what's going on, and you need to be part of these external conversations. So I just wanted to highlight for you, just during the month of June, as we're in the window between legislative sessions, where I'm confined to Salem during those times, we're now in a window where I'm able to get out and about a little bit. And during June, I had the privilege of traveling to Eastern Oregon with Alexis Hammer and Aurora Jadal, our policy and legislative team, and getting to spend some time in some of our further eastern cities and counties. We had a chance to connect with the Chamber of Commerce around Ontario, and it included several other towns. They've got a combined Chamber of Commerce, and we were able to spend a morning with them. We spent some time with the Waihee Irrigation District, the Eastern Oregon Border Board, Eastern Oregon University, Malheur County Commission. We were in front of them for a morning, and with several electeds and planners in the region. And it was very instructive and very helpful to hear just exactly what they are facing and seeing every day on the border with Idaho in terms of difference of economy and tax structures and labor costs, and just the whole comparison was very helpful and interesting to us. As we moved through the month, then I also had an opportunity to jump into the biannual Ag Pack tour. So this is run every 2 years by many of the agricultural associations in Oregon. This year it was in the Willamette Valley, and it invites policymakers, agency folks, legislators, and candidates as well. So it was an interesting mix of folks on the bus. But we got a chance to make a couple of stops in and around the Corvallis area. We spent some time with our partners in the Mass Timber Coalition, got to see the Tallwood Institute and the lab at OSU. I'd never been there before, but many of our staff have been. So that was fun, just to get a chance to see the new technology and some of the pilots that they're building and making use of. We also got a chance to spend some time at one of the OSU research centers and see some of the work that's going on with regard to pest control and pest control research, and then several of the farms nearby, and just hear again the challenges that they're facing, some similarities to Eastern Oregon, some differences, of course, in their day-to-day operations. And then just this week, earlier this week, Monday and Tuesday, I was hosted in the Portland metro region by two of our regional reps, Laura Kelly and Kelly Reed, who had a chance to finally get me in contact with electeds and planners in the cities of Tualatin, Tigard, Portland, Happy Valley, and Gresham. And we'll do part 2 later in July. So I have to say the back and forth is really quite something in the metro area. And we just appreciate our partners who are working separately as part of their jurisdictions, but then also as part of a region with Metro, with Portland, and facing real growth issues, many of which we see in other cities as well. But I'm just having a chance to talk to folks. I would say that everybody's been really grateful and delighted that the department is taking the time to come sit with them and hear specifically what they're facing on a day-to-day basis. And then yesterday we were with Jefferson County Farm Bureau. Some of our senior staff and Commissioner-elect Bennett were with us, and we got a chance to see, some of the local production, and water was very prominent in that conversation as well. So we're very pleased that Water Resources will be with you this morning and walking through some of the basics of water law and water permitting, and then sort of where their policies are going from here. So that's a little bit about what I've been up to, and that will hopefully explain my expense sheet when it comes. We have a number of new hires as well. I have 4 that I want to bring to your attention today. 3 of them are not in the room with us, but we're just so excited that Gordon in the Community Services Division has a new grants coordinator, Silas Lobnaba, and he is well known to many of our staff already as a partner with the local COG, Council of Governments. So he actually knows our business quite well and was ready to jump in on his first day. We've had in Josh Hartage's division and under operations, Aaron Smith has joined us as procurement and contract specialist 3. So we're getting our contracting feet under us, so that we can be good partners to the rest of our program folks. And then also in Josh's shop, we have a new chief finance officer, Brandy Nichols, who comes to us from another state agencies, actually various state agencies, and knows what she's doing, which is fantastic timing because our budget is due into the Department of Administrative Services. Our numbers are due at the end of this month. Our narrative is due at the end of July, and she knows what she's doing. So we're so grateful to have her join our staff. And then the 4th person who is here with us in the room is Denise Johnson, sitting on the sideboard there. She's our new commission assistant. Started on Monday and was able to come over to Bend with us and just observe for this meeting. Actually, that's not true. We have her working the timer and the clock today, but she'll get a chance to see how the group operates, what we're all about, and some of the expectations. So she'll be ready for our September meeting when you're in town for that. Let's see. I can pause there and see if there are any questions or comments so far on my out and about or our new hires.
Commissioners, any comments? No.
Good. 2 of the things that I wanted to bring to the group are structural changes, just so you're aware and so that we've said them out loud for our partners and they're aware as well. In the end of the 2024 spring legislative session, as you're aware, we were assigned some new pieces from the legislature with regard to housing, our Housing Accountability and Production Office. I do need to note and clarify, many folks think that was set up as a separate agency. It was not. It's a team within our agency. So they will come here and be part of DLCD. And we started with recruitment for the manager. We figured that made sense, and then they can fill out their team from there. And the first recruitment didn't produce what we thought it would. So we went back and talked to the governor's office. We talked to some of our partners and stakeholders, and folks kind of observed that the level of responsibility and the high profile nature of this position, it probably wasn't classified quite correctly. It needed to be a little bit more senior. And folks, in fact, who were eyeing this externally assumed that it would be more senior. So we needed to go back and work with Department of Administrative Services and with the governor's office to get that reclassified. We're in that process now, and actually all of the paperwork is over with the Department of Administrative Services. So that was one adjustment that we made to that position. And the other adjustment that we made was to actually move it into the director's office. So that position will report directly to me, but be in very close coordination and collaboration with our housing division, with Ethan and his team. So all of that paperwork and rewriting is currently underway, and you'll start to see a second recruitment for that manager closer to the end of the summer. So that's still very much in process. I know folks are very interested in getting that up and running and filling out the rest of the team and the rest of the program as soon as possible. But first things first, we'll be recruiting for a manager, and you'll see that hit the streets here shortly. We would appreciate your help and assistance activating your networks and making sure folks know about that position, and that we have a good pool of candidates when we're ready to go with it. So the other structural piece that we've put in place is to set up a second team in our operations division under Josh Hardage. You may remember that Josh has under his umbrella our HR, our finance and budget and accounting folks, our procurement and contracts, and our information technology. We are adding another team to that group, and you'll actually see it at the top of page 2 in your report there. It's the data management and project services. DMAPS is what we're calling that team, and it's really to launch a new body of work for us that is focused on data management and building out our data systems. I think I've said a couple times before in front of this group, we for so long as an agency have been operating like a little boutique. And we really need to, because we're bigger and we've been promoted as a larger agency in the enterprise, we need to be behaving in a more professional manner in terms of getting some systems and some protocols in place. That'll feel a little bit different, probably feel a little more like a bureaucracy, but in fact, I think it will help folks when they arrive at the agency know where to look for the resources that they need, know how to store things, how to name their files, and have a little bit more of a process and a protocol. So none of that piece has really been built out very much yet, and we're going to bring in a chief data and innovation officer to help us with data governance, data management, really communication to our internal folks about how all of that will need to work. We'll be putting policies in place, and there's a lot of work to do there to really professionalize and uplift our systems and protocols. But we figured it was enough of a new body of work that we really needed to set up a team that has experience in this and can help, frankly, manage upwards, get things in place and communicate it correctly. Yes,
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I'm interested in what data we're collecting and if our taxonomies are going to be, this may be impossible, consistent with what's happening in counties so that we are able to integrate easily all the information from all over Oregon.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. That's part of the conversation, that we don't want to set up anything in a silo or an isolation that then doesn't work with any of the other systems that are out there. So we're actually in pretty close communication with the state's chief data officer and the folks at DAS who are working particularly in the realm of GIS. So this is the other piece. We don't have a formal GIS shop that we have at the department. We do have individuals with incredible skills, but we actually don't have a little group. And so part of what we want to be doing, and part of why this is going to feel different culturally, and I've been saying this for the past 2 years since I got here, we need to start putting our data in the center so that folks can draw upon it, either because they're making maps or because they're running reports for the legislature, or for whatever reason they need that data. We need to stop having each specialist with their own spreadsheet on their own computer. We need to put it in the middle, and we need to all share, and we need to all be using the same protocols. That is going to feel quite different, but it's completely doable. There are folks who know how to do these things and set them up properly.
I was going to say, Director, I'm all about this. I'm all about processes and systems and ease of understanding and clarity and file structures. This is my deal. I had a question on that department. Were there any? It doesn't seem like there's anybody moving into that they're new roles. I was just clarifying.
Oh, Chair, I see you're pointing to the org.
Yeah, there's attachment A and attachment B. I found very helpful.
Back in the staff report. And you're right, in this under the new chief data and innovation officer, most of those positions that are listed are in red, meaning they were just recently authorized for us from the most recent 2024 legislative body. And so, yes, these are for the most part new positions doing new work for us. We're very excited that there's an entire GIS team that's been authorized for us to put into that group. We're writing the position descriptions now and getting ready to do full recruitment. But there are also some very senior folks who, again, are familiar with how to set up data systems and data governance. I know what it's supposed to look like, but I would like to bring in folks who have actually done this before.
And my question regarding that department is that, could you foresee, I could foresee, so I'm wondering if you're foreseeing a future in which that department can be more supportive through grants to local jurisdictions that don't have staff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes and no. The folks that are currently listed on the org chart are mostly internal folks that are going to be setting up systems and kind of training and providing support internally. We also, and you'll hear this in a few minutes, in fact, we could go there now, have as part of our legislative ask in 2025, more team members, particularly in the realm of GIS, that we are thinking will be liaisons to our local partners. There are, of course, all different kinds of capacities out there at the local level, as you well know. Some folks are very sophisticated. Cities and counties are very sophisticated with their GIS. Some folks need some assistance. Some folks have no internal capacity at all. And if we want data, we may need to do it for them, or find a consultant or somehow get them help that is not even present today in their current staff. So we do have, as part of our future ask, more of this external technical assistance ability, because I think if we're going to create a statewide system or statewide data set, different jurisdictions are going to need differing levels of help with that.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, that just sounds wonderful, and I'm so glad to hear about the chair's passion for this. What about other state agencies? Will there be, that just seems like the gnarliest issue.
Chair, Commissioner, yes, we are actually in discussions with state agencies now. I'll tell you that we convened a little retreat of agency directors about 2 months ago and their GIS specialists. That was an interesting group to have all in one room, right? Particularly since many of the GIS and tech folks have continued to work remotely for many agencies. Some folks said to me afterwards, that's the first time I've seen my director in 4 years. So it was, why would you think a GIS meeting would be emotional? It was so emotional. It was a great discussion in the room with agency directors saying, we didn't know that there's a whole network out there. We can't do this work. And that's the beauty of the land use planning program, right? We don't do this work by ourselves. We need our agency partners. And if we're going to have a good data layer and good data sets, they also have to be successful. So we have been kind of polling to see what other agencies may have some GIS requests in their 2025 budget requests, and where we can make sure we're partnering together, cross-referencing, and bring something forward to the legislature that is more of a package, a state enterprise package, rather than agency by agency by agency.
Commissioner Thompson shares my excitement.
So let's see, those are the two structural changes we wanted to bring to you. And then I just wanted to end on some legislative updates and some budget updates so that you know sort of where we've been and where we're going. On legislative updates, we participated in the May legislative days for the legislature when they were in kind of on their interim basis at the end of May. You'll see at the back of your staff report a one-pager that we took with us to address the House Ag, Land Use, Natural Resources, and Water Committee. I think I just butchered that list, but all of those things are part of the committee name, Ag, Land Use, Natural Resources, and Water. We were in front of them just for an informational briefing specifically on our farm and forest modernization efforts. We wanted to make sure they knew that was underway, that we were working from, a 70-page technical scoping report, but that this commission has helped us whittle it down to something, very manageable during the year 2020. 2024. So picking out just a couple of those pieces from that report, that we're currently in a rulemaking effort with a broader group of folks, and we're specifically tackling some items that are more of the low-hanging fruit, right? Defining terms that have never been defined before, codifying some case law, going back and modernizing and updating some of the language that's in our rules now. So we were in front of the committee, giving that briefing. We were noting for them that this is actually a long-term program, and that while we have some specific discrete things we're doing this year, our intention is to stay at the table and stay in conversation, trying to modernize our farm and forest rules and make them more usable, more friendly for folks who are standing at the counter trying to use these rules. And I noted for the House committee that I personally am staying in touch with and trying to grow my network of ag executives. So that means the executive directors of the Farm Bureau, the nurseries, the irrigation districts, the wine growers, all of the different groups that have ag associations, trying to stay in touch with their executive directors over the next couple of years to get a sense of what they would like us to work on, where they see people getting stuck when they're at the counter with their applications, and just trying to build those relationships. Some of those relationships I had previously from my work with water resources, but some of them are new to me as well. So I think folks have appreciated the department reaching out and saying, we're trying to modernize, but we need to hear from you as well. What kinds of things you are interested in. So I noted that for the House Ag Committee, and I also committed on behalf of the department to let them know as we have these conversations, which things we think we can address or tackle here in this venue through rulemaking, and which may actually need legislative help, and to try to put those into different buckets so it was really clear what roles and responsibilities different organizations might have.
Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you. So I listened to your presentation and you did a really good job. And one of my takeaways was the word modernization is happening all across agencies right now. They're all working off older policies. So that was one of my takeaways, is I'm hearing that word modernizing some of our policies and right now. So that was one of my takeaways. And Director Bateman was praised by several of the committee members for her outreach efforts and her commitment to this process of modernizing the farm and forest package. So just wanted to mention that. You did a great job.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's interesting. I also picked up that theme of modernization for us at DLCD. It's interesting and timely to say we're 50 years into a program. We do need to be going back and looking at our language. Is it working the way we thought it would? Did we miss things? Spoiler alert, we did miss things. There are things that need to be updated. There are things there are concepts that, weren't even conceived of 50 years ago that we certainly need to be looking at. What did I want to say about that? Oh, it's been a long time since we were in these rules or went about modernizing, and I'm learning why. It's not every day is roses, but that's okay. These are really hard conversations that we need to be in, and it does take some time and energy. I think once a commission and a leadership group gets done modernizing something the first time, they go, "Woo, I'm not gonna do that again. I'm gonna let the next generation tackle that." So that's where we are now. We're back in it again, and I think we need to be. So that's kind of what I've been up to on that front. When we were in front of the legislature in May, we also had Senate rules pass through, and then the larger Senate body confirm Commissioner-elect Mark Bennett. And so he'll be joining the commission on July 1st as your Eastern Oregon representative. Very excited about that. And we got really good comments along the way about that as well. And then I just wanted to note where we are in budget. I mentioned a few moments ago that we have a new CFO who's helping us get that prepared and submitted to Department of Administrative Services. We do this in stages, and we are actually an early reporting agency. And so our deadlines are that we have numbers due to DAS at the end of this month, and we have our narrative really filling out the why and the outcomes we're hoping to achieve, and just all the rest of the words are due at the end of July. That process then kind of goes into radio silence as all of that's fed over to the governor's office, and they're making the really hard choices of taking all of these requests from the many agencies and getting them, shrunk down into a balanced budget that they then present in the fall. And so some of this we won't see again until November timeline, and then it comes out as a governor's recommended budget and then passed over to the legislature for their work in 2025. So we're already well into prep for the 2025 legislative session. Between here and there, however, there will be a couple of instances in which the legislature meets in an interim basis to make any budget adjustments or address any crises that agencies are having. And so there's a September emergency board that's scheduled, that's already on the books and scheduled for the legislature. We will plan to take a budget request to them in September. You may recall when our budget was crafted in, what year is it now? The 2023 session, that we were handed a budget that was not complete. It did not contain everything we knew we were going to need in order to get the work done that had been assigned to us. So we've gone back with a list of things, supplies and services, and just things that help us operate. You've told us to hire all these people. They're probably going to need computers, just that kind of thing that we need to go back and ask for help, because we were shorted in that process. And more things have developed since then in terms of governor's expectations. So all agencies have been mandated to conduct employee engagement surveys using Gallup poll. Gallup is very expensive. I mean, their data is great, very expensive. That was not part of our budget. All agencies were mandated to conduct director 360-degree evaluations of all, staff, partners, commissioners, and folks who interact with a director. Again, using Gallup, again, very expensive, again, not part of our budget. So there are things that we want to be good partners. We want to be good, players within the state enterprise. And we're being asked to do some things for which we don't have budget. Everybody switched over to iPhones. That's an expense. Just those sorts of things. We've got a nice list that we'll take to the September e-board. And I think I expect that we'll get pretty good support. We're being asked to do a lot, and a lot of new things that are new for us. We're moving into new spaces, and everybody recognizes we've got to have the support or we're not going to be able to deliver. So just wanted to let you know, we'll be taking some requests forward, and expect that we'll get some support. It may be not complete, but some good support in September. I'm happy to take questions on those as well.
Commissioners?
I think that's all that I have by way of formal presentation. Like I say, there's also quite a bit of material in the staff report itself, and we do have division managers as well as our deputy director and assistant director here if there are anything inside the report that you wanted to pursue further.
Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. And I appreciate your recognizing our incoming Commissioner, Mark Bennett, who will be my successor. But I also want to recognize my predecessor, Catherine Morrow, who is joining us as well. And this Eastern Oregon seat, I can only go back to Hanley Jenkins, who was a planning director in Eastern Oregon, in Union or Umatilla or Wallowa County, Union County. Catherine Morrow is the Deschutes County Planning Director. I succeeded her in that position and then in this position. And Mark Bennett has also been a planning director. So you have, and of course, they've both done many, many other great things, but planning director has been a constant. It's at least for a decade or more, a couple decades in this seat. So I just wanted to recognize that we have both Eastern Oregon representatives from the commission, my predecessor and my successor, both with us today as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And we'll be needing a picture.
I did. That's what I was going to say. I was going to also recognize you because I served at the same time as Commissioner Morrow. So I was like, wrote it down. Don't forget to say something about her, which was amazing and awesome. So I also wanted that picture.
Other questions?
Commissioner Thompson.
My heartbreak at losing Nick is now assuaged because Commissioner Bennett's coming on.
Very good. That's all for me. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I think now we're going to take a 20-minute break and return back at 10:15 for agenda item number 4, which is the groundwater allocation policy updates with the Oregon Water and Resource Department. So I'll see you back at 10:15. Thank you. Somebody, I don't know. Yes, I don't know him. I feel like I saw him in the agenda. Commissioner King, did you sign up? Did you? He's in the room tomorrow. So. That'd be great. Change.
Yeah, do you mind if I move this so I can see on the screen?
The only reason I was doing that. I'm like looking at my face. No, we definitely have to watch it.
We're live.
Okay, welcome back. To the June meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We just had a break and now we will move to agenda item number 4, groundwater allocation policy update. Director Bateman, would you like to introduce this item and welcome our guests?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Brenda Bateman, Director of DLCD. This morning, we have with us some very dear colleagues from Oregon Water Resources Department. We're happy to have them here to provide a little bit of a groundwater 101 and more specifically to talk to us about the groundwater application rulemaking that's currently underway at the department. And I'd like to start with calling on Annette Liba, the Division Administrator for Water Resources Technical Services Division, who will make introductions from there.
Great, thank you and good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the Commission, and Director Bateman. For the record, my name is Annette Liba and I'm the Technical Services Division Administrator for the Water Resources Department. I'm not sure the microphone's on, but
You said to eat.
You have to, yeah.
I have to
put
eat it.
Right.
That's going to be fun for the person who speaks after me. So we are here with me is Justin Iverson, manager of the groundwater section, and we are here to provide an informational overview of the proposed rules governing the allocation of new groundwater rights. The rules were proposed on March 1st and the public comment period closed on June 14th. So I just want to acknowledge that for our rulemaking process, the comments that are provided here today will not be part of our rulemaking record. And I also want to acknowledge that to the extent that you have questions of us that really are answers that we are working on through our evaluation of the comments and responses to the comments, we may defer those just to make sure that we're preserving the integrity of our process. So I just wanted to get some of those procedural comments on the record up front. So again, the agency is currently reviewing the many and diverse comments that we received. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Justin, who has an informational overview. This is the same informational overview that we presented prior to each of the 4 public hearings that we held around the state. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Okay. Close forget. Chair Health and members of the commission, again, Justin Iverson, I manage the groundwater section at the Oregon Water Resources Department. I am aware that this is a presentation that was geared toward the public, but geared toward the Water Resource Department rulemaking. I'm going to focus on things that I believe are most interesting to you folks and go quickly through some of the more technical details that may not be, but I would urge any of you to please interrupt as I go and I can clarify anything that I might be taking for granted that would be helpful for you guys to know. So with that, okay. With that, I'm going to start out with a quick introduction to groundwater and development of groundwater in Oregon. I generally like to start out with a picture of the water cycle. This is something that I found that most folks are generally familiar with, though the groundwater component of that water cycle isn't as broadly taken for granted, I think, as the surface parts that we can see. And so groundwater in general is a flowing component of the water cycle. It receives recharge through infiltration of precipitation, generally in upland areas where we get the most precipitation. That groundwater infiltrates into the ground and it is going someplace. So the precipitation and the infiltration and the recharge is relatively constant over time. And that constant input creates a force that drives groundwater along flow paths, and they terminate at some point. And in Oregon, that termination is generally as discharge back to the surface, where groundwaters manifest in springs, but even more commonly just as stream seepage. So streams are generally the lowest elevation in the watershed, and water flows to lower elevation, and even the groundwater flows down and generally comes out, discharges to support surface water flow. So when we develop, well, let's take a step back. So that point of discharge, I will commonly term hydraulic connection, by which I mean connection between a groundwater system and a surface water system. So there's interaction between the two. When we develop groundwater and we drill wells into the subsurface and collect that groundwater, what we're doing in many or most instances throughout the state is we are capturing water from along that flow path. And so in its most basic sense, that water that we pump from wells has to come from somewhere, and there's some amount of dynamic storage in the aquifer, but over time, we are capturing water along that flow path that would otherwise have flown downstream and discharged to support surface water. So that's an important concept to think about because it underlies a significant component of the rulemaking. So because that's important, I'm going to focus on it in a different way as part of a picture. This is an unnamed spring discharging to the Metolius River here in Deschutes County. And again, if you can imagine drilling a well just uphill from that spring and pumping that well, I hope it's relatively intuitive that the amount of water pumped out of that well is that much less water coming out of that spring. We're diverting that flow path. And similarly, if you develop multiple wells, that input is additive. We can push those wells up the hill away from the spring. In general, if we're still pumping from that flow path, we'll kind of disperse the timing and the space of that impact to stream flow, but it will be there nonetheless. And develop groundwater. We have these two maps these are density maps. Hard to see at the distance, I understand, but in general, every dot is a density of wells per square mile. And the two time periods are significant. 1995 is when Oregon enacted its groundwater code. So that was the point in time at which we required, or 55, excuse me, misspoke. So that's the point at which we required well drillers to provide us with a well log for every well drilled with information about it. And going up until 2016, which is the most recent date for which we have use data that I'll show on the next slide. This is the development to date. So the warmer the colors, the more well density per square mile. And you can see that development hasn't been evenly distributed. It's focused around population centers, around agricultural centers, and in areas where we concentrate those wells, or we put a number of wells in areas where we don't get as much precipitation and recharge, we can start to see some negative effects. Just to get an idea of the magnitude of kind of where the wells are and what they're used for, this bar graph shows on the blue bars the percent of water wells installed by type, and the use is on the bottom there. So domestic wells make up far and away the largest number of wells. About 9 out of every 10 water wells are for domestic household supply purposes. And then it goes from there with irrigation making up about 7% of the wells, community that includes municipal, quasi-municipal water supply, and on down the line. The red bars show the percent of total use by those types. So even though the domestic self-supplied sector or bin has the largest number of wells, the actual use is relatively low, about 4% of the total groundwater pumped throughout the state, whereas irrigation makes up the lion's share of that, as it does in most Western states, followed by the community wells.
Commissioner Lazo?
I just want to clarify, because I think the heat map that you showed prior to this and then this map, there may be a connection to my question. So does every well, it doesn't pump the same volume? I guess it depends on how much you use, right? So the two wells aren't the same. So the heat map that you showed shows the number of wells. Are you going to have a heat map next that shows us the use?
Ooh, that would be great. That is not in this presentation.
And I'm assuming then it would be different potentially then, right? Because I'm assuming most of the domestic use would be around cities and the agricultural use would be away from the city. So your heat map might be reversed.
To some degrees. I don't know that it's that simple, but
okay. Because there's ag in the valley, right? So,
yep, correct.
Okay, but it might be different then. This tells us it might be different than the heat map you just showed us.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Porter?
Thank you. She can see out of the side of her head. I didn't. So, and Justin, thank you for being here. You and I worked together on another issue years ago. You looked familiar, so thank you for being here. The heat map that you showed us, is there any way to know whether or not the 2016 map maybe has captured some pre-existing wells that just were not previously identified? I mean, because it just looks like a huge growth, and I'm wondering if some of those were already there, just not captured on this.
I think that the majority of the wells shown on the 2016 map are new since 1955. I think that there are more wells than that roughly 250,000 shows, because any wells installed before 1955 did not require the driller to file a well log to show us or tell us that a well existed. So everything on the 1955 map are wells that were identified by the department, by the USGS, perhaps by other folks, generally for monitoring purposes, and that was generally for mostly scientific purposes at that time. Now, that said, well drilling technology has really accelerated since the end of World War II. So the rate at which we've been putting in wells has also increased. So
thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you. I have two questions. One is, why is the latest data 2016, number one? And number two, is it possible to get a distribution of the governance of the water districts? Because I'm very interested in that. Living in a rural area, that's part of why your correlation doesn't work, because if we have wells in rural areas and they are governed not by professional hydrologists or engineers or any of that, but by community volunteers, the oversight, the caliber of the governance is an issue that I'm very concerned with. So I'd like data on that.
So first question is easier to answer. So we have more information on the location of water wells than 2016. Our databases are up to date through the last couple of weeks. However, because I'm comparing this to water use, we rely on the USGS that puts out a comprehensive water use assessment every 5 years, but they typically lag 5 years in their publication. So they're working on 2020, and by the time they release it in 2025, they'll start working on 2025, or maybe they'll decide that they got lapped. So the reason that this water well location map only goes through 2016 is because that matches this water use. Okay, so with respect to districts and governance, WRD is the state agency responsible for the water quantity system. So all of the water rights are managed by this department, by our department. And with respect to districts, if you're talking about irrigation districts, those are generally larger entities that rely primarily on surface water. There are groundwater supplemental uses within irrigation districts, but for the most part, those entities have a water right for a relatively large amount and they distribute it. So, okay.
Thank you. That's a good answer. It's just not the answer to my question that I was trying to get at. So let me be more specific. I'm talking about residential usage,
Okay.
which relates to quality of life, not to the manufacturing of or agriculture or any of that. I just want to know people's water that they need to be able to live, because I have issues with that I know about. And it's, so this may not be the appropriate discussion, but I want my colleagues to have some awareness of the issue that this seems to be a gray area where no one is in charge.
Okay, well, that's a perfect segue. Will get me right back
Yeah.
to the presentation, actually,
Yeah.
because
And I want you to continue your presentation. I didn't know if Commissioner Boyer had anything specific to these maps or.
So, thank you. So this is water use, the heat map is water use, active wells, or are there any phantom wells in there?
okay, so this heat map is water wells, so it excludes monitoring wells for water quality and also boreholes for geotechnical foundation evaluation, that type of thing. So these are wells whose primary purpose is to produce water for some sort of consumptive use.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyer, this is just the number of wells.
Yes.
It does not reflect water use. Just the number of wells.
Okay. So then your next slide that you had, so those domestic wells, would I be correct in saying some of those could be used for agriculture also? Up to the 10,000 gallons a day?
No. Chair Holobuck, Commissioner Boyer. You can use a domestic well to irrigate up to a half an acre of non-commercial agriculture. So it has to be agriculture that you are personally going to consume or share with your friends. As soon as you start selling that product commercially, the exemption no longer applies.
Thanks for
monitoring that stuff.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to our questions. You can continue.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
I didn't know we were so into this topic. We're finding out.
Appreciate it. And that's a great, both of your questions play into one of the big points of this plot that I've put there in the text on the middle right is just to acknowledge that only about 10% of all water wells are permitted through our water rights system. They account for about 95% of use. So the permitted uses account for the vast majority. Those 90% roughly of wells and 5% ish of use that's on the left-hand bar, as well as the livestock and a couple others that get toward the right. Those are what we term exempt uses, and that's shorthand for a statutory exemption to the water right permitting process. So they still exist and have rights and standing in the state's prior appropriation system is what we call it. That's commonly shorthanded as a first in time, first in right system that many Western states use. So they have standing, but they do not have a paper water right in the Water Resource Department's system. Oh.
And are not affected by this rulemaking.
And are not affected by this rulemaking. Very good point. Yeah. And will, yeah. So I should also say all the existing irrigation rights, municipal rights, all the permitted rights that exist are also not affected by this rulemaking. This is a forward-looking rulemaking affecting how we allocate new future additional rights to that groundwater resource. The exempt uses being exempt from permitting are also not affected as Annette was pointed out by the rules. Okay. So why do we need rulemaking? we're again where we've developed densely compared to the amount of precipitation recharge and the throughput of aquifer systems are starting to see the impacts of over allocation. So we've issued rights to the groundwater resource that exceed its natural capacity to replenish, and we're starting to see impacts such as the drying up of wells, or even if wells don't go dry, lowering the water table means it takes more energy to pump water up to the surface, so it costs more to pump. We're seeing reduced stream flows, again, hearkening back to that water cycle diagram where groundwater is feeding streams, especially in the drier months of the year. That use of groundwater development can reduce stream flow. That has led to curtailment of rights that folks have invested in, which isn't a great societal outcome, and can lead to deterioration of water quality since the groundwater inputs to streams, especially in the summer, are typically cooler and can be cleaner than the stream already there. So it can affect water quality and TMDLs and that type of thing. So evidence of that we've seen, and these next 4 slides are places where we have data to show it's not all of the instances, just the instances we have documented. So we've seen around the state, and again, it can be clustered in places, but it's a statewide issue of seeing water level declines. And where those water level declines are more than 50 feet from highest known, that's defined in our rules as excessively declined. We've seen that around the state. Looking a little bit differently, these points are all locations where we've received a complaint of a dry well. Those are generally dry domestic wells. The maps don't quite match up because these domestic wells are typically relatively shallow. They can go dry for different purposes. I want to hasten to add that not all dry wells are because of overallocation, but we certainly have direct links in many places around the state, and it exacerbates the ability of wells to go dry when it's compounded by drought and other aspects. Again,
clarifying question for Commissioner Boyer on the map.
So I don't know where I want to start with this one. I'm wondering if overallocation is not the correct term, just for the sake that we don't have long, slow recharge anymore. We have really rapid rain events. So I just don't think that, it's getting down to the aquifer like it used to. And then I also can't help but think that some of these field drainage tiling is part of our aquifer not getting recharged. And I don't know if you guys have looked into that at all.
Yes, and not necessarily with respect to this rulemaking in this, but we are aware of it and are thinking about it. I guess if you wanted to think of a different term than overallocation, I might propose just overbalanced on the side of, the rights that we issue are persistent through time. As long as they're used, they exist, and we have water rights with priority dates in the 1800s, and you'll see that a few slides down the way. As long as those rights are continuously used, they're valid. And again, this rulemaking looks at how we're potentially evaluating whether or not to add more rights on top of that stack that we already have. Okay, so a couple more signs again with respect to the down gradient end of the groundwater system where it discharges to surface water. This map shows our surface water availability in the month of August. Anything in tan there means that from a surface water perspective, we have fully or over allocated those surface water bodies. So there's more rights to those streams than there's generally water to support that. And again, where we have groundwater dependent streams, that groundwater that's flowing through the system and coming out to support stream flow has essentially already been promised to surface water right holders. And lastly, this map is pretty coarse, and it's meant to give an idea of at least one stream in each of those administrative basins is regulated back in the orange colors to, before the 1900s. So we're regulating streams back so that people that hold water rights that they got in 1901, 02, 03, they're shut off by our water masters because there's not enough water in those streams to meet the folks that have water rights from the 1890s, 1880s, so on. In the Northwest, we're looking a little bit better, but we're still regulating back to the 1950s or 60s, which is still quite a while ago. Okay, so with those signs, we'll talk about the groundwater allocation rulemaking in general. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Lazo.
I just want to clarify. So the rulemaking is only about groundwater, right? So
correct.
Do you all, maybe I missed this in the introduction, do you all regulate surface water rights also then, or is that a whole separate thing?
So we try to manage groundwater and surface water conjunctively.
Yeah.
That's not how things started out in 1909 when the surface water code was promulgated. But we recognized the hydraulic connection, and again, 1955 is when our groundwater code came into being. So these rules are specific to groundwater allocation. They're separate in statute. We have separate processes, but we recognize the physical connection and endeavor to take that into account. And you'll see that a little bit further on in the slides. Oh.
Chair Holova, Commissioner Lazo, yes, I mean, we do regulate surface water. We have water masters all around the state who are looking at flow data and evaluating and responding to water right holders who say, I have a priority date of such and such, and I am not currently getting my full water right. The water master then goes to other water right holders who have a later priority date and shuts them off. And so that happens all around the state, almost on a daily basis, especially during the summertime.
That can go upstream to groundwater users then also?
We currently do not regulate off groundwater users, which is one of the issues that one of the reasons why we're embarking on this rulemaking effort. The department's authorities to curtail groundwater users primarily rely on the designation of a critical groundwater area. We're currently in the process of doing that in the Harney Basin. And it relates back to Justin's point about curtailing off, people who have made investments thinking they're going to get that water. It's a painful process. And so the first time that the state will be curtailing groundwater right holders since the 1990s is the effort that's currently going on in the Harney Basin.
That same thing is true for surface water rights, though, right? That folks have made investments with.
Yes, it is.
They have those same rights. And
it is, Commissioner Lazo. And so when somebody comes to us for a surface water right, we also evaluate, is water available to meet that surface water right application.
And then I know, Justin, you're looking at the time, which since we're asking questions in between, you definitely have more time to give your presentation. Yeah. It's more, I think it for this topic, it makes sense to ask it as it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the objective of this rulemaking, this is probably the most used slide I've put up in the last 2 years. The goal has been to update our groundwater allocation rules to be more sustainable and, again, protective of those existing water right holders that hold senior water rights in our prior appropriation system. And that includes both the out-of-stream users, such as irrigators, municipalities, as well as in-stream water rights. So we've had in-stream water rights since the 80s, I believe. And so we want to take those rights into account as well. So in our rulemaking effort, we started out by assessing where our statutory authority was. The statutes for allocating new groundwater rights are set forth in the statute cited there. We have what we colloquially call a 4-part test, and this rulemaking affected only one of those 4 parts, which is water available for further appropriation? Those other considerations remain intact and unchanged as they are today. And this is kind of a side-by-side comparison of what we're changing. So in the current rule set, the rules say that the requested groundwater source is available if it's not over-allocated. And over-allocated then is defined further down the line. And so essentially what we're saying is, as the rules stand now, we could feasibly and should allocate up to the full annual recharge volume. So again, hearkening back to the water cycle, everything that comes in at the top of the system, everything that's recharged under our current rules, we could allocate to groundwater users. And that would, ultimately mean, if we got to that point, zero discharge to surface water, and that would significantly impact surface water flows across the state. I think that point, if I can interpolate or extrapolate, was recognized back in the 80s, 90s. We came away with another division to our rules that affected how we treat groundwater and surface water interaction. And at that time, the department and commission put in place rules that avoid short-term and acute impacts of groundwater pumping on surface water, but they allowed longer-term cumulatively building impacts over time. And that's really where these rules take a different tact. So the proposed rules say a requested source is available only if, first of all, the groundwater level trends in the aquifer are reasonably stable. That's a statutory policy that has the term reasonably stable water levels hasn't been defined since 1955, so it hasn't been very operable. So this rulemaking defines that statutory policy. And then for the bottom end, the discharge part of the system, water is available only if hydraulically connected surface water is available for further appropriation. So if that surface water is fully allocated and it's depending on groundwater as a tributary source, we don't want to keep issuing groundwater rights that are ultimately going to lead to less water in the stream.
Commissioner Porter.
Amaze me. You look forward and you just see what's going on. Does the department feel that you have enough data to know, I guess, most of the basins, what's hydraulically connected to surface waters and what may not be?
So yes, I'll say yes.
Yes.
We have some information everywhere. We have more information in some parts than others, but we have information statewide that allows us to assess hydraulic connection. And I'll have an example later on in the slides that'll hopefully give an example of that.
So if I imagine if an aquifer is not hydraulically connected to a surface water, then this won't apply. Is that correct?
If an aquifer is not hydraulically connected, the reasonably stable water levels will still, the rule set as a whole will apply. That particular point will not apply. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to go through this real quick and not dwell on it. We had a really extensive process. And really, we started this discussion with our commission back in December of 2021. A lot of input, public meetings before we ever put pen to paper or finger to keyboard, and then a lot of input. And we really appreciate our RAC members who sat with us through 8 meetings from April to February. It was a 30-person RAC. We had pretty extensive input from a lot of different viewpoints about water and how we should use it. And they really helped us refine the rule language to come out with a good product in the end. Okay, so given the time, this presentation focuses on these 2 key issues that are changing significantly. I'm going to go pretty fast because this gets into the details, and then I'll get to the implications, which I think is more key for folks here. So the first issue is defining reasonably stable groundwater. I'm not going to describe the plots here, but I'll say that we had a science-based framework for making that definition for the first time. Pretty extensive communication with the more technical folks on our RAC to come out with values that describe existing wells in Oregon that we have long-term water level records for that account for our climate cycle variations and the natural movement of groundwater levels up and down, to try to come up with the best test possible that could predict the future of water level trends when it's ambiguous. And so these are the bullets of what the rules are. Again, we've got quantitative thresholds. We define what data must be available, and we say that there has to be some minimum amount of data. It doesn't have to be from the exact property for which the water right is proposing or the proposed water right is pulling from, but we have to have some data around that area that's in the same aquifer to assess this condition. And then I'm going to skip over the examples of what that might have looked like and skip here to key issue number 2. So this gets back to Commissioner Boyer's question. So I typically talk about the groundwater surface water with an anecdote. So this is a picture of Eagle Creek. It's up in the kind of lowlands of the Mount Hood National Forest. This is a place that I go to several times a summer. And this picture is from late August, early September. I can always count on water in that stream, even though it hasn't rained appreciably in the valley for 2 or 3 months. This is low elevation watershed. There's no snowpack. It's in the wilderness. There's no dams. And yet that river is always flowing. And it's flowing because precipitation over that watershed has infiltrated over time. Some of it's made it past the root zone of the forest. It collects and it flows relatively slowly to the lowest point in the watershed, and then it comes out. So what you see in this picture is essentially all groundwater. And that groundwater that comes up to surface water is depended upon by many people down the stream. So it's depended upon by a fish hatchery, by out-of-stream irrigators. There's an in-stream water right on this stream. And this stream is fully appropriated, so we don't issue any more surface water rights out of it in the summer months. So between, if I recall, July and November. And I should say it's over appropriated because the water master has indicated that she regulates off irrigators with 1970s priority dates about 3 out of every 4 years. So there's not enough surface water here to meet all the existing uses. Again, that surface water, at least in these late summer months, is almost all groundwater discharge. And yet our current rules have us allocating additional groundwater uses in this watershed that essentially are going to continue to nick away at this available water going into the future. Under the new rules, we would say, instead of, well, what's some de minimis threshold that we apply, we'll say, is there water available in that hydraulically connected stream? And there are places, some of the main stem Willamettes, some other streams, there are some places where water's still available for appropriation, but statewide, that's not very available. And I can harken back to that map that I showed earlier on, all the tan areas there. And so those hydraulically connected streams exist across the state. This is the Sprague River and the Upper Klamath. Want to acknowledge that there is some snowmelt contribution to this stream, but we also have information that shows that there's direct groundwater recharge to this stream. And when we pump wells, springs will dry up, and that's a surface water manifestation that's feeding into these streams. So again, summary of the rule that I'll skip through now, and we'll get to the implications, which is if these rules are promulgated, then we're going to issue fewer groundwater rights in the future than we do today. And that means that we're going to have to meet our future needs and desires through different ways than simply applying for another new right to use that same common pool resource. And so we've got a number of existing options that already have programs and policies built around them. So conservation and reuse, subsurface storage, repurposing existing rights through a transfer process, as well as interties with other entities that may have water availability. So those are all existing options. There's also potential new or future options. So looking to other Western states that have gone through a a similar process, or at least processes with similar outcomes. We've seen mitigation programs come up. We have a mitigation program for impacts of groundwater pumping on surface water here in Deschutes County. Folks through our place-based planning initiatives have talked about market-based approaches and how those might be implemented. Other Western states are looking at similar, and there could be a number of other outcomes that I think we've seen examples of in other states in response to necessity. And that being said, we think that the new rules really have substantial tangible benefits to existing users going forward. So first of those is increased certainty. So again, if you're a user on Eagle Creek, the example that I just showed, and you're already not getting your water 3 out of 4 years, you're not going to see us issuing rights to junior groundwater users that are going to make it harder and harder for you in the future to get that water to which you're entitled to under our prior appropriation system. We think it's going to result in fewer dry wells into the future, lower pumping costs, preserved water quality, and most importantly, I think it's consistent with our prior appropriation doctrine, and I think more faithful to it than the rules that we're operating under today, and that ultimately is going to reduce future conflicts among users. So with that, what's next, as Annette mentioned at the beginning, we've recently closed our public comment period. We're compiling and reviewing and drafting responses to those public comments and inputs. And we plan to present a final rule set to our commission and ask them for adoption in September. So
Nice. Thank you, Justin. I was going to say, Denise, we're going to open it up for commissioners to ask more questions and comments. And I just wanted to make sure we have 2 people giving public comment, no more. Okay. So I think we can have 10 minutes of Commissioner Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for being here. I'm not sure if there's a more important topic on our agenda than water and land use going forward. And I really appreciate this conversation. We do a lot of work with the Oregon Department of Transportation, with the Department of Agriculture, and I think we're hopefully beginning a strong relationship with the Oregon Water Resources Department going forward. So the big question, of course, and you've had it, you're going to hear it probably with other questions as well, and that is, how do the proposed rules impact housing production? We're doing all that we can on this commission and in the agency and the department to meet the governor's housing goals, and they're incredibly important. And in this region, the cities of Bend and Redmond in particular have a lot of housing production to support, to facilitate, to encourage, to incentivize everything. And I've heard both cities, and I'm just reading this from the memorandum, express strong support for doing all they can to adapt, invest in water conservation measures and innovation. So I'm curious, please, I'm interested in your response to how do we support housing production in our cities, and what is the relationship with the rules?
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac. So I think this goes back to the slide that Justin had up in terms of meeting future needs. So where water is not available for additional municipal needs, we are going to have to innovate. That's really, I think, the message that's the outcome that we see. So we're going to have to start looking at other ways to stretch our water, other ways to share our water that we're not currently doing. So I think that's really the answer.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a number of questions. I wanted to go back and clarify something, but I didn't want to keep interrupting. So there's are groundwater users and surface water users generally the same? Can they be so municipalities, for instance, for the most part, because that's my concern is also going to be around housing. So are most municipalities groundwater users or surface water users, or reservoirs surface water? And so how do those 2 users compare?
Chair Holova, Commissioner Lazo, it really depends on the municipality. I would say my understanding is that many municipalities have both ground and surface water rights. Some, for example, the city of Redmond relies exclusively on groundwater for municipal needs, but that I think is, there are probably some other municipalities like that, but I would imagine there's a mix.
And so those folks then, similar to any other user, would have rights that are dated at a certain point. And then they've also, and I saw in the memo, the new rules would not apply to existing applications, nor would it apply to, it sounds like existing capacity plans, for better of a word for municipality. Am I capturing that correctly? So if I'm Redmond and I've got planned growth of X amount over 20 years, I've anticipated X amount of water rights, then that's what I have now.
Chair Hollova, Commissioner Lazo, municipalities do have longer to grow into their water rights. And so to the extent that a water right has been secured and a community is still growing into that water right, this rulemaking will not affect those.
It would potentially affect their next request though, right? So if I'm Redmond, I run out, I want more water, then I've got to, then there may not be water for me to request anymore under the new rules.
Chair Hollova, Commissioner Lazo, yes, that's correct.
And I think the comment I would make is if we hearken back potentially to your slide about the for lack of a better word, disproportionate use between agricultural and domestic wells. Do municipal wells fall under domestic wells?
Chair Hollova, Commissioner Lazo, no, they do not. There was a separate bar for municipal wells.
Oh, there's a separate bar.
Yeah, there was a separate bar in that chart.
But it's still not the 83% bar that is irrigation.
Correct.
So another way we could look at it would be to trade off that 83%.
Correct.
Right? And I guess there are other systems where we do that. We think about transportation systems where you don't have an existing right to capacity. As the future comes, we accommodate in different ways. And I'm not sure that's what you meant by innovation, but I don't think so.
Chair Hollova, Commissioner Lazo, I'm not sure transportation is necessarily an apt analogy because water is a finite resource. We can't just build more water, right? So there are potential opportunities within that options for meeting future needs that Justin identified, including potentially transfers from other use types. We did evaluate as part of this effort whether the department has the authority to favor a particular use type. And we do not have the statutory authority to favor a particular use type in a statewide rulemaking. So that's one of the things that we did explore.
Great, thanks.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Porter?
Thank you. This was a great presentation. Thank you all so much for doing this. And you know, a lot of Western states are starting to look more at the connection, the relation between groundwater and surface water. So, you know, good on you guys for pulling this together. My thought almost immediately goes to irrigation as opposed to municipal. I think of Eastern Oregon, I guess. If you have someone that wants to drill a new well and say that the nearby surface water has been completely allocated, and I'm sorry, I'm coming up with a scenario off the top of my head and I didn't rehearse it very well. And then the aquifer that they're wanting to pump from, you know, say maybe it is stable, but the surface water nearby is maybe allocated or over allocated. How would one be able to challenge the hydraulic connectivity, I guess, in that case? I mean, you know, doing work on aquifers before, boy, some of those shelves in there, I mean, they can be pretty hard to assess. And so I'm wondering what options maybe a potential applicant might have for you know, trying to show that maybe it's not hydraulically connected.
Well, okay, Chair Hollova and Commissioner Porter. So we are always open to and take into account information that's provided by the applicant or their agents. And today, the same hydraulic connection criteria are in place, and we do occasionally receive information of folks providing information to argue that that their aquifer is not hydraulically connected. We make our determinations based on best available science, and there's a preponderance of the evidence standard, which means there can be evidence for or against, and we whichever tips the scale past 51%. So if you want to know like exactly what goes into evaluations, I can go into that, but there's a process that operates currently, and it will operate the same under the new rules for working with information that's provided. And we're open to back and forth with applicants for sure.
So there is the opportunity then for them to show that, maybe this isn't necessarily hydraulically connected, and then the department reviews all the evidence there and uses their discretion to make that decision.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to say I don't care about irrigation. I just was not talking about it at that particular moment, because I'm looking at the people and how they live. And that includes the water for personal use, whether it's in a municipality or not. But that water, I'm thinking of Portland and Bull Run, for example, comes from surrounding rural areas. So how do people in the rural areas make a living and be able to use water for their personal use, for irrigation use, and the complex relationship of the production of water or the use of water, because we can't make it, but we can access it, the access of the water. How do we guarantee it? When I looked at your report, you talked about it will require adaptation, investment, and innovation. And we don't have time today, but I'd be interested in hearing a lot more about what you have to say about that in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you want to just say a couple examples? Because I think for in your world, you're like, we know what that means. For us, we're like, what does that mean?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Halova and Commissioner Thompson. So I'll take the first part of your statement first. So in Oregon, we have the prior appropriation system. So you brought up the Bull Run watershed. City of Portland's water rights on the Bull Run are very senior. That being said, there has been development around the Bull Run watershed, and commercial development I'm aware of is nursery based, and so they've applied for water rights for irrigation and have those rights. And with respect to just general human consumption and uses, again, further rural development still has groundwater uses that are exempt from the permitting. So even in the future, under these rules, a rural property will be able to develop an exempt use well. There's some limits on the use, but that covers their household use as well as Annette mentioned earlier, the half-acre non-commercial lawn and garden. So that's kind of the hierarchy, if you will, in the prior appropriation system, plus the exempt uses. In the report, I think that statement, if I, in my mind, place it in context of what we were thinking, is probably related to larger planned water uses for municipalities and perhaps even for larger irrigation districts. So the investment is typically in transportation isn't quite the right word, routing networks, right? Taking water from where it's available to a place where the need is. And so investments in those routing infrastructures is likely where we were headed there.
And Chair Halova, Commissioner Thompson, I think one of the things that we've heard through this process that I really want to share with all of you is the need for all of us to recognize that water is a finite resource, and we're all in this together. And so that means we all need to be making choices that are mindful of that, including conserving water, whether it's all of us at home and elsewhere.
Nice. Thank you, Annette and Justin, for your presentation. We're going to hear from public comment. There are 3 people signed up. First, we're going to hear from County Commissioner Phil Chang. next from Peggy Lynch, so both of you could come up, and then virtually from Tamara Mabbott. 2 minutes each. Sorry, I forgot to say that. Yeah. So Commissioner Chang. And that's Deschutes County.
Typically, I'm sitting up. It's fun to be over here. Welcome to Deschutes County, by the way, to our Land Conservation and Development Commissioners. I am Deschutes County Commissioner Phil Chang, also historically a water resources professional. Today, this agenda item is focused specifically on this groundwater allocation rulemaking. I would like to ask you to think more broadly about the integration and coordination of land and water use in the state. This groundwater allocation rulemaking is an effort to address declining groundwater levels, and which we are experiencing here in Deschutes County. But it is only one piece of a very complex system addressing new permits. Doesn't do anything about existing water users that are causing the declines that we're experiencing. Doesn't do anything about new exempt wells, those domestic wells that you were just talking about, because they're not covered by this rule. To affect groundwater declines in the Deschutes Basin, we will need to address both existing uses and new exempt wells, in addition to thinking about new permits. Most groundwater use in the Deschutes Basin is for residential, domestic, municipal purposes. This is a unique basin. Many other basins, agriculture is the primary use. So I would just ask you to think beyond this rulemaking on how you can help us increase the efficiency of both existing households and new households. We have 17,000 exempt wells already in the Deschutes Basin, and cities have municipal conservation programs. Exempt well households have nothing. There's no system to encourage conservation. So that's with the time I have left, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony. Peggy Lynch from the League of Women Voters of Oregon.
Thank you, Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. I thought I was going to have 3 minutes, so I will do my best. We appreciate the presentation on the groundwater you received today. Our testimony to the Water Resources Department was posted on your website. Today, we want to encourage your support for this effort. Again, the 19 land use goals continue to be relevant. In spite of their 1970s beginnings, Goal 5 requires an inventory of groundwater resources, and Goal 6 requires that local governments maintain and improve water resources. As is true with other goals, these responsibilities are shared with other state agencies. It will be important for the Water Resources Department to provide data to help local governments make decisions on how to provide safe, clean drinking water to residents, to agricultural interests, and to other economic uses. The League was engaged both in 2012 and 2017 in the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, as was DLCD. We note that recommended actions 6A, improve integration of water information into land use planning and vice versa, and 6B, improve state agency coordination. We hope that you will consider these actions as you work with WRD and others to address the land use and the link with water availability. Climate change is real. Knowing whether groundwater is being recharged in an acceptable amount to allow it to be accessed for these uses is important. And the decision to allow future groundwater permits must be determined by the criteria set forth in the draft rules. We cannot ignore that land use decisions need to recognize the changes in the availability of groundwater, and you just heard it. We encourage the Commission to assist linking land use and water decisions more clearly. Local governments have asked for assistance for the data to be able to make their land use decisions related to water. Help them. One issue that comes up in areas with limited groundwater is how to address what is now called exempt wells. It is time to have more multi-agency conversations. In this basin alone, we understand that there are 17, I was told 20,000 such wells. And we just got passed a water fund to be able to help with those. We can't afford to continue to do that. Here in the Deschutes Basin, you will hear from local governments about their need for water to address population growth. The league, the Deschutes County League has been involved in the basin's ongoing efforts. to
Thank
share
you,
the
Peggy.
water, I'm almost done,
Okay.
of the basin. That work is ongoing and local governments will need to use a variety of strategies as listed on page 2 and top of page 3 in your staff report to address their water needs alongside those of other users, to including those of aquatic creatures. We encourage your continued collaboration with the water agency, and we hope you can work. I am going to hand out one copy of the 2017 place map for the integrated water resources strategy that talks about that. And I'm going to hand out the copy of the water well abandonment fund that we just got passed in 2021 that will help with some of those users, but it still won't do the. And just so that you know, the league has a whole study on all the water issues. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Peggy. I once heard a speech that said, like, if people talk at a higher speed, you can actually comprehend more. So we actually heard everything. It's amazing.
I just would like to point out that I have 3 of my local League of Deschutes County members here today, listening to you, and some of them I think may speak later. But thank you for listening.
Thank you. Virtually, we have Tamara Mabbitt from Morrow County. I'm not sure who to look at.
I have some slides to share. Are you going to display those, or do you want me to do that?
I think you'll have to turn them in for the record. We're unable to share slides. Are we able?
Chair Halova,
I turned them in.
They are posted online. So
Okay.
commissioners have access to those. Commissioners and the public have access to that. They were in your supplemental packet 2 days ago. Thank you.
Okay, and so you don't see those right now, or I won't have the ability to.
That's correct. And if you could, just sort of speak to them. Thank you.
I'll just speak to them. Okay, now I have a minute and a half, and I was prepared for 3. So hello, thank you for having me.
Sorry, can we start the clock over again? Just want to make sure she gets her full time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, Chair Halova and Commission. My main message today, since I have to really cut it short, is to applaud you for having this discussion with OWRD. And like Commissioner from Deschutes County, this is, I'd encourage you to think about a bigger picture as well. I have this whole presentation that I've done for the past 10 years about the link between water and land use. And I focus on goal 5, which is water quantity, and goal 6, which is water quality. And maybe at a future date, I'll give that primer again. My second message is to encourage you, like has been mentioned, to think about the state agency coordination program. It is the cornerstone of coordination, interagency coordination in Oregon. We do not have SEPA. We have state agency coordination. This is a novel idea to have it presented to the commission, but on a systemic level, down to the local level, I think we can do a better job with state agency coordination. One of the maps I included in the packet represents both a groundwater quality and quantity map of the Lower Umatilla Basin, which includes Morrow and Umatilla County, just to illustrate that we live this every single day. So in summary, again, applauding this coordination. I actually served on the technical committee prior to the RAC that you just heard from. My final message is I'm hoping that OWRD makes it a priority at their next major rule making level to look at administrative rules that will streamline aquifer storage and recovering permitting. It is the way that we're making it work here in the Lower Umatilla Basin. And I know Commissioner Thompson was out last week and heard a little bit about that. Thank you for your time. If I didn't introduce myself because I was rushing, I'm Tamara Mabbitt, the Morrow County Planning Director. Thank you again.
Thank you for that. And I saw some of the commissioners pull up your presentation, so we have access to that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say I'm really excited when other departments come and present to us the work that they're doing, because we've seen definitely in the last couple of years that integration between us and other folks. And I know this is a super important priority to Director Bateman. So I'm really excited to hear that. Commissioner Lazo?
That's a question of Tamara.
Yes.
Thanks. Tamara, I know you've been involved in a lot of the housing work. I'm curious, two questions. Do you feel like where these rules are headed would have an impact on the housing production that we folks have been working hard on? And the second question is, you recommended, that we have greater involvement and coordination between land use and the issue around water rights. Would you have recommendations for the commission about how they might proceed?
Chair Holliva, Commissioner Lava, thank you for the question. There's no silver bullet when it comes to water. And on housing, I think, my opinion, as part of Oregon statewide planning program, we want to encourage density inside the urban growth areas. We see tremendous challenges trying to accommodate housing in rural areas, those rural residential areas, both in terms of water quality and water quantity. The way I understand a water law, and I'm a land use planner, not a water planner, priority is given to cities. So that is a nice complement to Oregon statewide planning goal. And on your second question did it have to do with recharge? I apologize.
No, just recommendations for how the commission or the agency might better coordinate on the water rights issues and allocation issues.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. I think we could actually start with finding funding for OWRD to update their state agency coordination plan. That's becoming an outdated plan. It was adopted and acknowledged by LCDC in 1990. Since that time, I think 3 agencies have updated their state agency coordination plan, and that's the really technical foundational place to increase that kind of efficiency generally between LCDC and OWRD, as well as with local governments. And more specific to groundwater policy, as a member of that technical advisory committee, I was really pleased that I had the opportunity to deliver this message about how groundwater rule or any rules changes affect land use. And they did make some changes in the current set of rules that they have. So one example, if the department, OWRD, declares a critical groundwater area, that de facto becomes a significant Goal 5 resource. So that's an example of why it's very, very important to not just send a notice to the local government, but if you're going to be designated a critical groundwater area, groundwater limited area, you really need to sit down with those local elected officials and your local water masters and your local planners. That's just one example. And I think we're all getting better at it.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you. We're going to move on next to our next agenda item. We're going to be holding a public hearing to update the employment tables for simplified urban growth boundary UGB amendments. Community Service Director Gordon Howard will introduce his staff as they come up. I just thought I'd make a comment that many of you might not know, but my dad used to drill for water for irrigation. So I grew up my whole life hearing about boreholes and wells. That was my childhood things that I heard. So there's a little interesting hearing it in a different way. So thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Holova. Next item is the employment tables rulemaking for Division 38, small or the urban growth boundary method involving economic development. And to give the brief presentation, Lee McElvain, from our economic development specialist.
I think you have to bring the mic a little close. It was kind of faint. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission. For the record, Lee McElvain, Economic Development Specialist with the department. I'm here to speak with you this morning about agenda item number 5, the employment tables rulemaking. The department has prepared a proposed amendment to OIR, Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660, Division 38, which provides the process for the simplified urban growth boundary method. This amendment would update the economic data contained in the rule, which references both the number of employees within current UGBs in the state, as well as the 10-year regional forecasts developed by the Oregon Employment Department. The department refers to both of these tables as the employment tables, just for simplicity. And because this is a minor and technical rulemaking, we did not convene a rulemaking advisory committee for this amendment. Slides up.
I need to bring them up from the laptop. Thank you.
Let's see if that appears on the screen.
Not yet. Yep, it's on the screen now.
Okay, great. Good news is we haven't skipped anything. So just to provide a very quick background on the simplified urban growth boundary method, this is an optional simplified process that cities may use to estimate employment and housing land need. Division 38 was adopted by the commission in 2015, but it is not regularly used by cities. The structure of this rule requires that the commission adopt amendments that update the employment data each year. And that's a reference to both the regional growth forecasts that cover the 10-year period going forward, as well as current employment within each of the urban growth boundaries in the state. The commission adopted the most recent amendments to this rule in July of 2023, and that updated the rule to the most recent data at that time, which was 2021. So the proposed amendment includes two tables. Table 3 displays local employment for the year 2022. The figures in this table reflect the total employment within urban growth boundaries broken down into commercial and industrial sectors. Table 4 displays the projected regional long-term employment growth rates for the period of 2022 through 2023. This is a 10-year forecast developed by OED for each of Oregon's 11 economic regions, which are designated by the federal government as Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act regions. And a city that was using the simplified urban growth boundary method would look up its local employment as well as its projected growth forecast, and then apply these numbers within the process provided by Division 38 to determine what their specific land need would be for both commercial and industrial uses in the future. And that actually concludes my extremely short presentation on this proposed rule amendment. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I have here a suggested motion.
Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions? Vice Chair Lilac?
Thank you. I have two questions. First, has any city yet used the simplified UGB method? That's my first question. And my second question is, I recall that the legislation that passed that allows cities to expand their urban growth boundaries, some cities that have complied with a number of criteria to expand their UGBs by 100 acres or so. Does the simplified method apply to that, or is that a separate process?
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, to answer your questions, first of all, no city has used the simplified urban growth boundary method. Our new housing urban growth boundary group is maybe looking at that issue and making it a more usable methodology that hopefully will attract cities to use it, because we spent a lot of time putting it together. And your second question, remind me again.
My second question is the legislation that passed the governor's housing.
Yeah. And regarding the new thing that was passed this year for the up to 100 acres, that's an entirely separate matter. That's not related to the simplified urban growth boundary method.
It's a different simplified UGB.
Yes, it's a different simplified or attempted simplified method.
Any other questions, or would someone like to make a motion? Commissioner Lazo would like to make a motion.
Chair, thank you, Chair.
Oh, yes, Deputy Director Green.
Chair Halova, pardon me, Commissioner Lazo. I just wanted to call and see if we had any public comment for this item.
Yes, I didn't receive any.
Thank you.
But public comment could have been, was accepted, but nobody responded. Thank you for calling that out. We have a motion by Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt amendments to OAR 660-038 and the amendment to tables 3 and 4 that is referenced in the rules as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report.
Do you have a second?
I will second.
Vice Chair Lilac seconds. Is it Casaria or? Casaria, can you do the roll call? Or
Commissioner
was there
Ward,
any discussion on the motion? I guess it's actually. Yeah, okay. Casaria, could you do the roll call?
thank you, Chair. Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Commissioner Boyer has a approved absence for, I think, 30 minutes to an hour. She'll be out, but she'll be back. Yeah.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Our next agenda item is at 11:45, and the question, maybe I'll look to you, Deputy Director, should we continue on or take a break?
I think the staff are here in the room for the next agenda item. If you'd like to proceed, thank you.
So next up, we'll hear a presentation from the DLCD's Mass Timber Code update. Gordon Howard is up at the podium. Could you please introduce your team?
Thank you, Chair Halova. For this item, first of all, I'll introduce Lee McElvain again, who is our Economic Development Specialist. And then also with us this morning is Kieran Turnbull, who is been working on this mass timber project. He's with a Resource Assistance for Rural Environments staff person, which is commonly known as RARE. And I'll turn it over to Lee at this point for the presentation, and then she'll be turning it over to Kieran as well.
I'm gonna go just 1 minute for the slideshow to come up.
Yep. And public comment will be accepted during this item. I have not yet received any. If any comes up, somebody can bring them to me.
I'll just say I'm glad to see a rare participant, as a former rare participant.
Yeah.
Just about 20 years ago. Also with a state agency at the time.
Thanks.
Economic and Community Development at the time, now Business Oregon. So a long time ago. So great to see you here.
That's why you lit up.
Chair,
Commissioner Thompson.
I wasn't a rare, but I'm the mother of a 2-time rare.
Exciting.
We love our rares.
Chair Halova.
You can just kick it right on. Yeah.
Yes, Deputy Director Green.
Things I might ask for meeting, I might just note that Josh Bruce, who is one of the administrators of the Resource Assistance for Rural Environments programs at the University of Oregon, is also with us today. Josh.
Oh.
Thank you for coming.
All right. I think we are now ready technologically and otherwise. Hello again, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission. For the record, I am still Lee McElvain, Economic Development Specialist with the department. I'm here with my colleague Kieran.
Hello, Chair Halopa, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commission. My name is Kieran Turnbull, and thanks for having me today.
So we're here to speak with you this morning about the department's progress under its federally funded work supporting the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition and providing assistance to communities throughout Oregon. And before we dive in, we just want to acknowledge Chair Halova's leadership in the mass timber industry as an early adopter of this product, and thank you for your work advancing the industry. During our half-hour briefing, I'll provide a background on the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition, its mission, and its progress. But most of the presentation will be Kieran representing the work of the department on our Code Up project, with some time for questions and discussions at the end. So DLCD is a founding member of the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition, or OMTC. This is a group of state agencies, including the Oregon Department of Forestry, Business Oregon, the state's flagship research universities, Oregon State University and University of Oregon. Their combined partnership through the Tallwood Design Institute, which is the state's mass timber research facility, as well as the Port of Portland. This coalition formed following the 2020 Labor Day wildfires out of a shared interest in providing some relief to Oregonians who had lost housing during those catastrophic wildfires. Our original intent was to try to figure out a process by which we might be able to use some salvage timber from those impacted forests to be able to provide some sort of subsidized construction for replacement housing for residents who were affected and displaced by those fires. We were not successful in that early effort, but we did continue to convene and meet and talk through ideas. And we worked together under what sort of evolved into an inspiring vision to connect the state's growing mass timber industry with the challenge that we're facing in the realm of housing production shortage. And I'm just proud to say that DLCD has, took a leading role in this effort and has been at the table ever since, for going on 4 years now. So that vision for connecting housing and mass timber proved to be inspiring not only to our group within our coalition, but to partners around the state, as well as to the U.S. Economic Development Administration. It funded the OMTC under its signature Build Back Better Regional Challenge program, which was the major economic development investment through the American Rescue Plan Act, which was also known as Biden's stimulus package. The department was entrusted with over $40 million out of an overall $1 billion federal investment in innovative economic clusters that were focused on rebuilding and solving challenges in an equitable fashion around the nation. The OMTC's goals are to address the housing affordability crisis through investments in modular, prefabricated mass timber housing, to create quality jobs in both urban and rural settings in the construction, manufacturing, and timber industries, and to invest in job training in underserved communities, and support forest restoration through selective logging practices that increase the wood fiber supply for mass timber products that are manufactured in Oregon. To support these objectives, members of the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition proposed a suite of supply chain and research projects to the Economic Development Administration. These projects are managed separately by OMTC organizations, but they include prototyping efforts for mass timber modular housing, research facilities that test both the acoustic and fire resistance properties of mass timber materials that are manufactured in the state. A large portion of the funding is dedicated to site improvements at the Port of Portland's Terminal 2, which is an underutilized industrial site in the heart of Portland's Northwest Industrial District. That'll be developed into a mass timber innovation campus. The port is also managing workforce development investments through partnerships with Work Systems, Inc. and Portland Community College, although the intention with those workforce development investments is to create resources through those partnerships and deploy them throughout the state. And then there are forestry projects managed by the Oregon Department of including working with the Willamette National Forest through a piloted state-federal partnership that will allow us to increase the timber harvest through restoration forestry practices, and the development of a program known as Track and Trace, which provides more transparency around the sourcing of timber that is harvested in Oregon. DLCD's project represents a rather small budget portion of the overall investment in the mass timber industry, but the work that we are doing at the department is critical to this effort. So we're providing technical assistance to communities to prepare them to be the recipients of new innovative housing projects. And my colleague Karen is here to tell you a little bit more about our work under that CODA project.
Thank you, Lee. So before I talk a little bit about the scope of the CODA project, I'd first like to define what mass timber is, and then also what prefabricated housing is, and then the connections between the two. So mass timber is an engineered wood product that often involves combining multiple pieces of wood using an adhesive, which increases the strength of the product to be similar to a concrete or steel. And it can be used in large scale industrial, commercial, or residential buildings that can be multi-stories. So on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see I wanted to highlight two types of mass timber. One is cross-laminated timber, which is probably the most common in Oregon right now, and you see that used in a lot of large-scale buildings. But the other type of mass timber that I wanted to highlight was mass plywood, which is what the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition is going to utilize for prefabricated housing. And that involves using thin layers of veneer, which is a thin slice of a log, and then compressing those using adhesive. And one of the key benefits of mass timber is it sequesters carbon, which is unlike other materials that are of similar strength, which usually are quite carbon intensive. So prefabricated housing is a form of construction where the walls and the roof are created in a manufacturing facility offsite, and then they're shipped to the foundation as a flat pack and then assembled on site. So you can see on the top left side of your slide, there's some trades workers assembling a prefabricated house. So there's a few key benefits of prefabricated housing. One, it's time and cost efficient because you can construct the walls and the roof offsite while also prepping the foundation. And it's also relatively quick to assemble a prefabricated house. Prefabricated houses also offer design flexibility, making it easy to add an additional story or an additional bedroom. But I think that one of the biggest benefits of prefabricated housing, especially with mass timber, is it's ideal for mass timber and especially mass timber plywood panels, because those panels are constructed in large 10 by 30 feet sheets, which easily translate over to being used as the walls or roof of a prefabricated house. So the scope of the CODA project is, like Lee said, to address barriers to prefabricated housing in local development or zoning codes. So to begin, we first created a model code to standardize the recommendations that we will be providing to local jurisdictions. And that code can be found in your packets, I believe. But we addressed issues, and then we also recognized that prefabricated housing has a lot of potential in low population communities, especially because they can't necessarily garner the construction workforce to develop housing in rural parts of Oregon. So we wanted to prioritize helping communities that were low population in updating their codes. But also those low population communities often lack the planning support and staff capacity to do these code updates. So we want to provide direct technical assistance to those smaller low population communities. And as you can see on the right-hand side of your slide, those are the 10 jurisdictions that we've selected, 9 cities and 1 county. And we have been this year helping them with direct technical assistance, from proposing code updates all the way to helping them with adoption hearings and city council planning commission meetings. And then the last part of our scope is because prefabricated and mass timber housing is a relatively new housing type. We wanted to engage community members on what this is and see where there's opportunities within these local communities to engage with the larger grant and see how this housing could be implemented. So the model code that we've been using for our direct technical assistance has two main components. One is alignment with recent state legislation, House Bill 4064, and the other is some additional recommended opportunities that we've been proposing in relation to prefabricated housing. And I'll talk about these in the next slides. So House Bill 4064 is a bill that addresses prefabricated and manufactured housing. And manufactured housing is similar to prefabricated housing, except it's shipped to the foundation as a whole volumetric unit, while prefabricated housing is shipped as a flat pack of the walls and the roofs. So House Bill 4064 has three main components. One is that jurisdictions within an urban growth boundary must allow single prefabricated and manufactured homes on all lots where other single unit dwellings would be allowed. The second aspect is jurisdictions cannot apply more restrictive design or development standards to prefabricated or manufactured homes that don't also apply to other single unit dwellings. So it puts all construction types on the same playing field. And then also this bill requires jurisdictions to allow prefabricated dwellings in manufactured dwelling parks, because prefabricated dwellings can be easily deconstructed and moved around similar to a manufactured home. So we've been addressing these issues in local codes and updating them to be in compliance with this House bill. And then the second component of the model code is related to accessory dwelling units and cottage clusters. So the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition, like Lee said, has been prototyping a mass timber prefabricated house, and it's 760 square feet, and it's designed to be used as an ADU or a cottage cluster. So we decided to recommend permitting ADUs and cottage clusters in all residential zones for the jurisdictions we've been helping. And then also, if those jurisdictions already allowed those development types, we help them remove any restrictive design or development standards that might be in place. And many of the jurisdictions that we've been working with are below the population threshold where the state requires them to allow ADU and college clusters on all residential zones. The standard for ADUs is 2,500 and college clusters is 25,000. But we've been seeing real enthusiasm adopting ADUs and college clusters into zoning codes of cities that are even in the hundreds, just because these development types fit in with the low population kind of communities. And the last part of our scope was community engagement. And like I said earlier, mass timber and prefabricated housing is a relatively new type of development for many people, even though prefabricated housing has been around for decades. But we've been engaging with housing and service providers, including community development corporations and housing authorities, to see how this could be integrated into their kind of core services. And then also talking to economic development specialists and economic development districts to see where business opportunities could lie with this initiative. And then we've also been hosting focus groups in each of the communities and kind of getting community opinions on this type of housing and seeing where this could help meet the needs of local community members. So in looking into the timeline and future direction of this project, we will finalize the community engagement report in early August of this year. And then we hope to have all the recommended code updates adopted by the 10 participating jurisdictions in January of 2025. And we also hope to have 30 local governments adopt our model code in some capacity by 2030. And my fellowship is ending in July, but my main role in this project has been presenting to city councils and planning commissions on the proposed updates, helping with adding capacity to these local governments in reviewing the code updates, and then also just acting as a general project manager. So thank you for listening to our presentation, and open the floor for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you. I'm delighted to join a body that's chaired by someone with a passion for this because they were going to give me a T-shirt. I talked about it always. I looked for opportunities to include it in various administrative capacities. So COLPAC, our Regional Economic Development Agency, it became one of our SEDs. So that's a useful, I would say, placeholder if you're looking for administrative leverage. I don't know if you've already done that, but it was useful. The governor used to have a wood products working group at one point. That was another useful venue for integrating and promoting and carrying on. It involved the private sector in a way that moved things forward. It's a win-win-win for using forest products well and supporting housing and supporting local communities. Thank you so much for the work, and Chair Holova for your leadership.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. Coming out of the wood products industry for 30 years, I very much appreciate this. This sounds like is going to feel like a very obvious question, but the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition, is the goal to utilize mass timber produced in the state of Oregon?
Chair Holova, Commissioner Porter, yes, the goal is certainly to increase the supply of wood fiber in the state of Oregon that can be used for mass timber products. Equally important to this is forest restoration practices that allow us to harvest more small diameter timber that increases wildfire risk in Oregon's forests. So there's an environmental benefit and an industry benefit simultaneously.
So no talk about maybe utilizing non-domestic supplies then in this program at this point?
Thank you for the question. There is some need at this stage to use mass timber products that are sourced from British Columbia as we work to scale up the wood fiber supply in Oregon. This is a difficult industry that has seen some mass timber product manufacturers come and go, but we think that if we keep our shoulder to the wheel, we'll be able to scale up production in Oregon eventually.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, there's so much I could say. I don't know. Hold my God. Commissioner Lasso.
I thought we'd save all that for last since I know that. It's
Yeah.
outstanding. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have one question. I have actually a curiosity about mass timber, and the other is a question related to actual land use stuff. The first one is, what's the difference between mass timber plywood and regular plywood or oriented strand boards? I mean, isn't regular plywood just like, or what's the difference for mass timber plywood?
Lee, do you want to? Chair Alova and Commissioner Lazo. Mass timber is it's layers of veneer, so it's not necessarily I believe plywood is the shreddings of a timber, and then those are glued together. But mass timber is layers of veneer that are glued together and then tested for a certain strength. So they're much stronger, and they can be used as like a structural component in building material.
Just thicker.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. My last question is, do you have a sense, have you sort of scoped the level of barriers that you might see in code that would prevent folks from using either, either the CLT or the mass timber products or the prefab? Do you have a sense for, are there real code issues out there that we're seeing, or can people implement these today? Or are there barriers in code that need to be handled over the next, as you said, 5 to 17 years, really? So are there major code updates that need to happen to be able to use these products?
Yeah, so Chair Alova and Commissioner Lazo, we see the barriers that we've addressed in the model code as the ones that are pertaining to land use in prefabricated housing. Those are the ones that we believe are there. But in terms of prefabricated housing and other code related issues, mass timber and mass plywood isn't really addressed in any building code. So the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition and especially the Tallwood Design Institute and some architects are addressing building code related issues and getting local permitting officials up to speed.
I may add to that answer. I think some of the issue that we're running into is a matter of education in smaller communities. There certainly are barriers to developing prefabricated housing in some cities throughout Oregon, despite state law stating that they may not exist. However, there is just not a lot of awareness, I think, on what the value and quality is of some of the newer and more innovative forms of prefabricated and modular housing. And then permitting offices in particular will start to run into questions, and questions lead to delays related to the use of mass timber as a building material. But I have a feeling that Chair Halova has a lot of expertise on this issue, so I would defer to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, on the codes, the building code side, prior, like I was at the ground level of this industry, basically, when there were no manufacturers in the whole entire United States, right? And we were hoping Oregon would become the place, and the first, CLT manufacturer was in Oregon. And when I was working on the framework project, which ended up being the first high-rise permit in the US made out of wood, there at the time we were claiming we want this to be all from Oregon. There were no there was no United States manufacturers. And so a lot of people were questioning us on that project, like, where's your wood coming from? It's like a hot topic. And the project went on hold, but if it happened, I think it would have been a combination of Canada, Europe, and the US, because it was such a new industry. Like you mentioned, there's been so much change. I think the last mass timber conference I went to, maybe 2 conferences ago, they pulled up a slide and there's 15 manufacturers in the US, which was amazing for me, coming from 0. And so the changes in the industry have really come from new industry things. They started a factory, then people expanded, then they overdid it. And so quite a few of the early companies have not. D.R. Johnson is no longer making CLT, and there's so many that's on the same. Structure Lab is no longer, but in their place have come others. Like I could go on about the new ones that have come in, and so it's that rapid change of that initial industry. I think my big hope is that Oregon doesn't get left behind, because I feel Washington is really stepping up. Canada was ahead of us already, but also we very much see this as a Pacific Northwest industry also. So Canada and the US are very much, we get our wood from Canada. But what's interesting, if you actually go to the CLT in manufacturers in Canada, you'll see Oregon wood. So that was one of the things that we were trying to say is like, we want Oregon wood. However, they don't track it like that. And is there a way that maybe when you're making the panels, somebody can just be there tracking to say, okay, this building is 50% Oregon wood, even though it's coming from Canada. So there's the whole, like, where does the wood come from? Then there's the whole, where does the value add get put in? And then there's where does it get used? And we're very much in that shuffling of things. I know there was an announcement recently about a new CLT facility that is most likely going to open up in Oregon, which is a really big deal. And so the project I work on and 2 other projects went on to change the International Building Code to allow for 3 building types automatically in the International Building Code, as long as the jurisdictions adopt them. So there was an 8-story one, a 12-story one, and an 18-story. The 8-story and the 8-story was based on a building called Carbon 12 in Portland. The 12-story one was based on the project I led at my former company, which was called Framework. And then the 18-story one was based on University of British Columbia student housing building in Canada. So those 3 that created the new building code are now, the tallest and first mass timber high rise in the US in Milwaukee, was based on a lot of the research done for the Oregon project. So I just want to kind of give that. What I have not participated in, which was what's exciting about this here, is there were no land use restrictions in the work that I did, because it was in an urban area. And so it's just really exciting to see, like, picking through the code to make sure that in rural locations that this can happen. Which is, I think these kind of zoning things are different than the building code. So I think a lot of the building code things are being solved. And now I didn't know when we started this, because I was at the beginning with the coalition, if there was any, land use issues, but apparently now we've identified them. Commissioner Thompson.
So this is all wonderful. Speaking of barriers, though, when I asked Oregon Housing and Community Services if they could give a differential for mass timber projects when they were granting, they said, oh, it doesn't pencil out. Is there any capacity? I don't know who to look at as I'm you. So, ma'am, would you please work with Oregon Housing and Community Services so that they give a differential advantage to mass timber projects, because they really aren't as inexpensive as stick build.
Yeah.
But if we gave them a differential because of the positive other impacts, I think that would see the breakthrough results that the code has set the foundation for.
Yeah. And, there's a lot of innovation going on all fronts. And I think what we always understood is if it's just a niche product they can only get from one place, it's going to be expensive. If you have an ecosystem, right, with competition and volume and all those kind of things, it becomes more of a commodity in the sense of pricing. Right now, it's definitely been a comparable price if you're trying to do an office building or it's something that you would have done concrete or steel. I don't think about the cost differential, but I'm, a little biased. It's just almost the same. But when you're thinking about comparing to stick build, it still is more expensive. And really it's going to take a lot of innovation, some of it in design actually. And I've seen quite a few now that are like, okay, if we do this, this, and this, and maybe it's a hybrid, not full mass timber, it could be comparable. But the good news is both of those are wood products. And if you believe in like the environmental qualities of wood products, that's good. I think what's nice about mass timber is the value add in the economic development sense would have benefits to rural Oregon. And so we like to see that value add in the communities. And, just to add to that, the phrase forest to frame was actually coined by the architect that worked on the framework project here in Oregon. And now that phrase forest frame is international. So I think I'd like to keep the history alive of this because, we host the International Mass Timber Conference. Innovation is really coming from here. And I think that's what surprised me most in all of this is that when Europe was way ahead of us and Canada was ahead of us also, but because of our unique circumstances with fire code in the US, with seismic code specifically on the West Coast, people have been telling us we are the leaders because we had to do all these tests and do all these acoustic things that other jurisdictions didn't have to do. So our kind of innovation and research is now could be like exported. And my hope is that Oregon continues. Like I said, I feel like Washington is really embracing it really well. And I'm just afraid that Oregon might not continue. But it takes a lot of, sorry to say this again, it takes millions and millions of dollars of investments in manufacturing, and somebody has to do that. Either the government has to, subsidize it, but there has to be willing private parties that are willing to take that risk. Yeah. Commissioner Porter.
I didn't realize that DR had stopped making CLT. I know we used to make we do make LVL, but when did DR stop making?
Last year. Yeah. Deputy Director Green, who has been the member of this coalition in representation of the department.
Thank you.
And a leader in that.
I'll just quickly to Lee McElvain, who thank you very much for taking it up. But just a little, if I may, I think we have time just until 12:15. I won't take that long, but this is such a issue that's near and dear to so many of our hearts. And really, as Lee mentioned, did grow out of the 2020 wildfires. And in our despair, seeing thousands of Oregonians displaced, especially very low income Oregonians, and wondering if there couldn't just be a better way to produce emergency housing quickly. So really so impressed to see the work the coalition and Karen and Lee working on this. Chair Halova, I appreciate your call to recognize the history. Chair Halova absolutely has always been an early leader in this, and we couldn't have done this work without innovators, including Ferris Lumber and also Ben Kaiser, who has been working at manufacturing this mass timber for a long time. The Oregon legislature did invest $5 million in a prototype last year that helped move the science and research along. With respect to Charles, if I may, Director Blinkman has secured a visit to Ferris Lumber, who has they're up in the Santiam Canyon, so their log yard was almost burned in the 2020 fires as well. They have 3 locations. They have, so they're a 100-year-old company, and they've recently innovated into the production of mass plywood panels. And Director Bateman has secured a tour in the beginning of our September meeting at that facility. So it should be so fun to be able to see, did I say $40 million investment? It's incredible to me. It was always incredible at the time that we proactively saw this investment. So in terms of the expediters of the product in Oregon, we could never even think about building a mass modular home without that product and in the architectural research and innovation that Chair Hello has been a part of. So I just can't wait to make that visit. I hope everyone can attend and would encourage other listening members to join that first part of our meeting that will be open to the public. Thank you.
Commissioner Warren.
First of all, I really appreciate this presentation, and the attachment in model code is really well done. So thank you for that. I want to dig in a little deeper to some of the design standards. The list here is like pretty standard. There are things you would think about. However, with pre-manufactured home or manufactured home, obviously it's much more difficult to customize things to meet local design standards. I'm wondering if you've come across like a common design standard that's really a barrier to producing or for allowing manufactured housing in cities. It's like something that stands out to you.
Chair Lova and Commissioner Warren, one specific example comes to mind when Mas Casitas, product of Hacienda CDC, when I was hearing about their siting of the Mas Casitas, mass timber homes in a manufactured dwelling park in Talent, Oregon. They were run into some barriers of like door orientation, and I believe there's some more barriers that were brought up to me. But when you look in a local zoning code, most of the specific design standards that you see are that are applied to only manufactured homes have to be eliminated because of House Bill 4064. So that does eliminate some of those design standards that add additional barriers to manufactured homes. But there's still things like door orientation, which was a issue in manufactured dwelling parks, not on siting these homes on individual lots. But I haven't seen anything, a real world example of manufactured homes in that limitation on like an actual lot itself. But I'd have to do some more research.
And for me, that's one of the, when this effort was started, it was very much like mass timber. And I like this product here because I'm like, I didn't fully appreciate that the manufactured got in there, the ADUs got in there, the cottage clusters, in the sense that a lot of times manufactured homes, the older ones, are naturally occurring affordable housing. And we had heard a lot public testimony sprinkled over time about how do we preserve, how do we help the future of manufactured housing. So I feel like that, for me, that was a bonus coming to this. I was expecting it to be all about mass timber, and now we got in a bunch of other things that are really important. But I think the definitions part also was questioned with regard to now we have this new product. Do old definitions still apply or not apply, and how are they treated or looked down upon, let's just say, in zoning, to kind of highlight that and kind of wrap it together. So I think people are viewing manufactured homes differently now, especially with like HGV and the tiny home, and there's a lot of factors that come into this. But I like that we're being responsive to the change of industry. Commissioners, any more comments? We have one public testimony. Yeah.
Just the only other comment, almost all of my comments and questions have already been answered. Probably my question is, a lot of this, I appreciate all the land use piece, and I'm sure planners embrace it, and that's great. But the whole other aspect, and I appreciate it's been mentioned a couple of times, is the building code and what type of outreach is happening with local building officials. I know ours across the street, they're always looking to get to yes, but if it's a new system or process or material, of course they have to have the training. So how do they conduct those inspections? And as we are all aiming for streamlined permitting to get to the desired outcome, whatever that may be, is there any outreach to local or to statewide or regional building codes division, of course, but other building officials, local building offices to help them understand this? To help them understand mass timber and how to expedite the permitting process, so that learning this whole new concept isn't isn't any type of a delay in the permitting for needed housing.
Chair Lovan, Vice Chair Lilac, I'm unaware of any prefabricated outreach that has been done to local building officials and such. I know the Building Codes Division has a whole page on prefabricated structures outlining the standards, but I'm unaware of what outreach they've done. I know that the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition has engineers on staff that are going to help create spec sheets and such for the prototype they're creating, because that's relatively new material. And then I assume they'll do outreach to local building staff, I'd hope. So I think that's the side on the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition that I'm aware of.
If I may elaborate just a little more, the work that the department is conducting through the Mass Timber Coalition is all funded through the EDA's Build Back Better Regional Challenge Award. However, the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition as a whole is continuing to pursue pretty large amounts of federal funding to support this industry. And a lot of the future work under a Tech Hubs application and another award through the National Science Foundation is going to be focused on industry engagement and figuring out how it is that we can best work between industry and regulation to make sure that we are removing any further barriers that exist related to building code.
So do we know of building code issues specific to the scale of, the smaller scale of mass timber?
Thank you for the question, Chair Lova. No, there are no existing issues in the building code related to small residential development with mass timber. However, there remains a lot of education to be done, as Vice Chair Lilac noted.
Commissioners, any more comments? We're going to break for lunch at 12:15. So we have maybe three. Oh, no, we have a public testimony. Let me go to that. In person, we have Marilyn Knezer, almost, and I passed out this one pager front and back. Yeah. So you have 3 minutes. Public testimony.
I'm Marilyn Kennitzer. I live in Bend, Oregon. Couple weeks ago, I found an article online titled "Production Line: How Sweden is Pioneering Automated Prefab Timber Construction." The company is Lindbäcks Big, and it says has transformed the way that Sweden builds, and the rest of the world is waiting to catch up. So I saw the agenda for this meeting. I thought, well, I don't know exactly what mass timber is, but my husband was a forester. We had a forestry business. And so I thought, well, I've been interested in housing. I'm also interested in land use and the water issues. Then I agree with all that was said before. But I immediately thought that if Oregon could bring this technology to our state, we could go a long way to solving the housing crisis. The innovative company's link is below. And I have copied the article for you to investigate and pass along to other Oregon agencies involved in housing. Please look at the link, as it has important photos. They're really instructive. They're using wood construction. They are using the Toyota. They were inspired by the Toyota production method, so that everything is very finely done. No space is wasted. Everything is automated. Europe is the leader in providing dense living that is comfortable and desirable to live in for a lifetime. I won't go into the design issues here, but soundproofing is really important to me. Soundproofing between apartments and other necessary amenities go a long way to keeping residents in apartments. In the United States, apartments are mostly viewed as a last resort, places to go when single-family homes are unattainable. That thinking could change with better design and much lower construction costs. This company has much lower construction costs. And they said, I'm not going to read the whole article to you, of course, but they did say that they can turn out 28 average size New York City apartments every week with this method. Of course, they probably have those really tiny ones that are like 100 square feet. I'm not sure, but anyway. So I just wanted to emphasize that I really feel that the rush toward housing, I hope it's not making apartment living, or especially apartment living for built apartments, less desirable than it is now. I mean, because we're rushing to get new housing in and we need it badly. So I was just hoping that something like this, some innovative product, some innovative way that Oregon could glom onto and do it here, that would be a great thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for the article link. Deputy Director Green.
Thank you. Just one last note if I could. Just as we're thinking about permitting, one of Mr. Kaiser's and others' early recommendation was to move the permitting into the factory. So just as we're thinking about local governments and where the permitting occurs, the idea is if it's manufactured in the factory, the permitting would be in that, the approvals would be in the factory. And that is where I believe DCPF, the Building Codes Division, is participating with the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition to help enable that so that when they're delivered on site, they're already permitted and that it can happen more quickly. If it's assembled on site, you would need a local building official. Thank you. Just some innovations in the field. Thank you.
Yes, that is big and really great. Really, really great. I think there was some conversation about that too. Like if you manufacture outside of the state, but you're bringing it into the state that has a different permitting, I've heard it in relation to that too. Could the permitting go to wherever it's manufactured? Obviously, we have an incentive to be in Oregon, but I understand that it's a challenge.
Can I make one more comment?
Yes.
I was thinking we could build a new manufacturing plant here for this. We wouldn't bring, we wouldn't import it from Sweden. Make our own.
And I'm sort of in the background with a couple people who have either tried to incentivize that or have tried to do it. There's a lot of challenges. I think personally, I feel like the government has to be supportive financially to make it happen, but there also has to be the private sector that wants to do it in Oregon, right? It's both sides. But yeah, we hope for that. Yeah, there's probably at least 3 potentials that are out there that I know of that are maybe going to be doing this in Oregon more. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we don't have any other public comment. So we will break for lunch, returning at 1:15 p.m. with agenda item number 7, rulemaking, which is Oregon Housing Needs Analysis ONA update. We're getting an update. Maybe somebody could say where we're going for this lunch. Next door. Okay, we're going next door. Thank you. And we'll adjourn the meeting until after the break. might be live streaming. So we're gonna resume our June. Gotta make sure. Our June Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. We were on a lunch break and we are back now with agenda item number 7, rulemaking for Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, which is called ONA update. And we're having with us Ethan Steckmeyer, the Housing Services Division Manager. Ethan will introduce his team.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Commissioners, my name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the manager of the Housing Services Division at DLCD. With me today in person is Thea Croman. Introduce yourself.
Chair Halava, members of the commission, I'm Thea Croman. I'm a housing planner with the department. Great to be here with you today.
We have 2 other virtual presenters, Karin Gijan Chapman and Celestina Teva, and they'll join us when their slides come up. All right. So today we are here to talk about the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, which is something we've been in front of you before discussing. We are in the midst of rulemaking for this big reform to housing policy in the state. We'll talk about each of the 3 different areas of that rulemaking and each of the technical advisory committees. We'll also talk a little bit about some of the general rulemaking updates related to engagement and some of the things we've been doing since the month of April when we last were in front of you discussing this. Also going to take a slight tangent or detour really quickly to prepare you all for a discussion you'll have in September related to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, but not necessarily rulemaking. So we'll go through all of that over the course of this agenda item today. So where have we been and where are we going? This slide may look familiar to you. This is the construction of the rulemaking and technical advisory committees and how that connects with the work of the Housing Division staff and the Land Conservation Development Commission. The Rulemaking Advisory Committee is, as you might remember, the group or the advisors and partners and implementers of housing in the state of Oregon. They're focused on high-level policy considerations, providing direction to the technical advisory committees as they engage in their work. The technical advisory committees focus on the actual implementation or in kind of those technical pieces of each of these kind of 3 buckets, these 3 big categories of work. Obviously, those in their name, they're advisory to DLCD staff. Those conversations are absolutely critical to the work of the Housing Division as we're drafting rules and as we provide those final recommendations of rules to the Land Conservation Development Commission later this year and into 2025. There are other groups on this diagram, particularly the governor's office, who is interested in not only coordinating with DLCD on the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis program, but having the ability to kind of opine on some of those policy approaches as well. And then we would not be able to do all of this work without a group of a really good project team, Echo Northwest, Kearns and West, 3J Consulting, and others to support the work of DLCD staff in going through this process. So just kind of setting the stage here, who are the players and how's it all work together? This slide, lots of text, not intended for you to read, but to show you that we've been very, very, very busy since the month of April working on this rulemaking. We've been holding probably close to a dozen advisory committee meetings at this point, and kind of incorporating that feedback into each of these subsequent meetings. So kind of that iterative process, setting the baseline, having conversations about the policy intent, what are the ideals and approaches and the concepts that each advisory committee member would like to incorporate into these rules. And also doing some engagement outside of the rulemaking advisory committee process. Right now, we've completed 4 focus groups. And those perspectives from housing developers, from service providers, from local governments to and community-based organizations to, again, hear that input, hear the feedback. We know that housing is a universal issue, and lots of folks who engage in that work differently have different perspectives on how the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program can unfold. And also I wanted to point out here that there's a couple portions of this work, particularly related to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, that is not DLCD led. Oregon Housing Community Services and the Department of Administrative Services also have elements of this program that they're implementing. And so particularly kind of highlighted on this slide is work that Oregon Housing Community Services is doing related to the housing production dashboard. So data related to housing production across the state, and also working on publishing equity indicators, which would measure the kind of outcomes of certain priority populations, protected classes, people experiencing disabilities, and how they're faring in the housing market in the state. So a little bit more on the engagement and that we're conducting. So I've already talked about the focus groups, but there's more yet to come. So just earlier this week, housing staff got in touch with the regional representatives at the department to kind of begin the planning for these regional conversations. So what that really entails is we'll kind of virtually or in person move across the state and have conversations in a region about these particular rules and the particular housing concerns or issues that those particular regions are facing, and how that we can incorporate those concepts into the rules. And then the community-led conversations, these are things that we're focusing on kind of in the late summer, I guess maybe even into the fall, to have smaller group discussions, very similar to the focus groups, but led by rulemaking advisory committee members who are representing particularly underrepresented communities across the state. Really looking forward to those 2 additional engagement efforts. And then this will kind of flow into the next slide. So I'm going to the housing needs allocation, this methodology, right? The part of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis is the state conducting an analysis of housing need across the state that shows up in regional estimates of housing need, which then are allocated down to local governments. That's the basis for their planning activities. And so to conduct, figure out how that methodology can work, how we're weighting particular data sets within that methodology, that's a separate and parallel conversation to DLCD's rulemaking process. And we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in just a couple of slides. Another huge part of this work is incorporating the Commission's racial equity framework for decision-making. If you've I don't expect anybody up here to be doing this, but if you're reviewing any of the advisory committee meetings, you'll notice that this is something that we bring to each of those advisory committee meetings at the beginning, and kind of setting forth the conversation or setting the tone for that conversation in that particular meeting on one or more of these particular elements or these prompts within the Commission's racial equity framework. And in subsequent meetings, when we come before you and discuss this rulemaking, you'll actually see a crosswalk or description of how this racial equity framework for decision-making is being considered and how the rules are incorporating that framework into the drafts. And so we'll be very, very soon able to draw that direct connection between each of these prompts and the rules, the draft rules that will come before you. All right. So here's the tangent. Here's the sidestep of this conversation, and we'll try to figure out the right way to incorporate this in the presentation. It's different than the rulemaking. I even made it a different color in the slides to kind of highlight that, but we'll talk about this needed housing allocation methodology. So under ONA, and this slide may or may not look familiar, there are 3 state agencies directed to do work under the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Program. DLCD being one of them, Oregon Housing Community Services being another, and the Department of Administration, particularly the Office of Economic Analysis within DAS. And this methodology falls within DAS's and the Office of Economic Analysis kind of section of work, right? I kind of described this a little bit earlier. Office of Economic Analysis will be the body, the entity that does the analysis of, or the study of, what are these components of housing need and what is regional and local needed housing actually look like, and how is that allocation actually conducted? What's the methodology behind that? As part of that work, we are working in close coordination with the Department of Administrative Services to actually inform that methodology. OHCS, DLCD are consultants, advisors to that process, but are not the final decision maker on how that methodology will be finalized. And so this this kind of timeline here at the bottom is important because LCDC is not in a decision-making position, but is going to be the venue through which public testimony on the methodology would be heard. And that happens at your September meeting. And so the kind of formal process for that kind of public testimony is the draft methodology will be published in August, late August. There'll be an opportunity for public testimony in front of you all in September. There'll be a presentation. We'll have DAST and OHCS at that table describing the kind of ins and outs of some of those methodological considerations. And after that public testimony, DLCD staff will be finalizing a set of recommendations to the Department of Administrative Services on specific considerations that should be made once the methodology is final. So you'll hear a whole agenda item about that in your September meeting, and I really quickly breezed over it here, but just know that we'll be able to, you'll hear a lot more about that in September, and you'll have folks here to share their own opinions on the methodology with you at that time. So I believe that comes to the conclusion of my set of slides here, and I will hand this off to Karin Gijen Chapman.
I have a question.
Afternoon.
Commissioner Boyer. Good question. So don't we have a special meeting in October? I thought I had that on my calendar. A one-day meeting? Is that for this? Can you grab that, Mike?
Chair Lova, Commissioner Boyer, the special or the meeting in October is a special meeting of sorts, for the first public hearing on the administrative rules that DLCD is
Methodology.
right.
Okay, thank you.
So the methodology is separate. That's a non-DLCD led process.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, got it.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioners. I am Karin Gijen Chapman, Urban Growth Boundary Specialist with the department. I'm a member of a team leading the capacity and urbanization technical advisory work. Today, really, I'd like to spend 5 minutes or so just doing a quick overview of where we've been since we last spoke with you in April. The committee has met once in May and once in June. If we want to go to the next slide, here you'll see the scope of work, which you're familiar with and have been oriented to. Just a reminder that we have held 5 meetings thus far from March through June. The committee met last week, most recently, and we are working through the capacity analysis and the land inventories that go into the ONA process for Goal 10 housing planning work. So we're really focused on Goal 10, which is our one focus area, that first focus area at the very top. I can go to the next slide now. So there's a few things that we honed in on in the month of May when we met with committee members. I know most of you are very familiar with the term phantom capacity or paper capacity. And so we really looked at how that plays out or how that presents itself in regards to partially vacant land. What does that look like when there's development on the land, but there's still zoned residential potential for that land? How are lands included in the land inventory? What might be discounted? And what's reasonable expectations or reliable data around the capacity for those lands to produce future housing? Some TAC members were able to share their own experiences of doing the inventories, some of the shortcomings that we're facing with data that's available or with existing guidance. So examples to illustrate what I'm talking about. In order to project capacity from past trends, local governments really need to have their development data and what has past development in certain designated residential plan areas. What has that been to project for, or what it might be in the future? And then some jurisdictions they shared with us, as a geographically constrained jurisdiction, we have really strong market pressures to redevelop and do infill, while other jurisdictions have very different experiences of being able to have an abundance of land supply and not having the same market pressures to redevelop in areas that already show improvements or development on the land and needing to infill around that. We can go to that next slide. So in the month of June, we began to dig into what is considered development ready lands. How is that operationalized at the local level in various communities? And some of the issues that bubbled up with our committee members was around, well, how would this apply in, let's say, unincorporated communities, maybe in Tillamook County or in unincorporated areas in the metro region? There were other questions around really trying to understand what does it mean to be unencumbered and how to address partially encumbered, where it impacts or impedes development to a certain extent, but maybe not entirely, and therefore those lands would be included in the buildable land inventory. Other items or other topics that came up is really thinking about readily served. So it is unencumbered, it is zoned appropriately, but does it have the full financial commitments to provide those urban services or public facilities and infrastructure that's needed for the housing development? This is really quick flyby. You can see as we delve into what is legislated with the intent of bringing greater housing production. As we get really technical, we really are starting to parse out how do you operationalize this at a municipal level or at a county level and local community development that happens. So I will move to that last slide here. You may be wondering as we work through this really quickly, what does this mean? What are you going to be seeing as a commission in the future? So our committee will bring rules to you next year. We do have a longer time frame. In the meantime, over the course of the next couple months and looking at till fall of this year, our staff, the department staff, will continue to work with our community members, really looking at some of the safe harbors that currently exist under Division 8, some of the guidance that exists around Goal 10 capacity planning, and where we might be able to provide additional clarity or refine the guidance as a city really looks to, or as a community looks to demonstrate, what does it mean to adequate, readily, or likely serve with urban services for future housing development? We want to look at, what are the appropriate responses a city can take to address its deficiency in development ready land? What is the role of the production strategies? What are some policy choices happening at the local level to bring additional lands to a development ready status when needed? Additionally, the last thing I wanted to touch on is all of our rules under the ONA legislation and through the charge given to us staff from this commission is to really look at how do we integrate affirmatively furthering fair housing into all of the Goal 10 planning work. And so I just wanted to highlight for you that the work of the capacity analysis or the work of inventorying land is no exception. If we think about how communities and how cities are planning for redevelopment and infill or other forms of growth that might create displacement, what are some of the mitigation efforts that local jurisdictions can put into place when they think about equitable housing opportunities, mitigating any gentrification or displacement when they start to plan for certain areas to be more infilled or they plan for redevelopment and changes to those existing communities and neighborhoods. I know this was quick. You will hear more from this committee. We will get to draft rules and what's happening at the committee level, bring that to you probably next year after our legislative session. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to familiarize what's coming down the road and where the committee's been over the last couple of months. I will end my remarks here unless there are additional questions for me. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Do we have questions here?
There's two other sections,
right,
Chair, but
do you want to get questions after each part or do you want to wait? We can wait.
However you would like to proceed.
Okay, maybe quick questions. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Celestina, I believe this is you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ethan. Chair. Oh, sorry, I got a little notification here. Great. Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission. My name is Celestina Teva. I'm a housing planner here in the Housing Division, and I am working with colleague Mari Valencia Aguilar on the Housing Needs and Production Technical Advisory Committee. So, next slide, please, Ethan. We are covering, just as a review here, a couple of main topic areas for rule writing this year. Those are the translation of needed housing into housing types, characteristics, and locations, which is part of the charge of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, and also the integration of affirmatively furthering fair housing into the Housing Production Strategy Program. Although, as Karen mentioned, as we've really dug into this work and evolved it, it really applies throughout the Goal 10 program. And then next year, and perhaps at the end of this year, once the rule writing for these two topic areas are wrapping up, we will start to develop the adoption ready strategies. And these are, and we're actually trying to return to correct terminology, and it's not correct here on the slide, adoption ready actions that could be adopted as part of a local housing production strategy in its entirety. But we just wanted to make sure that that's flagged here because it often comes up as we dig into the work of the program itself. So on the next slide, we have a review of the Technical Advisory Committee meetings since your last meeting here in April. And we really dug into those two topic areas. Earlier in the year, we really framed things up and set some groundwork. And then we just really dove in May, finishing up with talking about what an actual rule framework might be, including potential safe harbors, which we made note of in your staff report. And this, I should have mentioned, this Technical Advisory Committee scope is on page 3 of your staff report if you want to reference that. And then throughout each of the meetings, as Ethan mentioned, we've been highlighting elements from the racial equity framework for decision making that seem like they might be particularly apt to dig into based on the scope of the meeting. And all 3 of these meetings in May, we highlighted the restorative justice element and the accountability element. So you'll notice as well a couple of spots throughout the rest of the slides where this restorative justice element of the framework has really been raised a number of times by the Technical Advisory Committee and even in focus groups. And we are actively sorting out really where it might best fit in the rules. So starting on the next slide, we're going to be digging into our major policy questions and giving you a little bit of an update about where we are as we are drafting the first draft of rules. So the first one is around community engagement. And it's kind of an operational question, but also with the layer of equity about when does community engagement need to happen in the housing capacity analysis and the housing production strategy timeline. And so what we're drafting up at the moment is that some initial engagement is possible before both the housing capacity analysis and the housing production strategy timeline, with some additional engagement that would be needed specific to those action selections as part of the housing production strategy. So that first round is more a ground setting and helping to establish the housing needs in the area. And that second piece is more getting feedback on what to do about it. But we noted that the amount of really localized work and localized input that's needed is pretty significant. And so we did make sure to include that other engagement efforts can continue to be utilized in the program. And also we'll be referencing the equitable engagement toolkit that the department is currently putting together to help advise things like engagement fatigue and prevent things like engagement fatigue. And so that's really an update on that policy question. For the next one, we are going to dig into this contextualized housing need. So it's a little bit of a refresh. The current housing production strategy rules include a section called contextualized housing need, where local governments work to identify much more nuance about their housing need than just a deficit of number of units. So we currently have that, but we are layering in that affirmatively fair housing piece, as well as the elements of the organ housing needs analysis that are new. So the way that's shaping up for now is that the first step will be that a local jurisdiction inventories their local conditions by looking at a number of data sets and even generating some in some cases. And so that'll include looking at that housing production dashboard and the equity indicators that Ethan mentioned OHCS will be providing. And that will provide quite a bit of additional information and will even encompass some of the data points that are currently referenced in rule. And those primarily are encompassed in the equity indicators, but even some in the housing production dashboard. So there's a lot of consolidation that's happening. Additionally, related to both restorative justice and other elements of our racial equity framework for decision making, we're introducing a mapped history of discrimination at the local level so that it could then be compared to current demographic trends and inform what kind of restorative justice actions and other equity actions a jurisdiction might consider taking. Of course, relying on community engagement as well here and some other inputs. And then after that, getting a sense of the local circumstances, conducting a fair housing issue area analysis. I'll talk a little bit more about those fair housing issue areas in a couple of slides, so I'll leave that there for now. But after doing an analysis of fair housing issues in the jurisdiction, the result, what would be produced, to get back to that policy question, would be a set of fair housing issues that the jurisdiction has identified are present, and then identifying needed housing types, characteristics, and locations that could remedy or mitigate directly those fair housing issues. On the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more here about the contextualized housing need. Just a flag of follow-up from a previous LCDC meeting, and also just, something that we've been discussing as staff and even heard from our advisory committees, and that's related to the revised transportation planning rule in the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities program. And so there's an equity analysis there that we are working to align as much as possible, again, to be sensitive to local capacity and responsive to what we've heard. There are some different frameworks in place that we haven't quite figured out how best to weave together, namely the Goal 10 framework and affirmatively furthering fair housing is working with the protected class framework and being responsive from that way. Whereas the transportation planning rule was written kind of with a custom rule specific set of priority populations and is responsive in just a slightly different way. But just wanted to update you all that we're continuing to talk cross division on that to sort out what the most alignment we can offer is. So with that, the conversation about that section of rule, the contextualized housing need as it currently is, I'll go back to those fair housing issue areas on the next slide to talk about what is being added to that section for affirmatively furthering fair housing. So on the left-hand side, we have what is currently in our rule related to what is currently called achieving fair and equitable housing outcomes. And on the right side are the fair housing issue areas that we currently have drafted. A couple on the left-hand side in the dotted outline are items that are really now being implemented kind of at the structural level of the rules or are being incorporated into all of the fair housing issue areas. But the other four on the left-hand side are really coming through as fair housing issue areas. And then we've also added housing choice for people with disabilities as a result of feedback from many angles and acknowledgement of that really particular need related to housing for folks with disabilities. We have a custom issue area related to local conditions. If a jurisdiction were to really find they're experiencing something very unique on scale that they want to look into for fair housing issues. And here's another note where we're contemplating whether it works within this framework and kind of the logic of how this analysis runs to potentially have a restorative justice fair housing issue area. So with that, we're going to dig a little bit more into the translation to types, characteristics, and locations, starting this next slide. So I won't spend too much time here, but just thought we would offer this graphic, this table that we brought to the RAC and TAC to ground in the work of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis as it relates to taking the housing production targets that will be produced by Department of Administrative Services into types, characteristics, and locations that are needed in the local community. So this is just a depiction of those targets by affordability, and really reiterating on the right-hand side that there could be unique types, characteristics, and locations for each of those sets of units. And in trying to unpack how to make those translations, we have 3 major policy questions. So starting on the next slide, we dug into the question about if there should be a safe harbor related to this translation. The question here is, how do we balance programmatic predictability and integrity? How do we be responsive to local jurisdiction and advisory committee interest in having a very clear path forward in producing a housing production strategy, while also acknowledging that this is just incredibly localized work? And at the moment, after much unpacking of this question with our really wonderful consultant team internally with staff, and even pitching the question out to our advisory committees for any input on what that safe harbor might look like, we have not been able to identify a way that we can achieve the objective of really keeping those localized and responsive outcomes with a statewide safe harbor on identifying needed housing characteristics and locations. We are, however, pursuing a safe harbor. We're still looking into pursuing a safe harbor for housing type, and that relating to a minimum mix. And this is really actually pulling from a couple of areas in the department where we currently already have rules that identify a minimum mix or a minimum percentage of a certain housing type, including in Division 7. And so what I've been talking about, and the bulk of this, really all of what I've been talking about, is in Division 8 of our rules. But in Division 7, there are some specific unique rules that apply only to the metro area planning and Goal 10 planning. And so I just wanted to also offer a flag here that we are really digging in now to what's in Division 7 across the agency, and have a couple more meetings on the calendar to sort out how that changes with the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, because it does, what might be brought into Division 8, or what might need to remain in Division 7. So I just wanted to give you a little heads up there, as we'll probably revisit it in the near future. On the next slide, we dig into the relationship between what we've mostly been talking about, although I have mentioned the housing capacity analysis work a little bit, but the relationship between the housing production strategy work, which is on an 6 or 8 year horizon. It's a shorter time frame and related to those actions that a jurisdiction is taking to try and increase production affordability and choice. And the housing capacity analysis, which is the 20-year horizon, more long-term planning related to the buildable lands inventory on that 20-year horizon. And so one of the questions that we've talked about quite a bit internally is how can we best align all of the work, and are there ways that the translation of needed housing can be done similarly or identically between the housing production strategy and the housing capacity analysis. We're getting pretty technical here, but the short answer is that it's looking like we can probably use those same safe harbors, at least around type mix, such that the type mix that a jurisdiction is planning for in their housing production strategy is the same type mix that they're working with when they're looking at their lands and their housing capacity analysis. And then on the last slide, that I have for you today. We have a question about kind of that last piece of action selection. And again, I've got a note here in the title of we're trying to change that language from strategy selection to specifically action selection. And a question of, should there be safe harbors around that part of the process? So we have the same kind of balancing act of predictability, trying to offer as much predictability and clarity in the rule while still understanding how localized the housing production strategy work is. And so we have a similar response after quite a bit of unpacking on this item, although I think we have a few more pieces of guidance that we're able to offer, for one, in guidance materials, but even just a framing in the rules to help support local jurisdictions in selecting appropriate actions. So we're not proposing a safe harbor at this time about specific actions that a jurisdiction might pick. But we will be able to provide clarity in the rule that the action selection should be responding to those fair housing issue area findings. So if a fair housing issue is identified, then we are looking for an action to be responsive to that, as well as community engagement, community feedback. So that will be in the rule, just kind of clarifying that relationship. And then also just a note that we are, you've heard before, but we're continuing to develop what it'll look like, this revamp of the housing production action menu, and layering in there some coding or a way to illustrate which actions could be options to serve some common issues, some common fair housing issues and housing production issues, so that a jurisdiction could say, well, we're experiencing these issues, and at least have a place to start with some actions that might be responsive to that. So with that, I just wanted to add one more note before I hand it off to Thea Croman to talk to you about the last technical advisory committee, which is just that, of course, Commissioner Lazo, you are our rulemaking liaison and also have been sitting on our Needs and Production Technical Advisory Committee. And so once we're done wrapping up here with the presentation, we're looking forward to hearing your thoughts today.
Thanks, Celestina. And Chair Halava, members of the commission, again, I'm Thea Croman, housing planner, and I am pleased to wrap up this presentation with a little bit about the Housing Acceleration Program work that we are doing as part of the owner rulemaking. And I will try to be brief. I know it's after lunch nap time, and I want to get to discussion because I think that'll be more entertaining. So just a real quick update. You have seen this slide before. It just outlines essentially the Housing Accountability Technical Advisory Committee's scope and deliverables. We are working on the same timeline that Celestina mentioned. So rules would need to be adopted by January 1st, 2025. I'm going to go ahead and move us forward just to say that in 2025, we will be working on some other elements of this program. So the initial work will be done by 2025, but during that year, we'll be developing some elements like model codes and starting to consider what some pro-housing elements we can include in this program to incentivize housing production. So in May, the TAC spent some time sort of jumping in, looking at what some sort of dummy proposals might look like. We spent several months talking about just sort of doing a fact finding, bringing in lots of different ideas and thoughts, and then came back to them with sort of a set of proposals just to get the conversation going. So that's sort of what we did in the last two meetings since we saw you last. I do want to mention that because we were sort of looking at the entire scope of the HOTAC, what's in the HOTAC work, it did touch on several of the elements and prompts from the racial equity framework. So these have all been discussed and considered in the meetings, just in the May meetings, and I wanted to drop them here because they've really informed the work thus far. This is a super high level illustration of what the Housing Acceleration Program will look like for cities that are falling behind in their housing production. We can talk a little bit more about that. There are 4 pathways into the housing production or in the Housing Acceleration Program. And I think we will spend our time here talking about the one that's really complex, that's absorbing most of our time. Happy to tell you about the others later on. This one really is looking at the lowest performers and measuring sort of the housing production throughout the state. The intention is to create a systematic way to encourage, incentivize housing production in all the cities in Oregon. If a city is falling behind in a particular way, they may be referred into the Housing Acceleration Program, and that's sort of step one. We have to design that. A small set of cities that are eligible to be referred are then actually referred into the program. So that's another element that we have to design. After that, DLCD conducts an audit in collaboration with the city and together develop a mutually agreeable acceleration agreement about how to approach and resolve the barriers that were identified in the audit. If a city fails to engage in the acceleration agreement and fails to comply with the steps that were outlined in that agreement, they will be entered into this enforcement stage of the program. And again, just want to say there are many, many off-ramps, and the program is really going to be designed to support cities to never get to this point. So I'm going to dive a little bit into what that first section, the referral, looks like, mostly to tell you about some of the key policy questions and considerations that the TAC has been discussing. And, you know, we will come to you with draft rules soon. I know you're eager, but I'm just going to talk about sort of the questions that have been guiding that conversation for right now. So referral is sort of one of the tangliest elements of the program to work out. And the staff spent significant time with RACs and TACs working through some of these key policy questions here. So first, what method should DLCD use to determine eligibility? And so eligibility just means you are considered one of the lowest performing cities in the state, and you may be looked at for referral into the program. Once they're eligible, how does DLCD prioritize among the cities which ones actually get referred into the program? Then there's this sort of meta question, how to even define what lowest performing cities even means. And there, that was an open question in the statute. So we have spent a lot of time talking about that and how this is connected to the housing production dashboard that is being developed over at Oregon Housing and Community Services that you have heard about a little bit. Then once we get sort of that set of cities and we prioritize, what mitigating factors might actually be considered? What, if any, elements of production a city might have in their portfolio that might count as like a sort of get out of jail free card, for lack of a better term. I I don't mean to say that the referral program is a jail, but but it would indicate that they're working with some potentially other kinds of barriers. So this is something that we're considering. We don't know how that looks yet. And I'm gonna just move on to the next question. We can talk about if those become part of the program, what they might be later on. Once a city is referred into the program, DLCD has 6 months to conduct an audit with the city. Again, some of the big questions here have been how do we best allocate scarce resources? And this is about prioritizing, even within the small subset of cities that are referred into the program. We have to identify, how much staff capacity and resources go to each one of these. And that is probably going to be at least somewhat dependent on the reasons for their entry into the referral program. There's another element of this, which is that many of the barriers that cities face in housing production are not under a city's control. And the statute acknowledges this, providing DLCD with an obligation to bring other entities to the table to work through it if, for instance, the responsibility falls into another agency's purview or special district, so on. So what does that process look like to bring other entities to the table to engage in a conversation? Then sort of where do we stop? What are the parameters of DLCD's review? Where, we have to sort of create this clarity, not just for the jurisdictions, but also for staff and for us. Finally, the acceleration agreement will provide a set of actions and strategies to respond to the precise barriers that were identified in the audit. But there are several questions in this section as well. So one of the primary ones that has been coming up is, how does DLCD balance sort of the state prescription and local flexibility, so local nuance and context as we come into these acceleration agreements? Should DLCD establish sort of parameters and allow cities to come with their own strategies? Should DLCD be more prescriptive and provide a single strategy that a city must engage with? Everything is on the table there, and it's been a really robust and interesting conversation. Again, at this stage, how does DLCD involve or consider other entities that are in this program? I think this is my last slide. Yeah, so here we have arrived at discussion. I'm sure you're not sad. And I think there's been so much packed into this this presentation. We tried to make it brief. I'm sorry. But yeah, should I pass it to you, Chair?
So I'm going to pass it to Commissioner Ellen Lazo as the commission liaison to give any of his thoughts.
Yeah, first I just want to appreciate the team that's been working on this. It's a huge body of work, a monumental body of work, and we are moving towards the finish line. And I think one of the things that might be helpful today from this group is to hear what we might need, what we as a group might need as we move toward a pretty big decision point in what I'm assuming is October 28th, correct? Is that when we will be voting on rules, or December? December. Okay. So because that doesn't leave us much leeway, right? And so I wasn't sure if that's, so maybe we could cover the timeline for a second. It'd be so the draft rules will be presented to the RAC in July. So the folks here could also have the opportunity to see them then. And then and then September, we're going to have the methodology with OHCS and DAS. And then will we be having discussions in October and December?
Chair, Commissioner Lazo, yes. So you've articulated the timeline well. I'll just kind of highlight some of those big milestones. July 17th is the next Rulemaking Advisory Committee meeting. And on July 10th, we'll be publishing for the first time the draft rules as they are at that point. We'll have a discussion with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee on the 17th about overviewing those rules, preparing them to engage in those rules and have some of that feedback and back and forth between the advisory committees and staff and other entities throughout August, September, and October. October LCDC meeting will be the first and the public hearing for the draft rules, particularly related to the NAPTAC sections and the HOTAC sections, the sections that Celestina and Thea went over today. And then we'll come back. We'll have one more Rulemaking Advisory Committee in there in November, and you'll see the final set of recommended rules at your meeting in December for potential adoption.
Yeah. Thanks, Ethan. And yeah, so I think what I'm curious about from my colleagues is, what will you need outside of the presentations that our colleagues have given us to get through those decision points. And as an example, I think one of the things that might be helpful is one is understanding, for me anyway, this sense that what you've presented to us, over these different months is actually a lot of elements of the full program of ONA overall, but not all of those programmatic elements are going to be part of the rules, right? So there are going to be many elements that we've talked about either today or in the past months that aren't going to be in rules. And what we ought to be talking about here is whether or not we believe that from a policy perspective, they should be in rules. And we haven't had that discussion, right? We've been presented with some questions. Here's how the RACs and TACs have addressed them. But we won't see how those decisions are made until we see what shows up in rules. So we also need to be able to track along the way sort of what made it in and what didn't from some of these discussions. So one of my suggestions would be that we continue to hold some of the historical pieces, sort of that framework of question. Here's the question that was asked. Here's what made it into the rule. Here's what didn't. I mean, here's where it will appear in the program, right? So for instance, the example I'll use for my world is the fair housing issues areas. Right. So I could see having a framework in the rules, for instance, that sort of says, here are the 6 areas that you need to address in the fair housing issues. That's what the rule says, right? There is not a more specific set of stuff in the rules that is prescriptive. So that's one example, even though we know that there's a much, much deeper analysis that happens in that we've talked about. We've talked about it in the TAC, but it doesn't need to be outlined in the rules. And I think there's areas like that all the way through the program that we're going to see. And so I want folks to make sure that they're aware of that and that so that we are, from a policy perspective, getting what we want to have in the rules, and also understanding that if there's something that's important to be in the rules, that we address that, but also recognize that it's still part of the program, but not part of the rules.
Chair, if I could, just to kind of put a point on that, Commissioner Lazo, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis program is a big program shift from the way that the Goal 10 planning system has operated for the last 50 years. And so that requires and necessitates additional ongoing conversation, refinement, build out of guidance materials, further discussion with local governments. And so I think you're articulating a really important point that I think has been one of the guiding principles of the team and kind of drafting the rules is kind of how else are we going to provide resources and guidance and direction and support to local governments to go through this, what we recognize as a big change, right? And so that work continues. And you've heard Thea and Celestina talk about what they're planning to do after they adopt the rules by the end of this year, what they're planning to do in 2025. That's just an extension of the work that's happening right now.
I think the nature of this work is so complicated and awesome. Very robust, which is great. So I definitely think there's going to be a need to take we're hearing about the robustness and then translate it back into the simple. In the sense of what you're saying is like, these what the rules cover. These are all the guidance documents that are supportive, and there might be other buckets that are different than that. So it's great to hear all the detail, but before the end, it's going to have to be distilled back. Because like, you know, to get into the weeds, I started thinking, I'm like looking at the housing production action menu, and I'm like, how's the production action menu different than the housing production strategies, right? Like, is it an additional thing, or are we now changing the word from strategies to action menu, right? Maybe you can answer that, because now I'm curious.
Chair Lova, it's the latter. So it's a statutory language change that we're catching up with or conforming to as part of our rulemaking process.
Yeah, there's sort of like when we did the other rulemaking on housing, there was definitely the minimum standards of things we need to comply with the statutory requirements. And then there was the parts that were added as a part of the robust engagement process that like supported those minimum standards, I guess. It feels like we would have a similar thing here, but then on top of it, it sounds like we're going to have, and here are a bunch of guidelines, or is there a different guidelines? Is there some other guidelines, model code, something, you know, that might not be in the rule, but a series of things?
Chair Lova, I think the answer to your question is yes. So the administrative rules set up I would say the process and the structure of how local governments engage in that work, but that leaves all sorts of, you know, there's questions, and I'm sure some folks listening are saying, oh, well, you know, how do we do some of that work, right? And that's where the guidance really comes in about DLCD doing the work on the front end to say, you know, here's what we're envisioning, and kind of set forth expectations and some of the frame for how local governments can engage in that work, and kind of getting them already some part of the way there, and not relying on the local governments or putting them in a position where they have to start everything from scratch. That's really the purpose of those kind of guidance, and all of those other kind of satellite type elements, like the equitable engagement toolkit is part of that, those model codes,
toolkits, guidelines, model code, whatever they are. I mean, I've been talking to the housing internally about creating, and I saw a potential draft of it, but it's not ready to present, I don't think. All the players, actors, programs of the millions of housing things going on, to kind of map those out in a one-sheeter. It's now 11 by 17. I'm almost seeing, so that's actors, players, programs. I'm almost seeing a different one, which is these things that we're talking about. And very simple diagram that's like, we got rules, we got guidelines, we got model code. And how do those, are they layered under the rules, or no, they're separate from, like, just a visual diagram that can just orient. And then we'd be like, we're just talking about this, the rules today. We're working on this for 2025 or whatever it is. Just the orientation is kind of what I'm trying to get.
That's part of what I was trying to get at too, Chair, is if I could, that same concept, right? Is that, you know, what we are, you know, statutorily required to do by pass here by January 1st is this set of administrative rules. But it's winnowed down from, and that's why there's been all those meetings, right? It's winnowed down from this huge body of work to say, okay, what needs to go in the rules? We know what the program wants to do overall, but these folks are, you know, spending a few months now trying to figure out what's going to go in the rules themselves. Mm-hmm. So I'll give you an example for me, because I hadn't heard it before until today when Celestina talked about the safe harbors, because we've had conversations about safe harbors in the tax. And it's about whether or not we should design safe harbors that a city could implement to say, we have met the requirements of the housing production strategies, right? So here's a set of things that you could implement as a safe harbor to meet that. And so what we're hearing today is they're saying, no, we don't think we can actually design that. So a safe harbor, my assumption would be, generally speaking, when you talk about safe harbor, that's in the rules, because it is, you have told somebody this is what you can do and you've met the requirement. I don't know if I agree with that. We talked a lot about it because the other perspective on safe harbors from a jurisdiction's perspective is it also not only provides clarity, but to some degree support, because then all I have to do is adopt the safe harbor. I don't have to do other stuff. So it's a way for us to provide a resource to a jurisdiction that wouldn't have to do anything else. As Celestina pointed out, we have to balance that against whether or not it could hold the integrity of reaching the objectives we're trying to reach, right? So I think what they're saying is I don't think we can design a set of safe harbors that would meet that objective. So it's an example for me. It's like, wow, I felt like safe harbors were a good thing. But I think when, our technical folks went away and said we can't design it, then that's where we ended up. But that's the kind of thing that I would wrestle with on when the rules come back, that we're not going to be able to get there.
Commissioners, more questions, comments? Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. This is such a big topic. It almost seems like you need a couple of drafts of rules and test those and see which approach might be the best. But until you see something, as I always say, it's easier to be the editor than the author. So, when somebody's authored a couple of different approaches, then you can kind of, oh, this works, this doesn't. And you're very fortunate to have a planner with a city that will be implementing these to help you sift through those as well. Safe harbor reminds me of this thing called the simplified UGB approach. It's predictable, which is great. And then I also think about, do you include it or not in the rule? And it reminds me, going back to the climate friendly and equitable communities, of, do we put everything in to provide clarity, which then may be perceived as you don't have as much flexibility, as opposed to, do you not put as much in to provide more flexibility, but then communities don't have the clarity and there's less predictability. So big decisions. One of my questions is, how do you feel the RAC members are they coalescing around an approach, or are there really strong disagreements among members? Or I'm just curious where you think the participants are as a group going forward at this point.
Chair Lova, Vice Chair Lilac, that's a good question. I'll offer the mic to any of the other folks who are working with the technical advisory committees, because I know those folks have been a little bit more engaged in some of the details than the rulemaking advisory committees on kind of the higher level 15,000 foot view.
Yeah, Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lilac, it's a great question. And I don't know if I have a better answer than Ethan. I think that, I will say that I have been sort of pleasantly surprised that everybody is very much on board with developing a program that's really functional and effective, and that there are several places where there is sort of like general energy and support. I think predictably there are differences too, but they haven't proved, they haven't really, they've served to be really good conversation pieces. That being said, we haven't brought them those draft rules yet. So, once we do that, we're fully expecting that pushback will become real when people see how we've tried to implement that. In the work of the HOTAC, which I can speak to, I think the approach of staff has been to try to take, both say the context and the clarity. So like a discretionary approach and a clear and objective approach, say, and create potentially pathways for both to happen, to balance that. I mean, it is tricky to thread that needle for sure, but I think that there are kind of creative ways to approach the policies that get us there. So yeah, it's interesting to, interesting to do that. Celestina, do you want to jump on?
Yeah, absolutely. Chair Halava and commissioners, thank you so much for the discussion. Yeah, just really informative to know that you're thinking along these lines as well. With regard to whether the TAC members are coalescing or not, Vice Chair Lilac, I would say that the interest in providing as much predictability as possible is pretty prevalent, but the details on that, we definitely have some differences. I think folks have been pretty amenable to just sorting through what works and trying to figure that out. I don't know that we've heard many viewpoints in terms of the safe harbors or about what exactly the safe harbor should or shouldn't be that has been particularly oppositional. But for example, one of the things that we posed is we've got really these two portions of the program where safe harbors could apply. One is determining the types, characteristics, and locations of housing that are needed. The second one is how are you going to try and get those produced? What are those actions that you're selecting? And so one of the differing opinions among the TAC members in trying to balance what we're talking about here, the specificity of rule or flexibility, was that maybe one of those two should have a safe harbor and maybe the other should not. But which one? Should we have a safe harbor about action selection and not on determining types, characteristics, and locations, or vice versa? So I could articulate that potential mixed opinion, but generally I would say for the most part, the TAC members are alongside us a bit in really trying to figure out how this might work. And like Thea said, once we put forward a proposal after trying to work on potential options next month, I anticipate that we might hear some more direct feedback.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Lilac.
Just my last comment. I just want to say how much I appreciate your approach, really aiming to be collaborative with everybody, and particularly with the cities that will be implementing it. It's a major change. I do hear from local elected officials in our region of the state's going to tell us how to grow and where to grow and the housing we need, and we have to do it. So that perspective's out there, and I just really appreciate your positive approach and aiming to not ever get to that enforcement arm, as you mentioned in the presentation. So yeah, great work. Thank you.
And I mean, I was robustly involved in the 2019 work on housing production strategies and missing middle housing. And so was Commissioner Lazo in his role, not on the commission, but as a RAC member. And I remember getting to that point where you're like, oh my gosh, how are we going to get to that end? And so I've seen that process go from, I don't know, did we call it safe harbor on that process? Or it was also called safe harbor. It was more like if you follow the model code, then you're good. And if you didn't want to follow that, then you could choose your own path, right? You want to just implement it. No, you don't have, you just like it, take it easy. Or I think there was also the, if you met these minimum, it was called minimum. Yeah, if you met these, so that was more like the safe harbor. If you met these minimum compliance things, you were good. Or you could do the model code, or you could choose your own path and add all sorts of things you wanted to it, as long as you weren't being prohibitive to housing. So I've seen how that kind of, we call it minimum compliance, which I would call safe harbor, works. It provides a path for people who just want to just tell me what I need to do to meet the letter of the law. And versus folks that are like, no, in our jurisdiction, we really want to craft something unique and highly tailored to us, right? This is a whole different process, a whole different issue. I'm just trying to say that we've done this before, with the goal of balancing the flexibility or the certainty. Which one do you like more? And it seemed to have worked, I would say. This is just a lot bigger, I think, of an issue because it's multiple things. And that's where I was sort of trying to go for the graphic about what's in a different way. What's our minimum? And then what are the pieces we're adding to be supportive to the communities we're working with, basically. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to appreciate what you said about like the similarity to middle housing code amendments work, but also the differences, right? I think comparing the two is really challenging because middle housing is a pretty defined, clear housing typology that, with the rules that we ended up adopting, it's pretty straightforward. This is not by any means. And every locality is different. Every single city or jurisdiction is experiencing very different housing issues. I mean, the housing issue across the board is, of course, there's not enough, right? But every single community has different housing needs. When I look at like trying to assign different housing types based off of area median income or income brackets, I mean, for me, it's like from 0 to 80% AMI, there's really kind of only one type that works. or that we know will accomplish the housing needs of those individuals. And unfortunately, that's like subsidized affordable housing, because we know that the market is not going to produce housing that's affordable for people less than 120% AMI, at least in the Eugene area. So how do, I think through this whole process, we have to remember that every single city is different. So having some flexibility in there is important, but also after going through the CFEC stuff, flexibility then causes issues for local governments trying to implement the rules. So back to Commissioner Lazo's question is like, what do we need, I think, as a commission to work through this rulemaking? I think it'd be really helpful to have a local government practitioner panel of some sort. Someone like a group of folks from different size jurisdictions, different localities who can help us work through some of these questions that we may have as it comes up. And I know time is going to be very limited on this, and it's kind of unfortunate that we have this statutory deadline. So I'd also just advise my colleagues here that this may be something that we have to revisit over and over and over again to get it right. Even though we know we have a statutory deadline, and communities need to move forward now. We have to recognize, I think, that good policymaking should adapt. We should try things and then adapt from there as need be.
To add to that, the CFEC rules, I think we saw that. We got it in. We modified some things. We saw some other things we modified. So seeing it as a working program, not as definitely a moment in time, but evolving. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you for the education. I feel finally as if from Commissioner Warren's comments, I have some door opening to relate my experience to what you all have been talking about. Because in Clatsop County, Astoria was the only city, right? Well, it lost population. It's under 10,000 now. It doesn't even qualify. So when I look at my housing reality and my neighbor's housing reality, and I'm trying to say this kindly, but if I'm not, forgive me, all right? Disclaimer. So much of what happens to our housing is second homeowners, affluent people who come in and buy up the housing on a more or less permanent basis. So they either own the houses outright and don't rent them out, they own them outright and they do rent them out, or they just rent them out one way or the other. And that's where the housing goes. And when people in Astoria had a chance to have senior and disabled housing, it stalled for months. It still isn't going forward. When we look about what's going to happen with housing for needy populations in my places, because I said to Commissioner Lazo after the last meeting, I want to rejoice with you. How do I take care of my people? And not that I don't have a profound devotion to addressing social justice and race, because I do. I have for as long as I can remember. But I also need to balance how we frame the discussions. So I went and talked to somebody and they said, well, the Aspen Institute doesn't call it DEI or race. They say place, race, and class are all the considerations. So I've been talking with various kinds of political people, Black people, white people, Republicans, Democrats, urban, rural. They're much more open to a discussion universally if the parameters are place, race, and class, because then it feels like everybody's included. And Chair, I heard what you said about intersectionality demonstrates that if we address policies for BIPOC people, everybody, that doesn't resonate with people the way the place, race, and class does. So I don't know if we are able or willing or even want to contemplate any kind of change or expansion. What I'm looking for is how do I create a middle ground where people will engage productively in discussion and move forward together? Because we have so many problems. Have to start with race. Absolutely have to start. But if we only talk about race in so many of the places in the world where I interact, I get resistance, I get blowback. But if I say, well, if we look at place, race, and class, all of it, then I get head nods. Then I get, we can talk about this. So I would offer that up, wanting to be helpful, wanting to be successful about race, about place, about class. And that's all I can say.
Yeah, I don't know who the best to respond to this, but maybe you can talk about the priority populations in relation to this work, because it includes all of those things that you mentioned, especially class, I would say, and place, definitely. So that the equity frameworks that we've been working on have not been just about race. So I don't know if you're the best to.
Yeah, Chair Lova, I'll try. And then I'm looking at Celestina, working on the Needs and Production Technical Advisory Committee. And what I'll say is, I think part of those considerations is, I'll describe the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis as a transformation into that type of approach of considering those elements in housing planning, right? If we think about the past implementation of Goal 10, it was focused on zone capacity of land, right? And trying to figure out how you can square that equation with population growth over a 20-year period. There's not a whole lot of discussion about affordability, choice of housing in that conversation about land need and land capacity. ONA shifts that focus towards the housing production strategy and the outcomes of the policies that local governments are putting into place to accommodate all segments of their community's housing need. And one of the ways that really is solidified in a really kind of codified statutory way is that in the housing production strategy, those principles of affirmatively furthering fair housing are a requirement, are baked into that analysis of how local governments are choosing and making decisions on their in particular, their relation to their housing production strategies and the actions that they're taking to remedy those fair housing issue areas. But Celestina, this is your bailiwick in terms of articulating how that actually can be done. So I'll defer to you.
Thanks, Ethan. I'm not sure if I can stand up to that introduction, that I know exactly how to do it, but thank you for the comment, Chair Thompson Commissioner Thompson and Chair Halava. I'll echo what's been said and maybe just add a couple more notes, which is that Chair mentioned the priority populations framework that the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities rulemaking utilized, and somewhat similar to that, but a little bit distinct, the affirmatively furthering fair housing framework that we're charged with for the Housing Production Strategy Program means that we're responsive to all federal, state, and locally protected classes. So that, of course, includes race, but also gender, nationality, and country of origin. We also have the locational considerations. Sorry, I should be able to rattle off those protected classes better than I just did there. But
race, color, national origin, religion,
there we go.
Sex, disability, and familial status are the seven federal protected classes.
Great, thank you. We do have a source of income one statewide related to getting federal assistance, or I'm sorry, any kind of assistance for housing vouchers, which kind of gets at class and income a little bit. And then additionally, we have locational and class aspects in the program in multiple places. I would say, like Ethan mentioned, that even the fact that the allocations of housing need are bracketed by income level is a very stark programmatic focus on class and serving all classes. And then locationally, like Karen mentioned about the Capacity and Urbanization Technical Advisory Committee starting to look at what affirmatively furthering fair housing looks at or applies to the locational considerations of buildable lands inventories and development ready lands. Where in your jurisdiction are those lands, and is that equitable across all protected classes? And then in the Housing Production Strategy Program, one of those fair housing issue areas proposed is fair access to and equitable outcomes for access to community assets and mitigation of exposure to harms. And that's a fairly technical way to talk about place and the impacts of place within a jurisdiction and locational benefits and burdens in a way. So I think that I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Thompson, and I hope that as we continue to unpack what this looks like, that we, indeed are able to serve all of those populations.
And I was going to add, the big, huge, I mean, everybody focuses on a certain thing, right? With all this work that's been done. I think one of the biggest things for me is prior, it would just say, we need 1,000 units. And no, for what income level, what product type, just 1,000 units. And this work has really gone to actually jurisdictions having to say, we need, one jurisdiction might say we need all 1,000 of those and 30% AMI or below. Another jurisdiction might say we need them evenly spread, right? Across 0 to 30, 30 to 60, 60 to 80, or market rate. And so that's a very, very strong basis that deals with, I don't usually use the word class, but it relates directly to income levels of folks. So that, and then the fact that you have to pair strategies, which I can't use the word strategies anymore. Action menus. No, the fact, I'm going to say strategies just for today. The fact that you have to then now pair strategies that actually meet that income versus strategy, you might have this income list, we need this, and then you have the strategy over here that only produces market rate housing, right? You actually have to do those strategies that hit those. And then if it's not hitting those, then it's like, hey, we need to look at this and reevaluate it. You've picked the wrong strategies to actually address your income needs. So I would say for me, the kind of basis of the program really goes to responding to income varieties across different jurisdictions. And I think that's one of the most exciting parts for me is the idea that we'll start to see completely different strategies depending on what jurisdiction it is, because they're calibrating it to their actual housing need, which was not the case before.
Chair, just wanted to add one thing to your question, Commissioner Thompson, that I haven't heard addressed here, and that is about the short-term rentals that are really affecting your region and this region and second homeowners. And I just wanted to make a quick note that the methodology that Ethan was talking about that's being developed for to identify housing need is actually going to consider that in a way that it hasn't before. And that I think is going to be a really important, it is a simple shift, but it's a really important shift for certain parts of Oregon.
That's a big deal. It's come up many times in various jurisdictions. Commissioner Lazo.
I just say, I know we need to move on, I think.
I have one public testimony for 3 minutes, and so I probably, yeah.
If Commissioner Boyer or Commissioner Porter had any feedback for the folks as we move into October and December, that they had the opportunity also.
So I was excited to read about the mapped history of discrimination, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I think that's going to be helpful in some of the planning moving forward. And then I think to Commissioner Lazo, or actually it was you, Commissioner Warren, about how drastically different our regions are and how that's, focusing, having a lens on that is, and I see you guys have that. So thanks.
Commissioner Thompson, Porter.
You can call me whatever you want.
Learning new names.
No, I don't have any. It seems like an overwhelming amount of work. So, you guys are doing a great job. I am tickled to hear that you guys are recognizing the differences in different localities and trying to bake into that some patience and some what term do I want to use? Just some acknowledgement of that. So, but I don't envy you. It's a big job.
I might go over for 2 seconds just because I had a question all of a sudden I just remembered. there was the whole conversation in the last round of housing policy making about how we're gonna have these regional goals, let's call them, and what would be the methodology, I'm gonna use that word, it might be the wrong word now, for distributing those across jurisdictions. Did you talk about that? And I just missed it.
Yeah, Chair, those are those green slides, really.
Okay.
What you'll hear in September.
Mhm.
So the Department of Administrative Services is the final implementer of that methodology, and DLCD and OHCS have the opportunity to make recommendations to DAS on how that methodology can meet all of these things that we've been talking about second vacation homes, about how employment centers are considered into that allocation. All of those things are part of that methodology and baked in.
Yeah, because that was, I guess that's one of the second things that was most shocking when we had the first round was the inequitable, the structural inequities in policy around where affordable housing, I'll just say it like this, where affordable housing could or shouldn't go or can go or not, versus understanding affordable housing is needed everywhere. And so I think when we think about equitable frameworks, it's really getting toward, the choice part. Does people at every income level have the ability to choose where they live, or you can only live there, right? Because of not just because it's people are just building housing there or not building housing there, but more, does our structure, our Oregon land use system create these outcomes that are not equitable? So I was just trying to remind myself, what is the system to which the distribution of housing obligation, I guess I would say, how does that go about? And you were just saying that it's tell me the name of the department again.
Department of Administrative Services, particularly the Office of Economic Analysis.
Okay, is going to actually do that distribution with our input in there. So there's these kind of, just to remind everybody, there's kind of these base layers that have to be in place with regard to like, what is the need? How does the need get distributed? Then you go to what are the strategies to meet that need? And then I feel like we're getting to the point of what are the rules around creating that system? And then what are the guidelines, toolkits, model codes to support this new system of housing allocation and need and strategies.
That was a good description.
Okay. Make sure it still works. Okay. Nice. We have one, Celestine.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair Helava. I got passed a note at the back of the classroom, the back of the digital classroom, from my colleague Mari Valencia Aguilar to offer something in response to your note, Commissioner Warren, and your request to hear more from local jurisdictions. And, we'll have to think a little bit more about how we could potentially provide this to you all in advance of the future next meeting. But the parallel engagement that Ethan mentioned earlier on includes those regional conversations in which jurisdictions are invited to review and respond specifically to the draft rules that we'll be putting out in a couple of weeks. So I just wanted to offer that. It's not quite the panel, live panel experience at a commission meeting, but perhaps we can consider how to elevate some of that feedback in a way that you all can digest as well.
Thank you. And so we're going to open it up to Peggy Lynch, who's here to testify. I should have your organization like burned in my brain. League of Women Voters.
I'm here.
Private citizen.
Because I did not get permission from my
private citizen
to say anything. As Commissioner Warren said, we need tax relief. The success of this program depends on it. The Governor's Housing Production Advisory Council listed this issue in their reports. That's all I really have to say. I don't have anything, I don't have a solution. But you all know, within all of your various roles, we cannot do all of the different units unless it's market rate without assistance. And so we need to figure out in Oregon and for local governments how to do tax reform, what it looks like. It's a conversation that needs to be had at the same time we're having this conversation. Or this conversation will be a conversation of interest and not an actual happening. So
Yeah.
thanks for all of your work. These people are incredible.
Thank you. Testimony. I think we're going to move on to Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you,
Wanna
Chair.
say
I just wanted to close with
Yeah.
one or two thoughts, if I could.
Yeah.
One is, Vice Chair Lilac, to respond to, has there been a good agreement around in the racks and tax? I think one of the things that there has been lots of calls for, and we heard it from the dais today also, is this sense of flexibility and recognizing that every location is different. I was starkly reminded of that on this trip. I'm actually staying in Prineville. And, I passed through town and I saw the population sign, 11,574. I thought, oh, wow, this is a town that is required to do a housing production strategy. And I looked at it and I thought, wow, how different that strategy might be than from where I came from in Portland, right? And it was a stark reminder that how wide a breadth this program has and what we're asking folks to do. And so, and I thought, how can we capture that in that and the balance between the integrity of reaching the objectives that we want. And the way I thought of it is, we need to provide the flexibility for every one of our jurisdictions to be successful as we've collectively defined it. And I'm hoping that's where we're headed with the rules. And I think that's the way I would frame it. To move beyond all of that, the one thing we didn't bring up today, and this was like the only good place to insert it, was we also received a memo as an auxiliary to our packet about the coordination between the community-friendly
CFAC.
climate-friendly and equitable communities rules and the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rules. And so, I just wanted to bring it up because I thought it was a really important memo to not only say that that's being considered, that's being addressed. I think that it's probably not wholly satisfactory for lots of folks that are raising some of those concerns, but that it's being considered. And I think I want to make sure that my colleagues are aware of that memo, have read it, and that we can provide input at times if we need to, or maybe bring it up on an agenda. I think that's an important set of concerns that are being brought forward, and there just wasn't a place otherwise to bring that up.
And thank you for saying that. Because I was in the other rulemaking, it's like in a background assumption. Like I know it's happening, but it's good to actually say it on the mic. Very, very, very important. I think we're kind of fortunate that those had a little bit of an overlap last time, that the awareness is there. Thank you. We're going to break I think I want to break for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 3:05. For the start of the agenda item number 8, Sea Level Rise, which is a fellow presentation. Oregon Coastal Manager Lisa Phipps will introduce fellow Carl Hendrickson. And I feel like it's once a year, but I might be making up that we have a fellow come and present to us their findings. And this is always really exciting because it's I always feel like it's a whole new body for me of research and intention around a new topic. So we look forward to that. Where's my agenda? Oh, thank you. There's a lot. Not caffeinated. Not caffeinated.
You're right. I love like this polarized stuff. To me, it's just such a different element.
I know. Every time they talk, I'm like, what is this information? I'll tell you about, they told you my project that I'm. You can hear us. Okay, we're gonna wait.
I'm here.
Okay. I think we were ready for you to start.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Chair Holova. It's a pleasure to be here today, and commissioners. I'd like to introduce you to Carl Hendrickson. He is our NOAA Coastal Management Fellow, and he joined us not last August, but August of 2022. It's been a fast 2 years. And it was a result of an application that was submitted back in 2021 to foster local capacity for sea level rise amongst our local communities on the Oregon coast. And Carl stood out above the crowd as someone that could help us lead this effort for our coastal communities. And you'll hear more about his project and the specifics as he takes you through the last couple years. But there were 4 things that we were hoping to get out of this. And that was to provide additional capacity for a couple of communities that you'll hear about to actually develop and begin implementation of sea level rise adaptation action plans, to connect through the fellow, the communities back to DLCD with other scientific-based organizations, research agencies, nonprofits, all those folks that are out in this world dealing with climate resilience and climate planning and how sea level rise fits into that mix. To create a lessons learned document for us so that we could help other communities once he's gone. And last but definitely not least, is part of this process for all of our fellows is that they walk away with an increased awareness of coastal management planning and policy, and an opportunity to take this experience back out into the real world. I just want to thank Carl for his work over the last 2 years. One of the things that Carl has excelled at and could probably, if we could figure out a way, make a job out of this, is Carl has the most innate ability to network. He has no hesitation reaching out to folks And the partnerships that he has created and the opportunities that he's created for our coastal communities have just been outstanding. I'm not sure we could have anticipated that coming out of this process. And I want to just acknowledge that, and the way that he brings our work out to the communities, his tone, his tenor, the way he represents himself has just been a boom for this organization and for our program. And I just want to thank you, Carl, for that. And I hope that you all have a good time listening to this presentation. And we really are interested when he gets to it in your feedback on some of the products that he's putting out. So thank you, Carl, and I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. It helps to have a good team behind you to feel supported and do all that work. So props to you and the leadership. Good afternoon, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and commissioners. I'm excited to present today about my fellowship work, working in Clatsop County to address sea level rise. But before we dive into that, I want to give you a little personal background on what I was up to before coming into this position. I did my undergrad at UC Berkeley, where I played varsity rugby for 5 years. But in that time, I quickly figured out that science was going to be a better long-term career choice. So I decided to invest more of my time into marine biology and really got into ocean and ocean sciences. After that, I worked at the California Academy of Sciences and particularly brought up my skills as a scuba diver and a public presenter. That's actually me in the aquarium there presenting from the Philippines coral reef to the public. So I really learned the value of presenting science in a way that community members can understand and see the importance. And then most recently, I did my master's at San Francisco State University studying eelgrass and oyster restoration, and really saw how important ecosystems and nature is in combating climate change. And so that's sort of what I have brought with my experiences and why I was so interested in this position here in Oregon to deal with climate change and talk to community members about it. But we're more interested in sea level rise, so I'll dive into it. In Oregon, there's a number of different flavors of sea level rise. We know we have big erosion events. You can see a big dune scarp coming off after a storm, which we know can impact recreation opportunities along the coast, and particularly a number of state parks. We also have impacts to infrastructure and development right along the shoreline. So this is a beach access point in Cannon Beach. And we can see during a high tide event, the waves coming right up around the development. So we have major impacts there. And then transportation is really a big one. This is Highway 101 south of Seaside at Circle Creek, which you may have heard of and many people have lived through. But we're seeing a lot more flooding, and this is just hugely impactful to the communities in Clatsop County. Highway 101 is really a lifeline, and to cut it off is to cut off people from lots of basic goods and services. So what are we doing to address that? Well, DLCD has created the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Planning Toolkit. And so these 3 tools built in preparation for my fellowship were really the backbone of the community engagement we were doing. And so I'm going to walk you through what these 3 tools do and how we use them to conduct this community engagement. So first up is our Sea Level Rise Impact Explorer seen here, which helps communities visualize sea level rise. There's multiple data layers in those different pink colors showing data from Dogami, FEMA, and various sea level rise publications. On the left, we have the Columbia River. You can see Astoria and Warrenton, and the water level in there is around 5 feet. In the rest of our major estuaries, like Seaside on the right, you can see we are showing 1.5 feet of sea level rise plus a 100-year storm event, or a 1% storm, which I think we're learning comes a little more often than once every 100 years now, and is a really big player in flooding events. So with these maps, we can help see where sea level rise is. And we asked community members, what's being impacted by this? When you see this map and when you experience sea level rise, is it impacting beach access points, shoreline development, or parks that you use? Or is it impacting housing near you, businesses in your community, or roads and transportation? And the answer is all of these and above. I'll say that Commissioner Thompson, in her role as a Clatsop County Commissioner, has seen these maps in action. And so with these maps, we went out to communities and we hosted a series of workshops throughout the county.
Our goal was to ask communities what is being impacted by sea level rise. So to do that, we chose 5 initial locations. Our first workshop was in Seaside. This workshop was intended to target the Latinx community. We worked with a local advocacy group, Consejo Hispano, to come up with a location and date that would be accommodating to that community. Unfortunately, we actually had no attendance from the Latinx community at that event. I think there's a number of factors at heart. One of them was it was a beautiful March day on the coast. It was sunny and 70 degrees, which if you live out there, you know, you don't really want to be inside for that. But another one was that as a government agency hosting a workshop and inviting the community in, that's not the friendliest environment, no matter what we did. We had a Spanish language translator, we translated our materials, but still we're a government group inviting that community. And so while we didn't have anyone from that community attend, we did have Commissioner Thompson and a few others attend. So we pulled a success out of that. But we also learned a lot of lessons about how to do better engagement in the future, which I'll get to in a moment. Next up, we were in Arch Cape, a small unincorporated community where we hosted the workshop at a fire station. In the city of Cannon Beach, we hosted at City Hall. At Lewis and Clark, again, we worked with a fire station in the unincorporated area around Jeffers Garden. And in Brownsmead, we met with the community at the local Grange. This is us in the Grange at Brownsmead. We really had almost the whole community out there and really good 30+ people there discussion about what sea level rise looks like to them. So in doing those workshops, we had really great attendance, but we realized we were missing the youths. We didn't really have anyone in the younger demographics. And so we connected with all the high schools and the community college in the county and got into science classes through science teachers, students in fisheries classes that were really interested in this topic. And we got really different and useful feedback from that demographic, as well as taking the opportunity to educate the next generation of coastal Oregonians about what is going to be their future conditions. So that was really valuable to do. This is us at Astoria High School talking with students. And then just in networking and meeting everyone, we figured out about a number of other events that we could present at. And so we got out to the Latinx Heritage Festival in Seaside. This was a really good second opportunity to engage with that community. It's a pre-existing event set up by a local group, the same one, Consejo Hispano. So it's a trusted event that folks want to attend and they see a benefit to. And we just tabled at that event. You can see me over on the right. I'm adjusting my hat. But it was a much more friendly environment for that community and allowed folks to come by as they felt comfortable and learn a little more about sea level rise. So this is a first step in sort of building trust and not leading with the ask, but leading with building trust and education. And then down the road, we can engage a little more in the future. So yeah, some really good opportunities here. At more than a dozen events, we reached more than 500 community members to talk about sea level rise. So a really, I think, successful campaign of engagement. So at these events, we wanted to cover a number of topics, but generally, how can we reduce the impact of sea level rise in Oregon coast? And to do that, we asked folks to think about a number of different topics. King tides are a really good window into the future. So king tides are the highest tides of the year, usually occurring in the winter months. And if you think about that flooding, that might be sea level rise in the future. Also thinking about the co-benefits of tsunami planning. A lot of our maps folks identified looked like tsunami maps. And it's a similar hazard, but obviously a different time scale. But a lot of co-benefits to planning for both of those. And generally, we're getting at alternatives. If you have flooding here, where would you go there? How do we go from being reactive to sea level rise to being proactive to not have those impacts? So we ask questions like, what's important and why? What does it look like in your community? What exactly is at risk and how would you cope with that? So in asking these questions, we employed a number of different sort of techniques. We printed large maps of our sea level rise viewer and had folks write directly on them, leave us sticky notes to highlight what's important. We had them fill out some classwork to really get at the finer details of what is impacted and how that impact is felt. And then we recorded conversations. So we were around the room with our flip charts, just writing down conversation topics. And you can see those little green dots. We asked participants to go around and sort of highlight other people's topics that they thought were important. So get some cross-pollination of ideas and make sure everyone is sort of coming along together. So with this, we gathered some really good qualitative and quantitative data. And we had a lot to deal with. So how do we handle that? We plugged it into our second tool, our impact assessment tool. It is a spreadsheet that looks like this. It's not that exciting, but the idea is that we plug in these various scores based on exposure to sea level rise, what type of users use an asset, and what would the impact be of flooding. And so looking at this example, fictional, but the top one, an assisted living center, is going to score a lot higher than, say, a flooding culvert that you can just take an alternate route to drive around. And so this is sort of our process of prioritizing all the really good feedback we got. But I know spreadsheets are pretty boring, so I want to give you a real world example from Arch Cape. Arch Cape is a unique community in the north. You can see Arcadia State Beach and Falcon Cove to the south, just inside Tillamook County. And they're a unique coastal community. So this is their list of important assets that they identified. And first up on that list is Highway 101. So Arch Cape doesn't have access to really any goods or services within the community. And so Highway 101 is their lifeline to everything. And so it makes sense when scoring that it would be the most important thing. So we think that this tool is highlighting that well. And then the basic necessities, water, sanitation, beach access living along the coast, and then the community of Seaside. That's, again, their closest hospital, closest groceries, all those important things. And so this prioritization tool, we think, is doing a good job of identifying what are the most important things that were brought up in those workshops. And so we have this list. What are we going to do with the list? We turn to our third tool, the Sea Level Rise Planning Guide. And the guide seen here is a living document. So it was released in October of 2022, but we're going to update it after this fellowship to include a lot of the lessons that we learned and keep it living into the future. And the idea is, so we're not going to go straight to sea level rise. We're going to take a turn and move towards drier conditions in the future. And really, it's a menu of options for jurisdictions. It's not meant to be a cover-to-cover read. It's meant to list various important things to consider when you think about sea level rise. So first up on that list is obviously land use planning goals that are relevant to sea level rise. But really, the bulk of it is adaptation strategies, different ways that you could handle sea level rise, policy changes, project design, shoreline stabilization techniques, and grants and incentives to help fund all of this work. It also addresses some of the legal issues that become relevant when we consider sea level rise. So we know that public use and liability are a really important issue on the coast right now, as are changing boundaries in our coastal zone. So when sea level rise moves and the beach moves, we're going to have changing property lines and changing public right-of-ways that are going to become really relevant as this change takes place into the future. So with the rest of my time, I want to get into some of the specific outcomes that we are giving to communities and that are going to come out of this fellowship, generally speaking. So the first couple ones, sea level rise impact maps, inundation mitigation and adaptation action plans. We wanted to have a cool acronym. Grant funding applications are all sort of products directly for communities. We also had meetings with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde to talk about sea level rise and how it affects their community and how we can learn from tribes about how to adapt to sea level rise over time. And then the final piece here is the Sea Level Rise Community Engagement Guide, which I believe is included in your packet. And this is a guide to help communities carry out this process themselves. You know, there isn't always going to be a fellow who can work with them on this, but we did have folks from Tillamook attend some of our workshops, and they definitely put up their hands and said, us next. So we want to make this guide to help communities do this same project effort into the future. So first up are the Sea Level Rise impact maps. You can see here the community of Brownsmead. And the idea is to highlight the different assets identified in the workshop. So we give this back to the community to make sure that we heard what they said and we were able to identify it. And this could be useful for future planning or grant writing to say, you know, this is the important asset. This is a bridge that accesses our community, and we really need the dollars to fund a project to address this. Next up is our inundation mitigation and adaptation action plans, or IMAPs, which are really a tool to help identify these priority actions. So when we've gotten those highest priority items, we want to give context to what impact is expected and what we can help do about that. So we list possible actions, different funding sources, project readiness, and generally on the right, the different green colors are just an easy visual. You know, more green is more better. If you have a little bit of money and want to make a big impact, you can quickly look at that and say, this is the type of project we want to carry out. So I mentioned grant funding applications that we put in. We applied to the NOAA Climate Resilience Regional Challenge Track 1 grant. We actually worked with the state of Washington on this to look at the lower Columbia River as a whole. Washington is doing a similar sea level rise community engagement effort, and we want to learn from each other so we don't make the same mistakes and we also benefit from the same advancements. So this is a really cool grant opportunity that we're hoping to hear back from soon. Everyone keep crossing your fingers. We also applied to a new Oregon Department of Human Services grant, the Resilience Hubs and Networks grant. We worked with the Lewis and Clark Fire Department on this one. It was really an amazing wish list of items to buff that fire station's capability to serve the community. So getting new engines, getting new training services, and really in particular, moving their fire station out of the tsunami inundation zone and up to higher ground. They're working on acquiring property to do that. And this grant application, if successful, would help fund that effort. We also applied to a small nature-based solutions program through Coastal Quest. And this was an opportunity to look at nature-based solutions, which often in the case of Clatsop County is wetland restoration. So wetlands are a really great tool to help deal with sea level rise flooding. They naturally soak up water and act like a sponge, keeping it out of communities and in nature. So this would be a scoping grant to look at opportunities to do that. Also mentioned that we met with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. We are coming up with some language to include in our sea level rise guide and our community engagement guide to really consider the knowledge and experience that tribes have in dealing with sea level rise. The coast of Oregon used to be 20 to 30 miles west of where it is today, within the time that tribes have been in Oregon. And so they have adapted to this over time, and we could learn a lot from how those communities did that. Finally is the Sea Level Rise Community Engagement Guide. So this is meant to be a short document to give to communities to help them think about how to address sea level rise and how to involve the community in that. Because as we deal with this hazard moving into the future, it's going to really foundationally affect communities. And by bringing the public into that effort, we can really make sure that we go in the right direction that the community agrees with, so that it doesn't feel like they're losing ownership of their coasts and their livelihoods, so that we can build resilient coastal communities. And so in particular, I appreciate any feedback, but on this guide, some questions about how can we help jurisdictions do better community engagement? Or what does good community engagement look like to you? When you see or hear that term, what do you think of in those efforts? And how can we incorporate those lessons and others into this guide to do better engagement into the future? Thank you. I appreciate any questions or comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question. Maybe it might be to Director Green or you about Deputy Director Green. Sorry about that. People putting the people in planning guide. Has that interface? So that's a document that the department came out that's really robust and awesome and amazing, which I've actually referred it to a lot of people recently, including I was on a panel about climate journalism recently last week with USC, and I actually put that in the chat, and people are like, "This is amazing." Are we utilizing that resource in thinking about this new resource? And anyone should check it out. You just write in people putting the people in planning DLCD, and it's very easy to find on the internet.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Members of the commission, and I'm not sure if Lisa Rhiannon, who's been advising Carl in his internship, or Carl referred to that in the development of the community engagement guide. But if you did, let us know. And if not, we still have a few more weeks of his fellowship to be able to maybe integrate that.
Yeah, I'm always the one going like,
thank you.
This thing. Let's want to make sure to do it again. What was great about that document was it had like all the different millions of things you can do, and then said like, this is good for that. This is good for something completely different. Because at that time we were really seeing the way that we do things isn't working. The traditional government, come to our meetings, and really that was developed in conjunction with CFAC. Not CFAC, sorry.
the Citizen
Right.
Involvement Advisory Committee, or we'd like to call it the Community Engagement Advisory.
CIC.
Yes.
Yeah. So there was a panel discussion that there's a couple moments in my being here that I always remember. And that one panel, I'll always remember, where it was talking about best practices in community engagement. And so that document kind of is a huge resource. So I just want to make sure to get that linked up. Yeah. Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. This is, such incredibly important work, and it's also timely, just given what we're seeing happening in the Midwest with flooding right now. A lot of that, I'm sure the same engagement and strategies are applicable beyond Oregon, but it's really great to see this document and this great work. I guess two questions. One, and maybe this is for Lisa, is does this build on the department's previous Beat the Wave work? I thought that was really, really great work that you were engaged in a couple of years ago. And then my second question, and I know we don't have 2 hours to talk about it, but does it identify any changes that we might need in rule or the planning program in terms of how communities can site or locate public facilities, housing, various things of that nature that might require adjustments in the future? Thank you.
Well, I'll let thank you, Chair Holova, Commissioner Lilac. I'll let Carl talk about the document that he pulled together. But to your point about the Beat the Wave project that was completed a number of years ago now, I suppose that it does in a roundabout way, because when you're planning for tsunamis, you can also incorporate that into planning for sea level rise on some level. But you have your chronic and your acute conditions. And so Beat the Wave was really focused on tsunamis. But a lot of the legwork in terms of understanding processes and shorelines and the infrastructure that was at risk certainly is integrated into this effort, because that part of the process, that part of the conversation is impacted in either scenario. But the direct link, that's about as direct as the link is for those two. And Carl, I'll let you speak to your document.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. Chair Holova, I had not directly used that document yet, but there is, as Kirsten mentioned, still time to do so. And so I'll take a look at that to make sure we incorporate lessons there and see what sort of parallel things we found and can continue to incorporate. Vice Chair Lilac, we did work with Dogami on this, who was a big part of the Beat the Wave effort. And so I think we encountered early on how good of a job that did in tsunami preparedness. And we at first had to change our conversation because folks wanted to talk about tsunamis, and this is chronic flooding as opposed to that acute. But we really learned lessons about how to let people get their views out about this. This is a really big issue. You can't really beat the ocean in a lot of these contexts. And so it's important to address that. And yeah, we learned a lot from those sort of parallel lessons. And then I think a big sort of policy or rule that may come out of this, none of our sea level rise maps are regulatory, but I think it was a really eye-opening thing to do with communities, in particular with elected officials, to say, this is what we're looking at in 30 to 50 years, which is sort of the timeline of infrastructure. It's the timeline of home development. It's how long those things are going to be here. And so something we highlighted that we heard from other people is, not building new affordable housing in these sea level rise layers. Thinking about where FEMA insurance rates are going to be applicable as this change sets in. And so we're hoping that this has done a really good job of bringing that up in people's minds so that they can make that right choice now and not run into this issue in the future. Because we do have a good amount of time to deal with this in Oregon. We're really dealing with slower sea level rise than a lot of other places like Virginia or Texas. But still, that won't happen forever. And we really have a good chance to get ahead of it.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. Yeah, good job on this. I found this really interesting when I was reading through the materials, and I really did like the handout. That was great. I'll probably keep a copy of that. You mentioned that you're working with Washington. Was that primarily on that grant application or just in general?
Primarily through the grant application. They were also just carrying out a parallel community engagement sea level rise effort at the exact same time. And so they attended one of our meetings and I attended one of their meetings to just see how those different processes take place.
Were you able to glean anything that Washington was doing that you could borrow or vice versa?
Yeah, I mean, they, similar to us, they were holding these meetings at local Granges, going to the community. And so that was good to see that we were both on sort of the right page about how to get people involved in it. It's funny that Washington just has a different take on what's causing sea level rise. Communities there are interested in upland forestry practices and sediment loads and how that raises the river level that causes flooding. Versus in Oregon, we were more talking about the aging dikes and levees along the area and sort of how do we know who's responsible for which dike and how do we raise these things up affordably and effectively. So kind of different conversations of the same issue. But yeah, through the grant, I think we're hoping, and we already have fostered a lot of really good relationships to understand, what things work, what doesn't work, and how to not push the problem to the other state. When you raise a dike or a levee to reduce flooding in one place, that water goes right across the river. And so how can we coordinate these efforts across states to deal with the lower Columbia River as a whole?
No, that's neat. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Boyer.
So great work. It was really fascinating the one pager is going to be something I look at a lot. And I find it interesting that we're in the desert talking about the ocean today. I like that. The high desert. So a couple of, one of your slides about the planning guide, you had talked about incentives. What does that look like to you?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Thanks, Commissioner. I think that, I don't know much about housing. I've tried to absorb as much as I can through the really great work that colleagues back there are doing. But I think incentivizing the right developments for the right reason. I think in other places you see, for example, low-income housing going into flood zones. And so incentivizing, looking at new locations that we might not have thought of as a good place for housing, but if it's not at risk for sea level rise in the future, that maybe outweighs the costs of a new development area to ensure that this isn't just going to flood and we have to pick up everything again and move. Sea level rise isn't like anything we've seen happen sort of in Western planning. And so thinking about, we need to plan for 30 to 50 years right now. Otherwise, we're just going to be up and moving again and again.
Or we can be like the tribes and think 7 generations ahead. So
yeah, or think of a place not as a specific beach access, but as access to the beach, and there always will be access, even if it moves, and that's the valuable thing, not a particular boat launch that you really like and that is yours and you want to protect. That's been an interesting mindset switch that I think I've really benefited from in meeting with the tribe.
Awesome. And then one thing, I want to give you an answer to your question about community engagement. I feel going to them instead of asking them to come to you. It's just the best way to do it. And I love how you did that. You had a call to action to come to you, and it didn't work with the Latina X, but then you went to their event, and I really commend you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, I bet you didn't know when you did rugby that it would be excellent preparation for community participation in Clatsop County, huh?
I was not thinking of that at the time.
Time for a joke. It's in the middle of the afternoon. Okay. You can tell what a great job he did. Here's what I would ask though. When you're looking at the concerns of the community and the impact of the flooding, can you please send this to ODOT? No, I mean, because I'm the ACT chair and we tell them, but coming from your credible, extensive, they really need to hear it. So if you could do that, I'd be grateful. And third thing, I have a friend in Australia who's doing climate change through eelgrass restoration. He has a plan. I can connect you.
I would love that connection. Thank you.
Because then maybe we have another job for him and we deal with marine health. Okay, thanks.
Nice. Commissioner Laza.
Thanks, Chair. Carl, I had a question about your choice of, or maybe not was your choice, but the choice to ask the question, what is most impacted by sea level rise rather than who is most impacted by sea level rise? And I'm wondering if you would have gotten a different answer. And the example I'd give is potentially the Latinx community, and how they might be affected, right? Not so much, well, with the sea level rises, then Highway 101 will be affected. But somebody might tell you, well, if the sea level rises and I can't pass on the road, then I can't get to my job and I can't earn money and my family will starve or I'll have to move. And so, I'm wondering if there was any consideration about asking a different question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lazo. That's a really good point you bring up. So we asked what was affected in as broad of terms as we could. And so we did try to ask folks, your commuting route might be affected. So we tried to get at that, and there's a lot of variety in that. It was really useful to meet with some social scientists at Oregon State University to understand really what are we asking and what do people think of that. But yeah, that who is affected is a really important question. I think particularly on the coast where there's a lot of service workers and folks who don't actually get to live in the community that they work in. And so, yeah, that's a really important point you bring up. And it connects to Commissioner Thompson. I mean, transportation, Highway 101, local Highway 202 were two of the biggest things that got brought up across the board at every workshop. And so I think some of those are more at what you're getting at. This is how am I affected? And it's that I can't get to my work. I can't get to my kids at daycare. So yeah, really important that you bring up. But I think there's always more to do to learn what communities are more affected. So I hope that there's more of this engagement in the future.
Commissioner Thompson, and that'll be the last.
Maybe you don't remember, but in Seaside, we raised that's why Latinx people were not there, because they had job issues and the service workers would be impacted. And it came up, maybe it was just in the roundtable discussions. At the other one in Seaside, we were all together in one because there were few enough of us to do that. But it comes up repeatedly. It's not ignored. The people are not ignored. I just want you to know that.
Well, thank you for your presentation and work. Yeah. And you might have said this, your timeline for this fellowship. Did we hear that?
I am wrapping up on August 7th.
Okay. Nice. Thank you. Thank you for your work. We'll now hear from, we did not have any public comment. It was open to the public. We did not have any. So we'll now hear from Gordon Howard, Community Service Specialist, and Angie Brewer, Central Oregon Regional Representative, on agenda item number 9 with an update on DLCD's child care study. Gordon, you are welcome. And when you are ready, you can introduce the team.
Thank you, Chair Holova and Commission. Once again, Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager for DLCD. And I'm here to introduce, we're here to talk about our child care facilities ongoing work program. And I want to introduce our team that's working on it. And that team is led by Angie Brewer, our Central Oregon Regional Representative, and also working on it are Kelly Reed, who is one of our Metro Regional Representatives, and Melissa Ahrens, who is with us remotely today, and she's our Mid-Willamette Valley Regional Representative. And the legislature gave us an appropriation to do this work and hire a consultant to prepare a report, but they did not give us additional staff to do the work from our point of view. And so we asked for, Brenda and Kirsten and I asked for volunteers, and Angie, Kelly, and Melissa stepped forward to add this to their existing full load as regional representatives. And as an agency, we're extremely grateful for them willing to do that and the excellent work that they're doing on this, and will continue to do this until the report is complete at the end of this year. So I'll turn this over now to Angie, who will lead the presentation.
Thank you, Gordon. Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, Commissioners, thank you very much for having us this afternoon. I'm here with Kelly and Melissa Aarons, I believe, is online. I'm not sure if she's visible or not. But I also want to share that Patrick Wingard, another regional representative from the South Willamette Valley, and Lee McIlvaine, who you heard from earlier today, are also participating on our work group. So it's 5 of us, and as parents and planners, amongst all 5 of us, we're very passionate about this topic and appreciate the opportunity to be part of the solutions and strategies moving forward. So it's a great opportunity. I want to make sure that I don't forget to say that we do have help from Echo Northwest. We were provided some funds for a consultant. You might have already mentioned that. Apologies. And so we've been working closely with them since August of last year to start framing this up internally. And our work group process started in October, I believe. And you'll hear more about the timeline in a moment, but we're about midway through, and we're happy to be here to give you guys an update as to what we've been working on, and give you sort of the big picture, because this is unique. This bill, I should just start into my speaking points. This bill is from the 2023 legislative session and directs us to work on something we don't normally work on directly. So I will advance the slides here and just share briefly that we are going to split this up a little bit so you hear from each of us. I'm project manager, but Kelly is our lead on our work with the work group that we've composed to do this work. I feel like this is really close. And Melissa is working directly on research and the content for our website, which has been very helpful. And you will hear from her a bit on what we've called a policy matrix that we hope to create as part of our work moving forward to ensure that the outcomes of what we find in this process is tangible, and we have actions and recommendations for strategies moving forward. So just quickly, the bill is unique in a couple of ways. So House Bill 2727 specifically directs DLCD to convene a work group composed of childcare providers and regulatory partners that Kelly will share more about here in just a few moments. It directs us very specifically as to how we engage to those audiences and how we put together this work group. The scope of their work is very prescribed as to what we're reviewing in that process. And we will be focused specifically on evaluating current regulatory frameworks as it pertains to land use and building permits and the process around regulating the siting of new and expansion of existing childcare facilities across the state. We've taken considerable effort to make sure that we're evaluating the differences and common themes amongst urban versus rural settings for regulatory process and mechanisms. And you'll hear Kelly share a bit about that as we discuss the engagement that we have done. And it's also important to just note for you that the bill specifically asserts, well, I shouldn't say asserts, directs that this work, the outcome of this work, is a report to the legislature from the work group, not from DLCD. So although we're put into this position of convening the work group and preparing the report, it's important that we capture the intent and feedback and work of this working group that's collaborative and much larger than just one state department. So where we are today is we are convening this work group. We've met a couple of times. You'll hear Melissa elaborate on it and Kelly as well. We're evaluating regulatory barriers, and I will reiterate this later, but it's important as we talk about barriers that they They often include what's perceived as barriers, but often very well-intended statutory obligations for the protection and safety of children across the state. So it's important to kind of keep that in mind as we sort of thoughtfully evaluate what we're hearing and unpack and address, what's feasible and what makes sense as far as real solutions that don't have not a lengthy list of unintended consequences, if you will. We will be back to you if there's interest in the fall with the final report. And that report from the work group is due to the legislature at the end of the calendar year. So as Gordon shared, our work as we know it currently will be through the calendar year. The report is due by December 31st. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly Reed to share more with you about our work group, the composition and where we're at with them, and let me know. Thank you.
Thanks, Angie. Hi, my name is Kelly Reed. I'm the Portland Metro Regional Representative. Thank you, Chair Halova and members of the commission. I'm really happy to be on the team working on this project. So the work group recruitment started in fall of 2023, and we leaned on our partners at the Department of Early Learning and Care, advocacy groups, and all of the regional reps at DLCD to really recruit folks from throughout the state. We were so successful that we got lots of interest, and we couldn't accommodate everyone on the work group because the legislation kind of limited that to 22 members. And so what we're doing with all the folks who were interested is we're asking them to participate via focus groups and interviews and surveys throughout. So we've been able to still kind of engage those folks. The makeup of the work group was largely dictated by the bill itself. The list is in your packet. It should be attachment B for this item. So just to go through those members, I'm not going to name them all, but we have 5 childcare providers, 5 local government folks that are in either building or planning departments. We have 2 DLCD staff, 2 Department of Early Learning and Care staff, staff from Building Codes Division, Oregon State Fire Marshal, advocacy organizations, and a few other kind of at-large positions. We've also added a few ex officio roles so that we could accommodate a few more folks from the Department of Early Learning and Care, a union representative of childcare providers, and a staff person from Business Oregon who is leading their childcare infrastructure fund. So we have a great group, and I want to say just very quickly about childcare providers, and I'm sorry this wasn't in your written staff report, but just because we're going to be talking about this, I just want to make it clear what types of childcare providers we're talking about. So the 3 main types are childcare centers, which are kind of commercial operations that you would think of as like a kinder care or a Montessori school. And then you have 2 types of in-home childcare providers. So these are called family childcare, and there's registered family childcare and certified family childcare. And the main difference is just the limit of the number of children that can be there. And of course, the Department of Early Learning and Care has lots of other rules for each of those. But so we're talking about 3 different types: registered family, certified family, and then childcare centers. And we wanted to make sure that our work group contained providers of those types. And so that was part of our recruitment process to make sure we got the range of folks. Next slide, please. So here's our work group. We're meeting virtually throughout this year. The legislation called for the work group to reflect the geographic, ethnic, and gender diversity of the state. So we kept that in mind as we were recruiting members. And first and foremost, as Angie mentioned, the task of the work group is to create this report for the legislature. The details of what's in that report are in the legislation itself, and that's found as attachment A in your packet. And we're happy to answer more questions about that if you have them. And I'm going to pass it to Melissa now.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, perfect. I've been a panelist quietly listening in so far. Thank you, Kelly, and good afternoon, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and commissioners. Thank you for having our team here to share with you today. Per the framework and directives in HB 2727, the project is following the timeline shown above. The project includes 3 distinct phases. The first, establishing background, the second, researching barriers, and the third, developing recommendations to reduce barriers. We are currently in phase 2 of the project. Our first major project milestone was forming the work group per the parameters in the bill, as Kelly went over a little bit earlier. Next, work group meetings 1 and 2 were held. Work group meeting number 3, which will focus on the review of draft recommendations, is planned for this August. To inform the work group meetings and the project in general, the consultant team has prepared multiple memos, conducted surveys with providers and regulatory partners, and held interviews and focus groups. Case studies are also integral to the research and background phase of the work. Project materials are available for review on our project website and will be added to as work progresses. To prepare for work group meeting number 3 and phase 3 of the project, the team is currently working on developing draft recommendations that will provide the framework for the final report to the legislature. The consultant will be using a policy matrix to track the evolution of the recommendations to help ensure that the recommendations carried forward in the report are actionable after the report is placed in the hands of the legislature. The team will use the policy matrix to track policy changes recommended by the work group, input received on those changes during engagement, and any subsequent informed modifications made during the project. The project team will continue to rely on this resource to make sure that the recommendations are firmly based in engagement and work group input, with informed clarifications made in the final report after a final research and refinement project phase. The project will wrap up in fall and winter of this year with 2 more work group meetings, number 4 and number 5. A draft report ready for work group review and input in October, and then a final report to the legislature in December. That concludes my portion. I'm going to turn it back over to Kelly Reed to continue the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Thanks, Angie. Switch the slide. So our consultant, Echo Northwest, and along with us, have done quite a bit of community engagement and research already, including an online survey of childcare providers throughout the state, regulatory scenario survey for local government planners and building staff. And that was mainly to see how different jurisdictions treated different situations. So, certain type of childcare in a certain type of building or zone, how would you permit that? And so we got to see kind of the range of answers, which was fascinating. We've held a few focus groups for regulatory folks and providers, and conducted interviews with lots of providers. And that really allowed us to get into, ask folks in rural areas as well as urban areas throughout the state. The issues are very different outside the urban growth boundaries. We also, our report's going to include 4 case studies of different childcare providers, different models. And we've also met several times already with our state agency partners to kind of coordinate behind the scenes. The images on this slide are actually from one of our case studies that is a childcare in Portland, where the provider is actually using middle housing. You see that in purple there, that purple building is a new triplex that was built on a lot that already contained an older home. So they have 4 certified family childcares in 4 units on the lot. So each one houses up to 16 children, and then they share the outdoor space. So it's a really creative solution that also provides housing for staff on the upper levels of those of that triplex. And so we have kind of a range of different case studies to show kind of what's possible, but also what the obstacles were in the development of these facilities. Next slide, please. So during our engagement, we heard a lot about some previous efforts at the state level. So we wanted to touch on it with you. And although this is not in the written staff report, so don't try to go looking for it in the written staff report. So if it's okay with you, Chair Holova, that we're adding this in, we wanted to talk about this just a little bit. In an attempt to remove some land use barriers, the state adopted legislation. It's in ORS 329A. This legislation requires that in-home family childcare be considered a residential use where residential uses are permitted. In 2021, the legislature added to this statute that childcare centers are required to be allowed in all commercial and industrial zones. So the statute's meant to prevent cities and counties from requiring a conditional use review or special conditions like transportation, circulation plans, so things that wouldn't apply to other permitted uses in those zones. But what we found is that many jurisdictions are not aware of this statute, and they have codes that are not consistent with it. And even for the jurisdictions that are aware of the statute, they haven't had a chance to get to their code and update it to be consistent with the statute. So that means providers who are looking up the zoning codes in their jurisdictions are seeing this old outdated language that's superseded by state law. And last, we found that the language in the statute kind of leaves some room for interpretation, and differing interpretations have led to confusion, some conflicts about what the statute actually means. So needless to say, you'll see some recommendations about this in the final report. And I'll pass it back to Angie.
Thank you, Kelly. So you've heard a bit about our engagement. You've heard a bit about the barriers we're starting to uncover and the timeline in front of us. I wanted to share a little bit about what we have started to coalesce into our draft barriers summary of this memo that we currently have on our website, and share that we met with our work group on May 31st, which is a little bit later than the memo that we prepared for the staff report we prepared for your review was drafted. So I just want to share that we've had an opportunity to vet that draft, and that we continue to learn a lot about how complicated this topic is and how it is handled differently, as Kelly shared, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but also from department to department within those jurisdictions. And shared that when we provided this memo, we got a lot of feedback from our regulatory partners that made it feel like we'd missed the mark. But really, the outcome of that was brilliant. It was great. It was a great opportunity for us to realize that we have 22 plus seasoned professionals all trying to work through this same topic. And if we can't get there collectively, that's just very eye-opening as to how complicated and technical this issue really is. And it's allowed us to have follow-up conversations with sort of subsets of our partners on the work group and the resources that they recommend to make sure that we are addressing it fully and comprehensively and breaking down some of those, maybe some remnants in state law that are handled differently across jurisdictions, but also perceptions and concerns at the local level that maybe we weren't aware of previously. So I just want to share that the version of the memo that's on our website right now that we have had one meeting about, and we will, as Melissa shared, we'll have another meeting about it as we refine it. It's not done yet. So just to note that it's in progress for revision. We continue to learn more, and that it's the first half of what will become the barriers and strategies memo. So it's part one, and part two will be sort of the complementary recommendations and strategies that will ultimately be folded into the report to the legislature. So I would encourage you, if you're interested, to take a look at that, but know that it's a work in progress, and that our partners at the state and local level have been absolutely wonderful in helping us better understand. And it's become evident that we all have terms of art in our professions, and we all have reasons for the way that we do things and handle things. And it's been very educational overall. So I should look at my slide and remember that the key point I'm trying to make here in some ways is that there are many, many layers of regulations and agencies and organizations that work on this for very specific and focused reasons. And some of the barriers that's been one of the big barriers we've encountered so far. But we've also learned that there are a lot of properties out there that folks are interested in using, but are complicated for one reason or another. And it's not an apples to apples type conversation every single time, right? Just like all things land use, it's always a process. Let's see. We've also learned, as Kelly shared, that the differences between urban and rural needs and tools and opportunities they starkly contrast with each other. And, understanding, like we've recently had conversations with partners who have septic issues or regulate septics in some way, and just trying to understand how we never hear about that has come up as something new that we're looking into. So with that, I'll just jump to this may be a little redundant, apologies, but some preliminary conclusions we've reached is that this is a cross-cutting issue and topic. This is it's an interesting opportunity for us. We're not rulemaking. We have an opportunity to sort of unpack and better understand an issue that has implications and impacts on many, many other things that we do work on and we do regulate. So for example, it touches on workforce infrastructure very, very significantly, and how we support Oregonians and families in the workforce that have that need. It touches on kindergarten readiness, right? And how our schools are preparing for children coming into their system. It even touches on greenhouse gas emissions as we talk about how equitably they are located geographically across the region, and access issues and things like that. So it touches a lot of different things. And given that we aren't rulemaking and we have this wonderful opportunity to do a deep dive on understanding what the issues and concerns might be, gives us an opportunity to really lean into providing some recommendations and strategies to the legislature for their consideration. Let's see if I missed anything. Just noting that we've learned that some of the information is rather siloed for one reason or another, and like I just mentioned, it's a great opportunity to better understand where those silos exist. Melissa mentioned this a bit. Our project overall is a bit of a 3-phase project, and we're kind of in the middle of it at the moment, and we'll be heading into developing recommendations, and just want to make sure that we keep you all apprised as to where we're at in this, and make sure that we give you an opportunity to follow up with us if there's interest moving forward. And this is how you would do that. So you've heard from us directly, but here's our contact information. We have a dedicated web page on the DLCD homepage. Our meetings are all virtual, as Kelly shared, and that is our best attempt at making sure that we were hearing from folks statewide, and we were making it possible for a work group that represented the entire state to meet regularly. All of those meetings are streamed online and they're viewable afterwards. And so if you're interested, they're available on our YouTube channel. And then we have all of our memos so far, and any information that's been shared with our work group is also on that dedicated webpage. So there's a national and a regional trends memo to support sort of as foundational information heading into these discussions. With that, I think, Chair Holova, I'll turn it back to you and let you facilitate any questions.
Public comment is open for this item, but I don't believe we've received any. So theoretically, we have if we keep the schedule, we have 5 minutes for comments, but I could take it to 10 if we have more. Commissioner Boyer.
Quick comment. So all three of you, thank you for stepping up. I never realized this was an issue until today. So, and I learned a lot. So just keep up the good work, and I look forward to seeing the final draft. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer.
Any other commissioners? Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. I'll just share that in Deschutes County, the county, as well as I think at least the city of Bend, have both, and Angie, you may have been on staff at the time that we moved the childcare centers from being a discretionary review to an outright permitted use. And in the rural county, it was quite a bit of coordination with the department, because rural uses are regulated differently than urban uses. but we were successful. And I know that the chambers were strongly supportive and because of supporting their workforce and it's successful. So at least there are a couple of local examples of where we have aimed to do what we can, but we certainly look forward to your recommendations because if there's more that we can do, we sure will, because we need to do what we can to support our families and our workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
You're going to get tired of me telling you what happens in Clatsop County, but we had 2 neighbors show up to complain when we moved to just allow it. It just astonished me. And we were making progress and then another center closed. I mean, there's no structural stability in the field. So the work you're doing is so valuable, and that you volunteered to do it is beyond wonderful. But the structural stability of the funding, I think, is the key issue. We pay for K through 12 and junior college and beyond, but the most essential period of development we're not paying for. I don't know how we can change that, but if we could, it would be swell. Thanks.
I saw somebody's hand, but I don't remember. Commissioner Warren.
Kind of to go off of what Commissioner Thompson was saying, I'm just interested to know how much you're running into like neighborhood opposition as a barrier.
Chair Holova, Commissioner Warren, thank you for the question. We've certainly heard about that. And I think I'm looking to Kelly of all the research she's done around the changes to statute a few years ago, which I think is intended to specifically eliminate or reduce the risk for litigation following the application process in those zones. It certainly, as past local planners, I think we're generally aware that does happen regularly. Childcare operations do bring traffic, and it sometimes, depending on the scale, bring additional traffic and noise that some neighbors can find concerning. We've had lots of conversations on our project management team with Echo Northwest about how, it's interesting the nuances between how people feel about living next to schools versus living next to childcare providers when the impacts are similar in nature and far smaller scale, right? But still, the sort of willingness to live near it, it does come up. So I don't know, Kelly, if you'd like to add to that.
Sure. Thanks for the question. I think one of the things we've heard is, and I think one of the barriers that's still out there, is that in residential zones, the statute dealt with the in-home childcare, making those kind of by right type of use. But for a childcare center in a residential zone, most communities still treat that as require conditional use review, which is similar to, a school or like a religious institution in many cases are conditional use reviews, because the impacts tend to be different than a residential use. But we've heard a lot about that typically can result in, some neighborhood opposition because it's a public hearing, right? And one of our case studies is a larger center that's in Cornelius that had to face a lot of neighborhood opposition. And so I think there's some information in the memo about that case. And so there have been some ideas tossed around as, ways that cities and counties might be able to reduce the burden on certain types of uses. But more to come.
Nice. And I was going to say, I've been in the background of this. I don't know if it's 2 years now. I don't actually remember the time period. But I've been part of a group called, I think there's a name now, Early Childhood Facilities Table. And so in my understanding, it was maybe convened by the Children's Institute and bringing people from all different areas, let's say, that could contribute to the conversation. And so I've been the person in the background saying codes, land use, building. That's been me. So it's interesting to have been at the very beginning and then like, oh, now it's come all this way. Mainly the things that I've been saying within that group have to deal with seismic codes, which are important. So I'm not going to say they're not, but the expense of doing those in like, ideally you want to have it in a new building, right? But then the rent in a new building is astronomical that it's not going to, a child care facility can't work in there. And so, and then, you know, I found in my experience, a lot of times they end up going into facilities that are existing and way worse, but because of the barrier seismic. So it's almost like creating the worst seismic concern because you can't deal with seismic, if that makes sense. So I've been really pushing that. And then co-locating with affordable housing is awesome. And there's funding for that now, but there's also issues with the way that affordable housing is funded and BOLI wage and all sorts of things that actually go to like making that harder for affordable housing. So it's a lot is the best way to describe it. And it needs people from all different areas to solve it. So I've been really happy that this group has been formed, talking about REITs, you know, and the ownership of them and the different models. There's also conversations about preschool for all that passed. And like you have now, childcare is available for all, but there's no facilities. So how are you going to meet the demand and the requirements of preschool for all when you don't have the facilities to meet that? And then with like the CHIPS Act that just came, I know there was a lot, I haven't been following it well, but there was a good push toward thinking about childcare in relation to that. So to say all that, I've been in the mix. And I personally see it as a straight economic development workforce. I mean, there's way other considerations, but how are we going to have workers for all the different positions and all that if we're not providing childcare at an affordable rate and equitably across cities? Not, you know, you have to drive 30 minutes, right, to get childcare. So I'm really excited. I was really excited to see this on our agenda, given that experience. So they've been doing also best practices tours. I didn't go on the latest one, but going to certain facilities and learning all about how did this get financed and all the kind of best practices around it also. So I saw Children's Institute was on the group, but it'd be good for if there's those best practices and you're interested to kind of follow along on those.
Definitely interested. Thank you, Chair Halova.
Yeah. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. The area of childcare deserts, do you have those mapped? Is that part of your report? Because that's, to your point about equity and the distribution, and that's a visual for it.
So Chair Halova, Commissioner Thompson, that is mapped, and I am struggling to remember off the top of my head who produced that. I know Melissa has used it in research previously. Melissa, do you recall, or Kelly, off the top of your head? Is it? Oh wait,
Eva Manderson's my person.
I think it was a university.
Was it a university?
I can't. Somebody knows.
Yeah, it was
one of the roles of that. One of the ideas of that group was to bring all this disparate knowledge together.
It is mapped. It shows that most of the state is struggling.
Yeah.
But I think Melissa's about to speak.
Yeah. It was 14 years ago when I had my son. It was so desperate. And every parent I've known, and then 9 years ago when I had my daughter, every single parent has told me it's way worse than that, which I can't conceive, because that was like the minute you find out you're pregnant, you better sign up for a childcare facility and you might not get it. So it's bad. It's very bad, actually.
Did you want me to jump in with the name and yeah, sorry,
Oh,
I'll just
no,
add really quickly.
Melissa's talking on the computer, but we can't hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to jump in one moment to add detail to that. Thank you, Chair Halova, for the question. It is Oregon prepared for the Oregon Early Learning Division, and it was done by Oregon State University, and it's a report from May 2023. It looks like Oregon's childcare deserts with the data from 2022.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to the future on this. Now we're going to hear from Gordon Howard, Community Services Specialist, and Kelly Reed, Regional Representative for Multnomah and Washington counties, with a request to appeal a zone change on land designated for rural residential land use in Clackamas County. And this is agenda item number 10.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commission. Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager. When we get this set up, Kelly Reed will be giving the presentation on this request to approve an appeal of a land use decision by Clackamas County. We also have John Jittings in the audience here. If there are any questions that come up, as our long-term expert on all things rural in the state of Oregon. So I'll turn this over to Kelly at this point.
Thank you, Gordon. Good afternoon, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission. I'm Kelly Reed. I'm the regional representative for Multnomah and Clackamas counties, not Washington County. Otherwise, I wouldn't be presenting this one. But thank you. Okay. I'm here today to request direction from the commission to proceed or not to proceed with an appeal of a Clackamas County zone change pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 660, Division 1. So the department participated in the process, the local process in Clackamas County by submitting comments before the county's public hearing. And additional comments during the time the record was open following the public hearing. And this graphic is not in your staff report either. I just want to acknowledge that because things have been very dynamic this last month and there are new things to report as of just a few days ago. So we were here, not here, we were together in December to discuss a very similar situation, an appeal of a Clackamas County zone change decision for the same reason that we're here today. This is a different application, and that appeal has been ongoing since December. So that one I'm going to refer to as the Serigino zone change. That's on the top of the arrow. So that timeline, the timeline for that one is up on the top of the arrow of this graphic. So December 2023, that's when LCDC approved that appeal. The LUBA decision was issued on May 31st, and that decision has been appealed by the applicant and the county to the Court of Appeals. So that will be decided and, heard in August, I believe. There's something scheduled. So we don't have a final decision on that one yet. In the meantime, this other application came to the county. That was in January. So they submitted their plan amendment notice to us. We participated in that process. They approved that zone change April 15th, and we filed a notice of intent to appeal on May 6th. Because of the ongoing Serigino appeal process, all the parties involved agreed to a stipulated suspension, meaning that this is kind of on hold, but we still had to come to you to confirm whether we're moving forward with it. So that's why we're here today. I'm going to pause for questions about the timeline because it's a little complicated. All right, great. You're all still with me. Great. Okay. So the man construction zone change is the one we're talking about today, not the Serigino zone change. So the man construction decision was a quasi-judicial application for a zone change to upzone land within an area of rural residential designation in Clackamas County. So the county has a 2-map system. They have their comprehensive plan map that designates the area as rural residential, and then they have 3 different zoning categories within that rural residential category, and those are farm forest 10, rural residential farm forest 5, and residential agricultural, I believe, 2. So that's 10 acres, 5 acres, and 2 acres. Those are the minimum lot sizes. So this zone change proposal is to go from the 5-acre lot size down to the 2-acre lot size with an associated subdivision, which on this 56-acre site would then allow for 28 2-acre lots. In its decision, the county did not require a Goal 14 exception, and that's the basis for the department's challenge. So as a reminder, Goal 14 is our urbanization goal. It aims to limit urban uses to urban growth boundaries unless they're allowed outside an urban growth boundary through a goal exception. And goal exceptions are not meant to be easy. There's a high bar. Exceptions are the subject of rules in Division 4 and Division 14. There are two pathways to get an exception: a reasons exception or an irrevocably committed exception. And I want to just take a moment to touch on kind of why all this matters. On page 2 of your staff report for this agenda item 10, we talk a little bit about this, explaining that, rural development on smaller lots, like 2 acres and smaller, especially when it's near the urban fringe, near an urban growth boundary, is problematic for a number of reasons. It effectively defeats the purpose of the UGB. Urban residents will locate on the cheaper land, and the urban fringe jobs and services in the city, puts greater demand on urban services, without the accompanying taxes and fees. Puts a greater, also of concern is that 1 and 2 acre rural residential development at the urban fringe eventually will leave a city with only one option when it comes time to expand the urban growth boundary, and that is to locate it into prime farmland. Last, I'll note that needed housing as defined and is managed by all of our rules and statutes, is housing within urban areas. Rural residential lots may be in demand, but they're not considered needed housing. Areas outside the UGBs are not subject to statewide Plan Goal 10, which is our housing goal. So the key administrative rule here, I'm going back to my slide now. Key administrative rule here is OER 660 Division 4 sub 7, which says which requires a Goal 14 exception for any change that allows a smaller minimum lot size than what was in effect in October of 2000, which is when LCDC adopted that rule, or before LCDC adopted that rule. Sorry, a few months after. Yeah. So as you recall, the land that we're talking about was assigned rural residential farm forest 5 acre zoning back in 1980. That zoning was still in place in 2000. So thus, as any change to allow that to go lower, DLCD interprets that rule to say that the Goal 14 exception is required. Little bit of legal background that we touched on, or we talked about this last time in December when we talked about this topic last time. But since we have a couple of new commissioners, just for their benefit, I wanted to just go into it a little bit, if you don't mind, Chair Halova. So the first case listed here, 1000 Friends versus LCDC, that's an Oregon Supreme Court case from 1986 that was about defining what's urban use and what's a rural use. These terms are not defined in statute or rule. The court declined to establish a bright line to distinguish a rural residential use from an urban residential use. Instead, it said that generally 1 acre is urban and 10 or more acres is rural, but in between 1 and 10 acres, it depends. It's handled on a case-by-case basis. Then between 1986 and 2000, a lot of counties going through periodic review, dealing with this topic, and wanting clear direction from LCDC. And so in 2000, LCDC adopted some rules to put some sideboards and better definitions on all of this. So here's what they decided. For new exception lands, so if counties wanted to create new rural residential lands by taking an exception to our farm and forest goals, those lot sizes would have to be 10 or more acres, unless a county wanted to take a Goal 14 exception. For existing exception lands that have already been granted an exception to goals 3 and 4, LCDC struck a balance. If the zone was already under 2 acres, the zone has to be brought up to 2 acres. It didn't affect lots that were already created right? If a subdivision was already created and it was 1 acre, that was there. But if the zoning was 2 acre, was 1 acre zoning, that had to be brought up to 2 acres. If the existing zoning was for 2 or more acres, it could remain. But that rule that we're talking about says if you want to go smaller, like if you're 10 or 5 and you want to go smaller, a Goal 14 exception is required. So through the Sirigino process, appeal, DLCD, me, Gordon, John, and Luba, turns out we all dug into the rulemaking records from 2000 to kind of read through those minutes and listen to those discussions and really make sure we understood the intent of LCDC here. And we found really that the intent was clear. It was to limit upzoning or set a high bar where was the language used for the upzoning of rural residential lands. Okay, so on to case law. I promise I'm almost done with the wordy slides. I'll start with the second one that's listed here first. So this is the Luba decision that we just got in May. The appeal of the zone change in Clackamas County that we argued that a Goal 14 exception was needed. Luba agreed with us and said and remanded that decision to the county. And of course, then that was appealed to the Court of Appeals. In the process of that, Luba's decision said that the Ocean Shores case, which is the first one listed on this slide, actually isn't super helpful in informing this Clackamas County case, but the what Luba decided in that 2007 case was that Curry County did not have to use a Goal 14 exception to go from a 10 acre to a 5 acre lot size, since they had one single zone for that, a single zone that allowed for a 10 acre or a 5 acre lot size. So the county had been Clackamas County was trying to rely on that 2007 case. But just this year, Luba said, actually, it's a different situation. Okay, so now I'm going to just give you some information about the project so you can see some maps. So the subject property is on Beaver Creek Road, which is south of Oregon City, and which is part of the Metro UGB. So the Metro UGB is that really thick red line shown up there on the top of the slide. So zoning in the area is a mixture. 10 acre zoning is tan, light tan. 5 acre zoning is the brownish color, and then 2 acre zoning is orange. Just to give you a sense of scale, the lots that are just north of the star is where our 56 acre property is. The lots just north of that are about a half an acre in size, and those were created prior to the land use system. So this site is neither in an urban reserve or a rural reserve. Instead, it is undesignated land. And it's less than a mile south of the urban growth boundary. So blue is the urban reserve and green is the rural reserve. This part of Clackamas County did see significant rural residential development in the 1960s and 1970s. So you see lots of housing in the area. And finally, the applicant included a conceptual subdivision layout in their application to Clackamas County. The plans include an extension of the public water system to serve the subdivision, and each property would have its own septic system. This map shows the lots and the conceptual drain-filled areas for each lot in the little boxes on each lot. And then we've got an image from Beaver Creek Road of the property. All right, so in summary, this request is to proceed with an appeal of a decision to allow a zone change in rural residential lands without a Goal 14 exception. The appeal would only involve whether the goal 14 exception is applicable, not whether the goal 13 exception would be approvable or whether it would be granted. And onto the appeal factors. So these are in your staff report on pages 5 and 6. The commission relies on the rule in Division 1, Section 230 in appeal decisions, with the ultimate question being whether one or more of these appeal factors in subsection 3 are met. And our friend from DOJ, Steve Shipsey, has agreed to discuss the appeal factors with you. Thanks, Steve.
Sure. Thank you, Kelly. As you're familiar with these, we only have to find that one of them is met, and we have a situation here where there's a case we think has resolved some of this issues, but we're not certain yet. So as to A and B, those are still open questions, despite the fact that we think there's potential that they're resolved. And then we found that the factor E, also indicated in red, was a reason for you to consider taking this appeal, because we have a goal of protecting resource lands and protecting lands for future urbanization, as well as keeping urban lands and urban uses separated. So those were the three factors that of the appeal factors that we thought were worthy of your consideration in this particular matter.
And as shown on page 6 of the staff report, the director's recommendation to you is that the commission authorize staff to proceed with the appeal. And then there's your possible motion. And we do have an alternative motion as well that would direct us not to proceed with the appeal.
And this is a item that's not open for public testimony, only invited testimony. And to my knowledge, no one has asked from the invited list.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do commissioners have any clarifying questions on the criteria or the material presented? Commissioner Lazo.
Steve, can you, I think that you'd hinted at or made the remark this morning that there were some additional legal issues in this case that could be decided not in the Clackamas 1 case. Is that correct?
I believe that in considering this case, they advanced some additional arguments then, but in terms of what we would be raising on appeal would be the same, because we're the petitioner. So we would be raising the question of whether or not the county needed to take an exception to Goal 14 under our rule. So that would be the basis for our argument and presentation to LUBA, should that go that way.
Would anyone like to make a motion? We'd have to put back up the motion, maybe.
I'll make the motion.
Does anybody want to second it?
Should I?
Or may I have a second?
Should I read it?
Yes, please read it. I just assumed it was in the packet. Please read it.
I move that the commission authorize the department to appeal the subject decision from Clackamas County to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on the information included in this report and associated demonstration that OAR 660-001-0230, Section 3, A, B, and E apply.
Thank you for reading that. That makes sense. May I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lazo seconds. Any discussion on the motion? If not, no discussion, then Casaria. I think it's Casaria. We'll do the roll call.
Thanks, Chair. Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. That concludes our last agenda item for today. We want to thank Vice Chair Lilac and Deschutes County for their hospitality and room. We will recess the meeting from now until 8 a.m. tomorrow, where we'll begin with item number 11, which is a regional tour of the Bend area and a roundtable lunch. While members of the public are welcome to join us in the room to listen to the roundtable, it will not be live streamed. The business meeting will begin streaming after lunch at 1:15 p.m. And we want to thank everybody for joining us here today in person and virtually. Thank you.